Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto trained by Shikaku for chunin exams. Before I start, please support for more amazing content and do consider subscribing to my channel and share this video with your friends. This is written the epic pen and link in the description and support writer. Let's start the video. Legacy Ascending. Prologue. Thump. 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 A young boy with clear blue eyes looked up inside the apartment. 3 slow knocks, so soft one could hardly hear the raps. Truth be told, in Konoha there was only ever one person who actually knocked on his door, as the housekeeper would simply barge in. By an easy process of elimination, the boy concluded this could only be one person. The youngster stepped over to the front door and opened it carefully. In front of him was a formal white-robed old man, standing at the second-story porch of his apartment. "Hello, Naruto-kun." The old Hokage's eyes crinkled with merriment. "Jiji." The single word was filled with warmth. Naruto pushed the rest of the door open and gave the grandfatherly figure a hug. This breach of etiquette was something the old man didn't mind in the slightest. Therefore, Naruto never noticed the concealed Anbu squad watching them. "Let's go inside, Naruto-kun, I have important news." The Hokage said friendly and took great amusement from how Naruto's eyes became bulbous at the mention of anything important. He nodded quickly and took the Hokage by his sleeve. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and followed amiably. The one-room apartment Naruto inhabited was a bare place, but he didn't mind that so much. He thought of his new home as pretty nice. The place only had the essentials, but he didn't mind. Compared to the orphanage, Naruto loved the apartment. He could handle being a bit lonesome, at least no one was mean to him here. None of that was on his mind now, however. Naruto's eyes were firmly glued to the old and venerable village leader as they sat down by the kitchen table, eager to know what the Hokage considered important. Sarutobi Hiruzen met his eyes and noted how the young boy held his gaze. Sarutobi was unsurprised. A normal child would not gaze so expectantly at him like Naruto was doing just now, but Uzumaki Naruto was not a normal child. Indeed, Naruto was far removed from normalcy. Not so much because of who he was and what he represented, in essence, that was not truly the issue. The real problem was how others perceived Naruto and his status. The child had by no means experienced a good or nurturing childhood so far, and it was Sarutobi's great fear that if left unattended much longer, something in the boy would break. That would not only be reprehensible morally, but neither could Hiruzen afford to have Konoha's only Jinchuriki snap. If Naruto became unstable, he would be useless in the future. An unhinged Jinchuriki would only be a liability to Konoha. The slight twitch on his furrowed forehead was the only thing that could clue someone in on the Hokage's increasingly morbid thoughts. With a resolute intake of breath, Hiruzen ended that train of thought. Today, he was here to help Uzumaki Naruto, the boy. Not the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Hiruzen met eyes with the boy again and was reminded of someone else for a brief moment. Even the gaze was familiar, the way Naruto was openly studying him with curiosity, the resemblance to his late father was uncanny. Naruto kept up the gaze even when the silence between them grew. He did not fidget or otherwise show any sign of impatience. Hiruzen had taken note early on when Naruto had shown himself to be a rather quiet child. He only rarely made requests, he never cried, and lately seemed to not wish any attention on himself. Every time Hiruzen had come to the orphanage to pay a visit, the boy had seemed more and more withdrawn. This had for a long time now greatly displeased the famed professor of the shinobi, although he was a hardened war veteran, accustomed to making decisions between a greater and lesser evil, he nonetheless considered the treatment of the child in front of him deplorable. Removing him from the orphanage had been a very good idea and he was glad he had pushed through with it despite the resistance certain circles had displayed. That gambit, however, had been an easy ordeal compared to the trouble he had gone through with to see this next plan come to fruition. In truth, Hiruzen was still anxious about the events that were about to unfold, but he just couldn't see any other valid option. Naruto had no guardians or adopted parents, he had no real friends or people who looked after him, no one to teach him anything. The lack of any adult role model and true friends were bad enough, but the outright disregard many of the villagers treated him with made Konoha a toxic environment for Naruto. None of the reprimands and fines he issued seemed to shake the ones repeatedly causing the boy problems. Which had driven Hiruzen to this last act of desperation. A gamble, really. One with high stakes. Hiruzen hoped it would all be for the better in the end, but the uncertainty remained. I think a cup of tea would do me good right about now, Hiruzen announced and stood back up. How about you, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen made sure to ask Naruto, very few people cared for the boy's opinion and wishes. It truly upset the wizened old man, neglect to such a degree could do far more than simply shatter a person's self-confidence and sense of worth, as if that alone was not bad enough. Hiruzen's smile was just a tad melancholic when Naruto accepted a cup of tea with a self-conscious smile. All the more reason to realize the plan, Hiruzen mused. While pouring water, Hiruzen tried to make some small talk. It's nice to do normal things once in a while. I have not brewed my own tea in years. There is a satisfaction in that, you know, in doing things yourself, even mundane things. Naruto seemed to consider this before he ventured to tell the grandfatherly figure how he made his own ramen by adding hot water to a pre-made cup every morning. The Hokage hummed in amusement. Very good Naruto-kun, although you seem to be short on stock. The old man was referring to the near-empty shelf of ramen cups. Naruto dipped his head twice. The Hokage sighed and carried 2 cups filled with steaming tea to the table. On the topic of stocking up, Naruto-kun, I do have some more stipend money for you. He reached into his robes and pulled out a yellowed convolute and laid it next to Naruto's teacup. Thank you, Jiji. Naruto told him, however, there was a slight frown on his face. Something that bothers you? The Hokage asked with a curious glint in his dark eyes. Naruto looked up, then down at the convolute again, before finally asking. So soon? Ah, yes, it has not been quite a month yet, has it? Well, this will be the last time you get a stipend. Now, don't look so frightened. There has been a change in arrangements for you, don't look so glum. This is good news. How? Naruto asked, he failed to see this as anything good. The Hokage hummed lowly to himself before taking a sip of the tea. His face writhed in an expression of dislike, definitely not his best blend. He cleared his throat and began speaking. You will not live in the village very much longer, Naruto-kun, you will be in someone else's company, a strong and capable man who'll look after you and make sure that you grow up right. Of course, you will return someday, it's not like this is the last time we will see each other. The Hokage interrupted himself with a low chuckle. This is only for a certain amount of time, a handful of years at most. Naruto, however, was not reassured. How could he leave Konoha, his only home? Leaving the only place he knew seemed horribly scary to him. He was still nervous about going for groceries down the street. I don't understand. The boy's voice was clearly upset and his eyes shone with evident confusion. The Hokage's eyes softened and he stretched a hand over the table to give a comforting squeeze on his shoulder. It's partly my fault, Naruto-kun, I have not been able to give you as much as I would have wanted to. However, this is to help you, believe that. Naruto nodded hesitantly. Jiji was the only person Naruto could really trust. But why? At this, a bone-weary sigh escaped the old man's lips. People here, they just do not understand, they never did, and it's impossible for me to rectify anything. These conceptions of you have become the truth to them. I should have somehow made things clearer that day. Listen, Naruto-kun, staying in Konoha is just not a good solution for you. I'm sure you have noticed how everyone treats you the same way. This plan was the best I could do. Even right now the council is conversing behind my back because they are in disagreement. Fortunately, I am the Hokage, and when I make a decision, there is very little they can do to oppose it. I hope that when you come back, people will see the error of what they have been doing. If not, then at least you will be of an age where you can handle it better. The Hokage took a slight pause. Naruto now looked only more perplexed. There are things I shall not tell you today, Naruto, in a few years maybe, but not now. It is not something a child should know. Let it be enough that I truly believe this is the best course of action for you. Another pause ensued, and in his absent-mindedness Hiruzen took another sip of the tea. Ugh, dreadful stuff, maybe some tasks are better left to others after all. He said and peered over at the child in front of him. Naruto was looking intently into his swirling teacup. He had always seemed a rather contemplative boy. What about the academy, Jiji? I was just about to enroll, I'm sure I could have made some friends and then things would have gotten better, right? The sad yet hopeful voice tore slightly at his conscience. Yes, they might have, but this plan is a safer bet. Hiruzen knew that Naruto's peers would no doubt carry the same bias against him. Hanging with his head, Naruto tried to stymie the sudden pressure behind his eyes. Continuing the conversation from there was tough, but Hiruzen forced himself to carry on. You leave in 2 days, so be prepared to have what you need then. I imagine you at least won't have much luggage. The old man's eyes contained some of that earlier amusement for a small moment. Naruto dabbed angrily at his eyes with the sleeve of his t-shirt before he tried to shove the envelope from earlier over to the Hokage, but a tanned and gnarled hand stopped him. There was power in that hand, Naruto could practically feel it. Please, Naruto-kun, take it, consider it travel expenses. The Hokage peered at him. Naruto quickly relented and felt very self-conscious again. The two sat together for a few more minutes, quietly drinking their tea. Until Naruto was bitten with a question that worried him. He took a quick look at the Hokage before he asked. You'll be with me? The Hokage looked at the boy over his teacup and smiled. A deep and warm smile. He is called Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto had just finished what would be his last meal at Ichiraku Ramen for a great deal of time, and for that reason, he had tried to eat enough to last him until he got back. Even as he hobbled down the road, his tummy feeling as if it would explode, he did not regret. He waved to the 2 ninja guards at the gate entrance as he passed. They actually waved back, and it lifted his mood somewhat. Even though he trusted Jiji, he was still very much scared of leaving Konoha. Until recently, the village had been his entire world, Konoha was all he knew of. Despite the reassurances he had been given, he was still afraid of leaving everything, and the unknown world out there frightened him. However, he would still go, even though he didn't understand why. If he trusted no one else, he still believed in the Sandaime. "You look like a kicked puppy, hunching like that, what got in your panties?" Naruto looked up, and standing there was Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Jiji had told him a few stories about the veteran ninja, suffice to say Naruto was properly awed by them. If the few stories they had brushed past were true, then the man was already a hero in Naruto's eyes. Like the Hokage had described, twin streaks of red markings went from his eyes in a straight vertical line to his chin. His hair was wide and long, and he was clothed in what Naruto deemed to be a red and white bathrobe, with Jito sandals to complete the look. Naruto was slightly intimidated by his looming height. The meeting would have been scary, but Jiraiya had an easy smile, and his eyes were open and honest. "You don't look like much, kid," then again, neither did he, I suppose. His voice was deep but friendly. Naruto looked himself down, he wore shorts and a t-shirt and nothing more apart from his sandals and a backpack with some essentials. Glancing approvingly at his backpack, Jiraiya asked. "Are you ready to go then, kid? We can get to know each other on the road, we have all the time in the world. It'll be great fun, just the two of us." For a moment, the large man seemed like a giddy child, and Naruto's already good impression of him rose. He might even be a friend one day, the thought made him smile. Naruto followed Jiraiya out of Konoha with a lot of his worries already put to rest. He had no idea what laid in wait. The two walked through the abundant lush green forest surrounding Konoha. Naruto was watching the scenery with large eyes. He had never been outside of Konoha before, everything past the walls was a new world to him. He would have run off to explore had it not been for Jiraiya, who had told him there would be plenty of opportunities to do so later. The first few days Naruto spent his breaks exploring the nearby greenery. When they made camp those evenings he would also take a look around. Young as he was, Naruto was easily excited when he discovered something of note, like animal tracks and droppings, signposts, abandoned cartwheels, rusty kunai and shuriken left behind and so on and so forth. Although Naruto's interest in the forestry eventually faded somewhat, he was kept occupied enough while traveling. With questions, riddles and lots of talk. It was good practice for him, Naruto rarely had anyone to talk to in Konoha. "But how do you do it?" Naruto asked on their 5th day away. Jiraiya was showing off some rudimentary chakra control while walking. "Oh, it's quite easy, at least to me, but I am the great Jiraiya-sama of course, simple chakra control is nothing to the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku." The Toad Sage exclaimed proudly, wagging his eyebrows. By now, Naruto had realized the man had a flair for drama and was overly proud to boot. Naruto, now finally in the presence of someone who actually seemed to like conversing with him, was drawing up questions constantly. The bottomless pit of ignorance he carried within him was finally seeing some of its questions answered. At first he was slow and hesitant to ask, afraid he might draw Jiraiya's ire, as he had always done with anyone else, other than the Sandaime. But slowly and surely, Naruto opened up when he realized Jiraiya didn't mind questions or conversation in the slightest. To the contrary, he seemed to approve. So, his new guardian had deemed it fit to give a demonstration of chakra control when the two had wandered onto the topic of chakra. Currently, Jiraiya was balancing several chopsticks on his fingers, perhaps not so incredible. But when he flipped his hand around and the chopsticks defied gravity itself to stick to his fingers, Naruto was well and truly impressed. He had been quick to try himself and had promptly demanded to know the secret when he failed. Clucking to himself like a chicken, Jiraiya explained the theory behind the exercise. "No, I can't do it." Naruto claimed after several attempts with no results, he shoved the chopstick back into his pocket. If he was completely honest with himself, Naruto was disappointed. He had wanted to channel chakra since the very first time he had heard of shinobi. But even after listening to Jiraiya's explanation and guidance, he still couldn't get a feel of his chakra at all. Jiraiya had described it as a very small but warm core of energy. Something a minority of people could feel inside of them if they purposefully looked for it. Maybe he just didn't have whatever it was. "Don't I have any chakra then?" There was a guarded tone to Naruto's voice, which Jiraiya caught. The kid seemed unconcerned on the surface, but he wanted to channel chakra as much as any other boy. Jiraiya was certain of that. "No, every individual produces it to at least some degree. Most never notice it, it's too small to be noticed, which is probably a good thing. If they accidentally managed to mold chakra and used it unknowingly with a very small and undisciplined chakra reservoir, the incident could seriously maim them, or worse. But you have it, lots of it." "I'm very sure of that." Jiraiya ended his tirade in a firm but not unkind voice. "You just have to keep trying, giving up after a couple of tries is a bad habit. Try your utmost and give yourself some time to learn." I promise you there isn't a thing you can't do if you give yourself a chance. Show some guts." Naruto nodded rapidly and soaked up the words. He was enjoying having someone to talk to, he felt reassured and motivated to try the exercise again. "Listen, a great deal of time over the years is going to be spent walking about, it'll be a big part of your life here on out. So try and get used to it. It's better to have things to do and think about when traveling, try and find things to take your mind off the road you're on. Like this small exercise in chakra control, if you're bored then don't complain about it, instead find things to keep you occupied." As the words washed over Naruto he seemed to become more introspective, several times now he had already begun to think the journey monotonous and boring. Jiraiya's words made him feel guilty and determined to try and not waste any time being bored. Surely he could find some things to do. "Anyhow," Jiraiya said, and Naruto noticed how his voice was more carefree now. "We'll arrive in Tani in a couple of days, honestly, the trip has taken a willy of course, the reason we're going so slow is because your toddler legs are so small." The Toad Sage spoke with an amused glint in the eye. Naruto leapt to his defense immediately. "My leg's not small." "Aren't small is the word you'd use there. And don't outright deny stuff like that, sure way to lose your argument, brat." "I'm not a brat either." Naruto puffed out indignantly. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Oh, is that so? How old are you then, 5 years? 6. 5 and 8 months." Naruto told him heatedly, but felt an embarrassing red shade latch onto his face. "Where are we going again?" Naruto grumbled, mostly to get past the age comment. "Tani, a village in river country. It's a good 5-day walk from Konoha to Tani, but still, would have been there by now if it weren't for the extra baggage." The last part he added sourly, and Jiraiya threw a mocking look at Naruto. The Toad Sage held up a hand to stem any outcry Naruto might have. "Listen brat, keep at it with the chakra exercise, I'd recommend starting with a leaf first, it's easier that way." Naruto nodded and decided to get started immediately. However, Jiraiya quickly discovered that their already slow pace slowed down to a crawl when Naruto began focusing on the task. Jiraiya solved that problem by throwing Naruto up on his shoulders, he barely weighed anything to the sage. Other than a brief moment of surprise and resistance, Naruto did not object. That's how the two of them traveled down the road, Naruto sitting on Jiraiya's shoulders. Now trying to make a green leaf stay stuck to his skin with chakra, Jiraiya dished out some pointers occasionally. Strange how it took Naruto a few months to actually realize he was receiving hands-on training in the shinobi arts from a master. It took Naruto a while to get used to life on the road, it was different from living in Konoha, and it was, to his great joy and surprise, a lot more fun. In Konoha he was always bored and looking for things to do, he was always alone, the people there avoided him and tried not to look at him. Jiraiya looked at him. He was nice too, most of the time. Compared to life in Konoha, travel life was infinitely more carefree and enriching. Although they spent a lot of their time journeying around, Naruto always had something to do, and more often than not, his days were filled with new and exciting things. New people to meet, new places to see and explore, different foods to taste and different things to learn. The first month away from the village Naruto spent in a very busy manner, Jiraiya really made good on his word in that regard. It was quickly made clear that Naruto had never had any adult role model or any consistent person in his life who could teach him any life skills. He had never been taught any values, never been explained how to treat people or how to behave. It upset Jiraiya how easy it was to remedy many of these things, but there had never been anyone to do it in Konoha. He wondered what kind of life Naruto would have been forced to endure had he stayed in the village. In hindsight, he had to agree with Sarutobi's decision to put the young boy in his charge. The educator in him was especially angry at the blatant oversight, they had taken away Naruto's right to learn in many ways. Upset as he was, there was nothing to do but to remedy the boy, and Jiraiya did so with a passion. It became a habit for Jiraiya to point out things for Naruto, things no one had ever bothered to correct him on. "You should try and hold the chopsticks like this, Naruto, it's easier this way." Shifting his grip to mimic Jiraiya, Naruto gave it a try. You're right, it's easier, I never knew." In this manner, Jiraiya began to steadily fill in Naruto's knowledge gaps. During their stay in Tani, Naruto was stuffed with so much new things to learn he was a tad bit overwhelmed. In addition to the experience of being in a foreign village, Jiraiya spent almost a month there teaching Naruto how to read and write, simple addition, subtraction, some geography over the elemental nations, and also a good bit of calligraphy. All of it knowledge and skills Naruto would have great use of later in life, according to Jiraiya. Exhausting as his workload was, Naruto also thought it was very fun, and although it became duller after the novelty wore off, he persevered to the best of his ability. Naruto became incredibly pleased with himself when he early on in their stay in Tani managed to manipulate chakra. It was a tiny feat, really, making a leaf stick to your forehead with chakra was some of the simplest things you could do in the field. To Naruto, however, it was a big success after a long period of arduous work. More than that, it confirmed that he could actually channel chakra, he had actually felt it that time, simmering deep inside of him. Chakra. Moreover, chakra he could use and manipulate. In time, he might even get good at it. With all of this, Naruto was kept occupied. It was strange how once Naruto had had too much spare time, now he relished the few moments of free time that he had. He spent a big part of this time walking around in Tani, exploring the village was a fun experience. Although he was not allowed to stay outside after dusk, Jiraiya was strict on that. The old man himself would oftentimes disappear around the evenings though. He explained it was for research purposes, for literature. Naruto swallowed that, although he was not quite sure why Jiraiya had a tendency to smell of alcohol after his research. Their month-long stay in Tani was over faster than Naruto thought at all possible. Time had never gone by so fast before in his life, yet at the same time he felt like he had done so much during that month-long period. The two feelings were strangely conflicting. Their leave-taking was unceremonious and sudden. The day before Jiraiya had simply declared they would leave Tani at first light next morning. And they did. Naruto only brought essential items, some provisions, a few books Jiraiya had gotten him, and his writing instruments and paper. He still had his saved up money, and the last stipend the Hokage had given him safely secured in his frog wallet, Gamma-chan. Back on the road again, Naruto walked beside Jiraiya with a spring to his step. He was excited to see new things on their new journey, additionally, he was curious about their next destination. This seemingly boundless energy did thankfully for Jiraiya wear off towards the evening. At that time he tried to work with what little chakra control he had. Naruto began to focus and slowly, very slowly, molded the necessary chakra. Suddenly the clothing around his arms and torso became very snug, the textile clung tightly to him, as if it had a will of its own. Naruto released the chakra, and the suction immediately disappeared. He let out a small breath and prepared to do the exercise again. Like with any other skill, the more he used chakra the better he got at it. Jiraiya recommended he do some exercises several times a day, every day. Preferably in new and creative ways every now and then. The next morning, Jiraiya woke Naruto early and introduced him to Taijutsu. "Okay kid, let's see how you do with your bronze compared to your brains." Jiraiya spoke and motioned for the still sleepy Naruto to come a bit closer. They were on a grassy field, with the rising sun giving off some much needed heat. "Alright, like always we'll begin with the absolute basic. Look at me and do as I do. See my feet. Good, now put your hand." For the next hour, Naruto went through several different postures. He really tried his best to emulate Jiraiya, but he still missed the finer details of each stance which annoyed him. Take for instance weight distribution, apparently it was important how much weight you put on each leg and where you put it. Luckily, Jiraiya could tell with a glance when he did things wrong and he did not hold back in correcting him. Naruto became impressed every time Jiraiya shifted stances, he did it seamlessly and faster than Naruto could blink. As for himself, he knew it would take a minute or so for him to copy just one of those, and even then he would probably miss a couple of details. Muscle memory is awesome. Renewing his focus, Naruto took a deep breath and tried to mimic Jiraiya's pristine example once more. As the two continued their travels, a pattern was starting to reveal itself. When out on the road, Naruto had his early warm-up and taijutsu lessons with Jiraiya, followed by a primitive washwater, soap and a washcloth and breakfast. The two of them would then quickly break camp and head out on the road. A major part of Naruto's education and theoretical skill set was developed while on the road with Jiraiya. The man had an undeniably vast well of knowledge and he made sure to impart bucket loads of it to Naruto. When Jiraiya was not teaching theory or reviewing things his charge had been tasked to read or do, Naruto would try and familiarize himself more with his chakra, something he did when he got bored as well. When they camped for the evening the two would cook up something tasty. After dinner, the pair would delve into their own branch of activities. For Jiraiya this usually consisted of writing in his books, delirious chuckles and laughter often accompanied this activity. Having taken to heart Jiraiya's words on meaningless boredom, Naruto would always plan ahead and have something to do before nightfall. Like practicing taijutsu forms, chakra control exercises, improving his calligraphy, his mathematics or some simple reading. The titles he read would vary: Rhetoric for Beginners, The Origins of Shinobi and Applications of Toxins, Poisons and Acids, to give a few examples. Naruto never developed a true passion for books, but he saw the value in them and he would never say he disliked reading either. When staying in a small village or a city however, the pattern would change. Naruto would sleep in for one, mostly due to Jiraiya disappearing for the vast amount of the mornings. He never revealed what for, even though Naruto asked more than once. These free mornings were a nice respite for him, waking early every day was taxing in the long run. He would often use them to explore the nearby area, whether he was in a rural hamlet or a bustling city. There were always things to see and people to talk to. Jiraiya would usually pop in a bit after noon, the man would normally want a meal before getting around to teach him some more taijutsu. After which followed an hour of theoretical work, a break, then 2 hours of exercise and theory on chakra. After dinner Naruto was left to do with the rest of the day as he pleased. Time began to pass, but that pattern held strong. While it's untrue to say no incident of note ever happened, that pattern would only be slightly altered and added on throughout the years spent on the road. As Naruto aged, his lessons increased in difficulty and complexity. Suddenly he was being taught combat strategy, not geography. Calligraphy was exchanged with few ninjutsu. His taijutsu sessions became increasingly tough and soon enough Jiraiya began to add weapons into the mix. The lessons on chakra theory became more extensive and diverse with each year passing. The days bled into each other and time blurred by. 6 years later. The Hokage of Konoha was in a thoughtful state of mind. He was sitting behind his desk in the Hokage tower while puffing his pipe absent-mindedly. He was apprehensive to be sure, but he also felt expectant. Earlier he had been informed that a rather peculiar duo was en route to the village. A tall white-haired man, easily distinguished as Jiraiya of the Sannin. Accompanying him was a boy, he seemed completely normal and out of place in the presence of the sage. At their set pace they would arrive in 3 days' time. That was the information given to him by the perimeter scouts. It was also the reason behind his introspective state. The Sandaime had long been awaiting the return of his former student and his charge, now that the day was finally upon him he felt excited. The pair had gone completely off the grid almost 7 years ago now, Jiraiya had done so on his orders and after a great deal of convincing. Jiraiya still had his spy system in place, somehow he had found the time for it, which was the only reason Hiruzen had gotten any updates on the two over the years. Both he and Jiraiya had agreed any direct contact should be avoided. Moreover, they had also come to the conclusion that they should mention as little of Naruto as possible in their missives to each other. It left Hiruzen with a very poor understanding of the boy, now, years later. However, if any of those missives had been compromised with valuable knowledge on the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, suffice to say, Hiruzen had not dared take that chance. In this case, it had been better to stay uninformed. When Jiraiya arrived he would have him thoroughly debriefed. Very thoroughly. Naruto would also have to be tested, in more ways than one. Once he had all the necessary information, he would decide on a plan of action, and quickly too. Before events caught up with him. He knew very well that he couldn't hide Naruto's presence in the village from the public for very long. A few weeks at most. But with all the things he had in mind for the boy, hiding him away was not one of them. After all, Naruto was almost always the linchpin in his plans. In what manner and way would become clear by the end of the week, if not sooner. It all depended on the boy himself. How had Naruto matured? His earlier apprehension remained, but an eager anticipation had begun to take shape in him. Whatever the results, things would finally resolve themselves, in one way or another. Certainly, all the variables worried him, but at this point he was simply eager to have it done. Year-old schemes and plans were about to come out of the waterworks. In a few days he would set things in motion. He gave a small chuckle, no one would see this coming. But that out of the way, I urge you to read on. Legacy Ascending. Homecoming. Somewhere in Konoha. Uruno Sakura and her team was at Training Ground 7, doing their usual routine. Something she had come to dread. Sakura was a fairly normal girl, in her opinion at least. She was normal in the way that she had her strengths and weaknesses like everyone else. While she would never admit it to anyone, she could acknowledge it to herself that she wasn't particularly good at many of the practical abilities you usually see in a shinobi. Instead, she was very clever and absorbed knowledge rapidly if given a chance. The problem, she knew, was that cleverness did very little in the field by itself. Glancing over at Sasuke, she could only marvel at his ability, sparring so evenly with Kakashi-sensei. Her teammates were both better than her in a real fight, even though Kasuke had consistently scored worse than her on tests. Sakura knew her limits, the past couple of months had taught her that much. Which was why she was doing push-ups at the moment. Coincidentally, her loathing stemmed from the pain in her arms, improving was just so painful. Not to mention useless. I haven't had any results whatsoever. Shanro. Giving up a set, she crumpled onto the soft grass. This isn't working. I've been doing strength exercises for weeks now. But I haven't gotten any stronger. Okay, the familiar voice of her sensei drawled. Let's call this a day. I have some important news for you. Important news. Despite herself, Sakura found herself curious. Their sensei usually ended their day by simply disappearing in a shunshin. Things Sakura considered highly important was merely trivial to Kakashi, so this had to be grave indeed. Pulling herself together, Sakura walked over to Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke, who was griping for air after their intense sparring. Sasuke stepped into their circle, giving her a slight nod when their eyes met. The boy was fairly tall, but his bland face and brown hair made him forgettable in Konoha. Most children in the village had the same shade of brown hair. He was okay in her books though, not that she would ever consider him a romantic interest. Her heart was only for Sasuke. Well, I guess I should start by telling you I'm proud of how much you're devoting yourself to the team and to your own improvement. I've seen your dedication these last couple of weeks, it's completely different from before. He paused there for a moment and gauged their faces with his single visible eye. Sakura could tell he was about to unravel the big secret. Which is why I've entered you into the upcoming chunin exams. The three students all had surprised reactions, even Sasuke had to blink a couple of times. What? The chunin exams? Kasuke was the first to ask. Yes, normally I would do this a bit differently, but this year will be, well, different. Different how? Sasuke asked from the side, his neutral facade was back in place. Although there was a certain intensity to his eyes which Sakura found very compelling. Well, normally I would only inform you of the exam the day before it begins. This time that's going to be a hopeless endeavor. The rest of the contestants and their Jonin commanders are coming today to get all of the paperwork and whatnot out of the way. The real change to this exam, however, is the scale of it. This year all of the big five will have genin participating. Keeping the exam a secret this time wasn't really an option. With all the foreign ninja coming here, you would have figured it out pretty fast. The dumbstruck silence settled after those words. Sighing softly, Kakashi picked up an orange book intimately known to him. After a moment, Kasuke asked in a small voice. All of them? Yes, I was trying to impress the importance of this exam, the whole affair will set a very big precedent. Kakashi answered, his eyes not leaving the book. So, the 5 big nations are all gathering here, they're gonna be here today. Chunin hopefuls at least, accompanied by their teachers of course. Supposedly, even the cage will arrive to watch the last and final stage of the exam. I guess they are too busy to be bothered with much more than that. Kakashi responded blandly. And we have to fight them. If you choose to participate. Sakura decided to get some actual answers at this point. What will the exam entail then? Explain something for once. Kakashi looked up, giving her one of his trademark smiles. He's so creepy when he does that. Not much I can tell, all you are allowed to know is this. The first stage of the exam will begin next week at noon in the new arena, you can try and participate or not, that's your choice. If you want to give this a try, then everything will be explained there to you properly next week by proctors of the exam. Just be there a bit earlier than noon. Oh, that leaves a lot to be known, how dangerous will this be, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked carefully. The fact that her sensei didn't immediately answer that question sent worrying chills up her spine. Leaving his book for a moment, he began to answer. I'll be blunt, every chunin exam has casualties. Some more than others, just look at how Kiri used to run things. But you already knew that. This year will probably have more casualties than usual because there's a lot more genin contesting. There are of course, safety restrictions placed, and outright killing is always frowned upon, especially when unwarranted. It's a waste of talent. A word of advice, you three. I nominated you guys yesterday because I know you have what it takes to make chunin. You've shown me that already, you just have to prove it next week. If he thinks that's encouraging, he's sorely mistaken. He just told us people usually winds up dead. Kakashi looked them all in the eye before leaving in a shunshin with a last parting word. It's your choice, think it over. Sakura felt as if some of the earlier tension evaporated with their teacher's absence. Well, that was a bomb I'd never have expected. You can say that again, Kasuke concurred. It's a good thing, Sasuke said, a slight smile on his face. There have to be some strong opponents coming, this will be very valuable. I'm sure you'll find a worthy opponent to test yourself against, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said brightly. Seeing a good opportunity, she pounced. Hey, do you want to get something to eat? We could try and come up with some strategies for the exam, she cursed herself for not managing to keep the hope out of her voice. No thanks, I've got other things to do. Sasuke answered curtly before walking away. Rejected. Again. Why would he never say yes? Honestly, I don't know about this. Sakura turned and was surprised to see Kasuke frowning at the spot Kakashi had vanished earlier. What do you mean? Sakura questioned him. Well, it just seems wrong to me. He said, still frowning. I mean, what did we do to get nominated for this? We completed that C rank 2 months ago. No. We just left the client on the road when we figured out he was trying to cheat Konoha. Remember? He deliberately asked for a lower protection detail than what he actually needed. Besides, when those B rank missing nin came at us, you froze just like I did. Sasuke and Kakashi did everything. That made Sakura stumble a bit in her counter-argument. You might be right about that, but we've gotten better lately. Even Kakashi said so. I've been training hard these past weeks, and I know you have too, Kasuke. Sure, we're training hard, as are every other genin trying for this exam. I just don't think what we got will be enough, and you just started taking shinobi conduct seriously a couple of weeks ago. Listen, I just don't think Kakashi is right on this one. Honestly, I can't fathom why he thinks we're even close to ready moving up in ranks. If it was only Sasuke I could understand, but all of us. He's right. Sakura conceded to herself quietly, it actually didn't make much sense. Maybe she'd known it deep down too. She wasn't chunin material, not yet at any rate. Then why was their teacher urging them to compete in something so dangerous? He'd even gone as far as to nominate us, that's what he said. Nothing made sense, Kakashi might be a lot of things weird, impolite, standoffish and perverted, but he'd always help them when they needed it. He and Sasuke both had saved hers and Kasuke's lives on the botched C-rank mission to Wave. So why would he enter them into the exam when it seemed to be such a dangerous event, one where people apparently get killed? Are you not going to enter the exam then, Kasuke? She asked, she wasn't sure if she wanted to enter herself. I don't know. We could always just forfeit if things look hopeless I guess, but what if we get into a situation where submitting won't save us? It could happen if we get unlucky. He shook his head. I have to think on this, maybe hear what the proctor next week has to say. If things look too hectic, I'm gonna stay out of it. It's not worth dying for. I'll be seeing you, at least we have a week to think things over. Kasuke started walking out of the lush forest, leaving Sakura alone with her thoughts at training ground 7. She was in no hurry when she headed home. Her thoughts on Kakashi and the exam kept churning in her head. Later that same day road outside Konoha. The man and his apprentice walked side by side down a stone-cobbled road. The last few hours had been spent walking in a relative silence. Every now and then a blast of air would erupt from the young blonde. It ruffled the older man's clothes, but he paid no mind. His apprentice was merely experimenting, a common occurrence. When the large wooden gate leading into Konoha appeared in the distance however, the man one Jiraiya of the Sannin could not hold in his dismay. A long-suffering sigh was heard. Well, there goes the last scraps of freedom in life, was his dry comment. The apprentice threw him an exasperated yet amused look. Didn't they make a new hot spring here some time ago? I hear they supposedly made the baths communal. The boy informed. Said boy looked to be in his early teens and was dressed in a red and black long-sleeved shirt, a white shorts and a pair of black sandals. He had some distinct features, with his blonde, spiky hair and intelligent blue eyes. In a few years he would likely grow to become rather attractive, otherwise he appeared to be fairly normal. His name was Uzumaki Naruto. There was one other name he had claimed to, but for now, he was just the two former. I'm not falling for something like that again, retorted Jiraiya. Ah, a shame, was Naruto's unapologetic reply. It was getting close to dark outside, the setting sun in the horizon was making a beautiful array of orange and red colors. Looking at the far-off city walls again, Naruto couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement run through him. He wasn't quite sure what to expect returning here, but he knew it was a statement to his progress. His teacher meant he was ready for whatever awaited him. Glancing back at Jiraiya, he noticed how the man didn't look excited in the slightest. He decided to speak up. Please, it can't be that bad, what happened to smile at your pain? And laugh at your despair? Ugh, you don't know. You don't know a thing. First, there's the debriefing, which will take a day if I'm lucky. Then, there's the goddamn meetings, stupid clan heads and council leaders, almost all of them expect me to act with the propriety and the dignity that befits my name. Then there's the paperwork, oh the horror. The paperwork is the worst. And then. You're so melodramatic, sensei. Naruto interrupted mid-speech. And you have no sense for drama at all. Jiraiya quickly countered. I just have taste, that's all. Oh ho, what about earlier? When you stopped experimenting because a few scouts began observing us. That could have been very dramatic, imagine their faces seeing a kid training like that. Why should I tip of that I know elemental manipulation? You're the one who taught me not to reveal my strengths. Yes, you're very cautious. In any case, I honestly doubt any rumor of your fledgling elemental manipulation will go very far. Naruto halted to a sudden stop. Fledgling. A sudden and powerful shockwave of air scattered the many leaves and pebbles on the road away. The trees shook slightly at the force of the wind nature chakra. Several birds took off from their nests, screeching. Jiraiya paused for a moment before he looked over his shoulder at him. So this is tasteful drama then, I take it? He asked smugly. The sudden quip caught Naruto off guard and he struggled to find a good comeback. Jiraiya leered at his hesitance. What happened to all that caution, though? Not to complain of course. It was quite the display of skill and power, I bet the whole station garrison felt it, wouldn't you agree? If possible, the sage was even smugger now. Does it matter? Naruto tried as nonchalantly as possible, he would not lose a battle of wits with his teacher. Unless I'm mistaken, there aren't any scouts around at the moment. The ones guarding the gate will just think the great Jiraiya-sama had an anger tantrum or something. They might have felt it, but unless they have eagle eyes they couldn't possibly have seen me at this distance. Jiraiya's previous smugness melted away into a sour expression as Naruto talked. There might have been a Hyuga. But their Dijutsu activated. Doubtful, I don't think Hyugas normally take guard shifts either. I count this as a draw, Jiraiya said and continued to walk. Naruto shrugged easily, okay. Listen Naruto, I'm going to clear the air with the old man, the faster I get this out of the way, the better. You have what I gave you earlier. That last bit was just paranoid precaution. Of course I have it, how could I have lost it so fast? I can never know with you, you know when to use it. I'll see you later. And with that he disappeared in a shunshin. Looking onward, Naruto felt like hurrying. So he quickened his pace and made it to the gate in short time. Strangely enough, the gate seemed almost vacant. There was a small gatehouse on the inside of the wall, he could spot two dark-haired men with chunin flak jackets. Both had just exited the gatehouse, to greet him he supposed. The security seemed a bit lackluster to him. Was the Konoha Shinobi Corps so confident in their strength? It made little sense to him. A poorly guarded front entrance was more or less an open invitation. Perhaps this served as some kind of a subtle warning, or maybe there were some hidden shinobi in the vicinity. Only two guards seemed oddly neglectful at any rate. Hi. Naruto smiled as the two approached him. The two dark-haired fellows looked at him oddly. The one on the right, with a bandage covering his nose and face in a horizontal line, decided to speak first. Hey yourself. So, what? Your team left you behind or something? Naruto blinked uncomprehendingly. No. I don't have a team. Now it was their turn being confused, a genin without a team? Okay. Well, show us your shinobi license then. Where is your forehead protector for that matter? This was the one on the left, his dark hair went down in a line that covered his right eye. Well, I don't exactly have a shinobi license or a forehead protector. Quick question, how did you figure I was a shinobi and not a civilian? That it irked him a bit. Most of the time he could pass off as an innocent boy when he wore casual clothes, but these guys had figured he was part of a team. If possible, his sudden question after claiming to not have any ID confused them even more. The two shared a subtle look. What are you on about? Civilians aren't allowed outside the gates today, security reasons. You should know that. The left one said, the bandaged man with spiky hair on the right nodded to his comrade's words. Yeah, well, I doubt this guy is from around, Izumo. I'd guess he's… Wait. Naruto interrupted. Why aren't civilians allowed outside today? Is something going on? Yeah, he's definitely not from around. But Kitetsu, if he's supposed to participate, wouldn't he have been told all about the exam? This was the one on the right, Izumo, his brain filled in. The one on the left, Kitetsu, shrugged to his friend's words. Not necessarily, some villages like to keep it a secret, I know Konoha do. Most of the time it's… Okay, hold on. Naruto exclaimed in an attempt to worm himself back into the conversation. You got it right, I'm not from around. So, would you kindly tell me what the heck you're talking about? The two guards turned their attention back on him with condescending looks, the type you give a kid when he wants to be a part of the clearly adult conversation. Naruto gritted his teeth. The chunin exam of course. Okay, Naruto let the word out slowly. Now, try for detail. Izumo began to amend his partner. It's going to be the biggest exam ever held, kid. All of the big five are going to participate. We even had a new arena built just for the occasion, talk about wasting money. Our old one was perfectly fit for the job. You get why we're a bit cranky, right? We've been verifying over 100 different shinobi passing through here today, two guys tried to weasel through. I'll never know why bandits think they can pass off as shinobi. Why are only you two stationed here? Seems illogical to me. Naruto pointed out. I don't know. We were over 30 shinobi here earlier today, as far as I know they're all on escort detail now, accompanying the genin and their teachers. I hear each of the big villages got their own set of apartments, according to a friend of mine pretty girls handed out the keys like they were diplomas or something, sheesh. Oh, I see. Very clever. Both Kitetsu and Izumo looked down at the kid in mild curiosity. What is? He is, the Hokage. Who in their right mind would attack this village right now? It wouldn't just be an attack on Konoha, but on all of the big five, who have all been taken in as honored guests going by your rumors. An unprovoked attack right now, just before this vastly important exam, won't be appreciated by anyone. Yes, it fits. No wonder the old man isn't bothering with more guards at the gate. The two men shared looks again, this time with small frowns on their faces. What was your name again? I didn't say. It's Naruto. Well, Naruto-san, you'll have to tell us your last name too, we're not letting you in otherwise. Yes, you are. Naruto told them in a chipper manner. But another quick question first. Where should I go to find a place to stay with the village so full? Any ideas? Izumo looked at him in pure incredulity, Kitetsu seemed more amused than anything else. The latter spoke up after a short moment of silence had passed. Okay, Naruto-san, I give. Let's say you get past us and inside. I honestly don't know a good place to crash right now if you haven't got the pockets for a hotel. Kitetsu's eyes roamed over his clothes, which were expensive and new. Sure I do, but my stay will most likely be a lengthy one and it seems wasteful. Izumo looked between them like the two of them were both crazy. Can't argue with that logic, maybe you could try and see if there's an extra room where all the foreign shinobi are staying. It's cheaper than a hotel at least. Or you could try and find a place to rent if you're really going to stay for a while. But seriously kid, tell us who you are. We don't even know where you're from. Security is pretty tight due to the upcoming exams, we can't let people through when they won't even say who they are. That's okay, you'll make an exception for me. Naruto said evenly, before he pulled away the sleeve of his right arm in a practiced motion. The two guards had been wary the moment Naruto had moved to unveil something. They were surprised however, when they noticed parts of his arm was painted in black ink. Tiny kanji had been masterfully etched into Naruto's skin, from his wrist and up to his elbow. All of the words and lines had been engraved into him with an efficient minset, with the symbols spiraling around his arm in a sinewy and delicate pattern. Kitetsu and Izumo both stared unabashedly at the strange sight. Naruto paid no mind and carefully grabbed his own wrist. A slight stir of chakra could be felt by a very sensitive practitioner of the art. A small puff of smoke appeared, which Naruto expelled with a wave of his arm. Without further ado, Naruto held out a folded document. Kitetsu took it hesitantly, but with a curious glint in his eyes. It seemed neither of them realized exactly what he had done, or maybe they just didn't know what to ask. Which was fine by him, he didn't feel like explaining it. A few lines were written over the thick and robust paper Naruto had handed them. The two chunin stared at it in confused awe. The red seal proved the document's authenticity. The bearer of this document is on an S-rank mission and has my authority to do as he sees fit. Sarutobi here is in Hokage of Konoha. And B that's impossible. How? Just how? Naruto gave them time to read the lines a few more times before he snapped back the document. He arched an eyebrow when they turned their flabbergasted faces to him. When neither of them said anything other than the same repeated gibberish, Naruto decided he'd spent enough time chatting for one night. Well, thanks for the nice reception, but I think I'll just move on inside. Don't go blabbering about any of this to anyone, the Sandaime won't like it if you do. Slipping past Kitetsu and Izumo whom were both looking at him with incredulous eyes, Naruto walked down the cobbled road leading deeper into Konoha. Looking at the various buildings, he wondered if there wasn't anything good to eat around, he was tired of eating his own sealed food. The next morning Konoha Forest. Naruto woke when he heard something drop to the ground a bit to the side of him. He didn't startle or react, although his body tensed visibly. His hand slipped into the sign of the dog under his sleeping bag, a sign affiliated with wind release. Naruto was about to throw the intruder away with a blast of air when said intruder spoke up with a familiar voice. What happened? Last I checked you preferred a good bed over a patch of grass. Jiraiya sounded chipper, an uncommon occurrence during any morning. Jiraiya was very much a night person. I just happened to enjoy the stars yesterday. Naruto wasn't much for mornings either. After searching for half an hour the previous day, he'd decided to forgo the bed and roof altogether. He'd been too tired to care much either way. Aha, well, the old man wants to see you today, preferably in an hour. I imagine the two of you have a few things to talk about. Yawning, Naruto sat up groggily. It was very early, looking up he could see a few rays of the sun squinting through the tree crowns above him. It was just after sunrise, he concluded. Jiraiya was standing over him, looking down at him from a gnarled tree. I guess we do, should I worry? He asked quietly, feeling sleep deprived. You can never tell with that guy, just remember that you always have a choice, kid. No matter what he's gonna ask, you can always say no. Naruto wasn't too sure about that, but refrained from saying so. They had had that discussion before. So, you think he wants something from me? That much is obvious, just remember you're your own person when you talk to him. Standing up, Naruto stretched, he was still in the same clothes he had worn yesterday. They were rumpled after a night's sleep. Hunching down, Naruto quickly rolled up his sleeping bag. I'll get there, I just have a small detour in mind. Specifically, the hot springs. He wanted a bath. A standard for him after long journeys. Aha, I'll leave you to it then. He said amiably, before jumping of the route he'd been standing on. If you need me, I'll be staying at the Brain Mare. It's in the red light district. Of course it is. Naruto knew better than to comment, however. I'll keep it in mind. he said to Jiraiya, who was already walking out of the small clearing. And don't hide out like this again, the old man had to ask me to find you. I'm not anybody's servant, least of all yours. Naruto gave a non-committal grunt that could have meant anything. A moment later and a slight pop was heard as Naruto sealed away his sleeping bag. The walk to the bathhouse and the following soak was spent introspectively. He had to wonder about the Hokage. Naruto wasn't sure how it would be like meeting the Sandaime again, but he doubted the man would treat him as a long-lost son or nephew returning home. Nor did he desire that. Naruto was a very different person compared to his former self. He had grown on his own merits and had changed irrevocably as a result. He was grateful to the Sandaime, but he would not let that gratitude dictate any of his decisions when the time came to make a choice. He just hoped he would be allowed to make the choice himself. Those thoughts and similar ones buzzed around in Naruto's head as he left the sauna. Now adequately clean and dressed in a new long-sleeved shirt, this one a clear white with a faded pattern of blue teardrops and aquatic animals on it. His pants were an even darker blue, and he walked in a pair of comfortable black shoes, which was a bit more formal than the regular sandals. His hair was slightly damp and had been finger-combed into something that looked halfway stylish, halfway chaotic. Back out on the streets, Naruto's thoughts continued to consume him. He hardly paid any attention to the people he passed or bumped into. Which was out of character for the usually observant boy. What do I do if he poses an ultimatum? Denying him would yield consequences either way, but shaking his head slightly, Naruto abandoned his train of thoughts. More likely than not, this would play out as a warm reunion of sorts at first. Surely the Sandaime would at least wait a few days before he sprung anything on him, good or bad. He was at the Hokage Tower anyways. Stepping inside the foyer, Naruto set out to find a receptionist. He had only taken a few steps before his name was called out. Naruto-san. That is you, correct? Looking to his left, outwardly calm, inwardly surprised Naruto picked out a young female receptionist. He gave the woman a slight nod before moving towards her desk. There were other people in the room, a man in a dark cloak was sitting in a seat, clearly waiting. A couple of chunin were walking down a set of stairs at the back of the foyer. Another receptionist was on the flip side of the open hall, apparently in a very serious and quiet conversation with a rather menacing Kunoichi. He was not in the wrong place. That was for sure. Did you have any instructions regarding me? He asked a receptionist in front of him, a name plaque on her uniform read Hiroko. The Hokage has been awaiting you, Naruto-san, you may enter the office. It was worded as an invitation, but she phrased it as if any other action was simply outrageous. Maybe it was. Would you be so kind as to show the way? He asked politely. Naturally, follow me please. She rose from her seat behind the desk and walked to the back of the foyer, where the stair he had noticed earlier was. Naruto followed her up the stairs and took a glance at Hiroko's good proportions every now and then. He was Jiraiya's apprentice after all, he had not escaped unscathed. Here we are. The door to one of the most powerful men in the elemental nations was surprisingly simple. Just a lacquered brown wooden door. He gave Hiroko his thanks before he knocked. 2 soft raps. After a moment, a voice was heard. Come in. Tentatively, Naruto pushed open the door leading into the Hokage's office. Like the door, the room lacked any sort of indicator that this room was important. The room was moderate in size, and the walls were a simple brown color. There was a number of white canvas hanging equidistantly around the room, a virtue was written in kanji on each canvas. He noticed a shelf of pictures representing the previous Hokages. The wall at the end of the room was made up of several large windows and a glass door leading out to a plateau overlooking the village. The room was oddly humble for someone with the position of Hokage, the tobacco scent in the room only added weight to that observation. For some reason Naruto thought it oddly fitting. Upon entering, he was treated to a sight of the famed professor of the shinobi, his arms crossed behind his back and watching the village from behind the large windows. To Naruto, he seemed like the man from the stories in that moment, dressed in an immaculate white robe and with a traditional Hokage headwear. Naruto closed the door behind him silently. I suppose a greeting is in order. It has been more than a few years since the last time we spoke after all. Welcome home, Naruto-kun. The elderly man spoke with clear and eloquent words, he did not turn away from his view of the village. You may speak freely, this conversation will not be overheard. Thank you. Naruto responded politely, although with a bit of uncertainty. This was indeed less the grandfatherly figure he had been used to as a child and more the Hokage that ruled the village. It left him a bit unsure as to where he stood. Still, there was one thing he had to get off his chest. First of all, I'm very grateful for what you did for me. I realize it probably wasn't wholly for my benefit alone, but I'm still very grateful. I don't know if you've ever second-guessed the decision you made all those years ago, but you should know I'll always be glad things turned out the way they did. The Sandaime Hokage turned his head a bit at that. You're not angry over the fact that you had to spend your early years in solitude and neglect? Naruto stiffened a bit. We're not gonna skirt around this, it seems. His reply, however, was as level and calm as before. No, I'm not mad, precisely. But you do feel a lingering resentment to the people here, correct? The Hokage continued calmly, still observing the village outside. I don't know. I don't spend my time dwelling on the past. Naruto explained. However, I don't have a deep-set hatred for anyone here, if that's what you're asking. I think I can understand even. After the Kyuubi incident, people probably looked for someone to blame. They were scared, and I was an easy scapegoat. Maybe something could have been done differently, but it's pointless going over past mistakes. Besides, I've come to learn that Konoha isn't the only village that prejudices against demon containers. People do it all over the elemental nations, pretty much. He had been many places with Jiraiya, take Tsunagakure for instance. While he never got to meet their Jinchuriki, he became acquainted with a few characters. And, universal for everyone there, was the almost religious fear of one Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto could put two and two together. Jinchuriki are despised and feared almost universally, it seems to be one of the few things people can agree with, whether they're from Iwa or Kiri. To most people, we Jinchuriki are the demons we contain. The Sandaime turned around fully, his eyes looking at him with sympathy. And what would you do to correct this worldwide misconception? Naruto took himself time to think on the question and tried not to be distracted by the odd direction the conversation was going. He was being tested, that much he could ascertain, but in what manner? It's not that people are wrong to think of us Jinchuriki as dangerous. We are. With a Biju taking residence in you, your own state of mind depends on the seal keeping it locked up. Any of us could be really bad off for all I know, driven to madness by our demons. I don't mean to say we aren't dangerous. However, people are looking at the wrong reasons. A person doesn't lose his or her humanity after being sealed with a Biju. When they terrorize and condemn us, they only make matters worse. We aren't the demons we keep at bay. We're the unlucky bastards who got stuck with a crappy job, but in the end we're just people too, and that's what everyone needs to understand. Indeed. Which brings us to the crux of the problem. How would you make it so people can come to your understanding? Hesitation. I don't know. The three words was difficult to squeeze out for Naruto. Hirazen's face was serene, but his eyes were strangely intense. I don't think you can change a collective belief very easily, even if that belief is wrong. Maybe if you would need some kind of catalyst to prove everyone wrong by showing them the actual reality of the issue. If you could get undeniable proof and a means to show it to everyone, then maybe. I don't see how anything like that could be possible though. The Hokage had begun to stroke his chin in consideration of his words. You impress me, Naruto-kun. That was very intriguing thoughts. Naruto dipped his head in response and watched as the older man gingerly sat down in his padded chair. How did I do on your analyses then? A surprised look flew over the old man's face before he broke out laughing. Naruto tried to suppress it, but a slight smile appeared anyway. Well now, you're as clever as Jiraiya said you were. The Hokage spoke after collecting himself. Apologies, I am very aware I have been direct and impolite. I'll freely admit that I was testing you just now, but I was also genuinely curious about your answers. I don't think you lied. In my experience, men tend to lie a great deal more if under pressure. You pressured me just now. To Naruto's dismay, the sentence came out as a question instead of a statement. The Hokage gave a slight smile. Lies also become far more transparent when they come from someone under pressure. You spoke the truth just now, the truth as you saw it, but the truth nonetheless. I see. And he did. Naruto was a few months shy of 13, but in some ways he was far older than that. He knew he was a clever lad, and when he was at his most composed, he could talk people twice his age into walking in circles. Yet, here in this room he felt hopelessly out of depth. The sudden onslaught of strange questions from the professor himself had left him disconcerted. He had expected a few pleasantries exchanged, how have you been? And such. Evidently not. The Hokage must have seen some of his thoughts in his expression, because his next words were eerily similar to his own thinking. I realize this is probably not how you envisioned this meeting. Not really, no. Sarutobi nodded before he gestured for Naruto to take a seat in front of the large mahogany desk. The Hokage started to dig around in the drawers for something. I hope I have not upset you too much, Naruto-kun. Right now, however, I would like to hear how you have been these past years. I heard a great deal from Jiraiya yesterday, but I would like to hear some things from your perspective as well. The Sandaime eased back into his seat, having found an old pipe which he quickly filled with tobacco. Taking the offered seat, Naruto gave the Sandaime a questioning look. My perspective? You have been gone for almost 7 years, Naruto-kun. I'd like to know how it's been like. Tell me of your studies, Jiraiya tells me you are at a very advanced level in Fuinjutsu for instance. Nodding along to the request, Naruto began to talk about his life on the road with Jiraiya. It was odd at first, he had never told anyone very much about himself. Not any truthful things at least. Secrecy had been paramount to Jiraiya, and he had drilled the need for subtlety into Naruto early on. He had always kept his real identity hidden, so it felt strange to be truthful for a change. From there their discussion spiraled into several different topics. Where had he been and what was his impression of the elemental nations? How had his training with Jiraiya progressed? Sometimes they talked about non-consequential issues, but their topics usually swerved back to something purposeful again after a few minutes of idle chat. Over the conversation Naruto noticed how curious the cage in front of him was about his personal thoughts and viewpoints. Naruto never brought up what had happened 5 months ago in Atogakure, and although the Sandaime must have been briefed by Jiraiya, he didn't mention it either. It took nearly an hour, but eventually, the Hokage seemed satisfied. I must say, this conversation has been a real pleasure. But I believe it's time we moved on to more important matters. There is a question I will have you answer for me. I want you to think hard on it, please be completely honest, Naruto-kun. I can do that. Naruto replied levelly and sat up straighter in the leather chair. Do you want to become a shinobi? What? Naruto asked, baffled at the question. But the Hokage didn't repeat himself, he merely looked at him expectantly. Was he serious? What kind of question is that anyways, it's not like I have much choice. It might not look like that to you, but you do have a choice, Naruto. We always have. No, he replied in a level tone, he did not sound like a young boy in that instance. Becoming a shinobi had always been a matter of when for Naruto. I never had much of any choice, I was forced to become a shinobi the moment my father used me in his seal. That is where you are wrong, Naruto. No matter how inconceivable the idea may seem to you. I am fully prepared to have the ID papers of a young civilian boy written out, a child orphaned by the unfortunate incident almost 13 years ago. A new name, a new home. It's something very possible considering no one here knows the real you. You would glide seamlessly into our society here and none would be the wiser. Surprising even himself, Naruto laughed. Oh, that's funny, then what have I been doing these past years? All that training for what so I can defend myself? Be straight with me here. Naruto said, mildly annoyed by the deception. I am being truthful, but you won't accept it. You leaving the village was a desperate move on my part, one I have paid fully in the years after your departure. Realistically speaking, by the end of the year, I am not going to be the Hokage anymore. Seeing the surprise spread over Naruto's face, the Sandaime smiled slightly. What? Did you think I could send our own Jinchuriki on his merry way without any repercussion? That is not the case, my enemy's efforts in deposing me are finally catching up. This chunin exam will in all likelihood be the last I will host. The news had more of an impact on Naruto than he would like to admit. He might be disagreeing with the man at the moment, but he was still a person Naruto admired and looked up to. Maybe even more now, seeing how much getting him away from Konoha had cost. Before he managed to form some kind of reply, the Sandaime continued on undisturbed. Let's not get too sidetracked, you leaving Konoha was important in many ways. Mostly because the environment here was far too toxic for a young child, your solitude in particular, scared me. You were always alone, Naruto-kun. You undergoing training while away was more of a second thought than anything, and I certainly never imagined you to overshoot even Jiraiya's expectations. I've heard his opinions, and I'm more than merely impressed. Ultimately though, your well-being was my priority. Why do you think I had Jiraiya be the one to take care of you? You can be sure it was not because he was easily available, on the contrary, I had to undertake extreme measures in order to get him on board. My safety. Naruto supplied when it seemed like the old man wanted him to speak. Yes, but more importantly, I chose Jiraiya because you needed a fatherly figure. Someone to express warmth around you, which is why I ruled out any of my other subjects. Although many of them would have leapt at the chance to raise our former leader's son, I was never able to ascertain if they could give you more than just protection. Naruto shook his head. That's all very good, but Jiraiya taught me more than just how to defend myself. Did he tell you we finished the entire academy curriculum in the first year away? And we didn't stop there, we just kept going, if anything we amped our pace. You can't pass that off as a second thought, don't even pretend that's not for a purpose. Chuckling quietly, Hiruzen smiled in good humor. I believe you are underestimating Jiraiya here, Naruto-kun. What I instructed was to make sure you could graduate the Genin exam when you came back, in case you wanted to pursue a career as a shinobi. Needless to say, he went above and beyond that. From my understanding, he wants you to be the best you can be. Naruto had no noticeable reaction to the old man's words. Years later, and here we are. Now, would you want to pursue a shinobi career? Conflicting emotions surfaced within Naruto. What did he truly want? Had he ever stopped to actually ponder on that question before? Naruto had never desired the blood-stained life of a shinobi, yet he loved the shinobi arts with a passion. How was he supposed to live his life as anything but the man he had trained so hard to become? Naruto's vibrant blue eyes dulled as he turned introspective. In either case, he had doubts. How could the Sandaime claim to protect him when his reign was about to end? There was just no way. 2 months ago, Jiraiya had warned him about people trying to locate and abduct Jinchuriki. They were a secretive group with a sinister agenda. Naruto had been told to run if he ever saw black cloaks with red clouds. But people like that out there looking for him, declining the Hokage here seemed woefully stupid. I do want to pursue a shinobi career, yes. The old ruler looked beyond pleased at that. Slowly, after shifting the pipe in his mouth around, the man gave him a nod. Naruto, however, wasn't quite finished. I can't live the life you suggested at first, and trying to pretend I can is foolish. It's just not doable. Because of what is sealed inside me, I will never be left alone. Sooner or later I will be forced to fight. The difference in accepting reality is this: I will walk willingly into my fights, and I will walk out alive because I was better. The Sandaime nodded. In that case, there is only one thing for me to ask. How far are you willing to go? As far as it takes. The Sandaime nodded appreciatively. Let me rephrase, what kind of shinobi would you be? A hunter nin? Anbu? A jonin sensei maybe? Do you have any aspirations? The Hokage spoke with his usual calm assertiveness, but the way his hand tightened around his pipe made Naruto think the question was a loaded one. Never really considered that, Naruto lied carefully. I didn't think I would have a formal position in your ranks. Always thought I would be more like a weapon, something to pull out from the scabbard when needed. You give me no credit. Despite the words, the Sandaime was smiling slightly. He noticed how I didn't give a straight answer, not surprising. Very well, I think we have discussed enough for one day. Even so, I will have you return here early tomorrow in order to run you through a number of tests. I want to gauge your abilities properly. I trust you have found a place to stay. Sort of, something more permanent would be appreciated. Some of the participants of the exam receive housing free of charge. Another young man taking up residence would hardly attract much attention. Would you mind some neighbors? I think I can manage. Naruto agreed, and he knew their meeting was over. He rose from his chair in a swift motion. On his way out he couldn't help but throw a glance at the shelf he had eyed earlier. His eyes quickly found the picture of the man he was looking for. Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, reputed slayer of the Kyuubi. He'd never actually seen a picture of him. They really did look alike. Peeling his eyes away, he opened the simple door leading out of the office. Ah, fair warning, Naruto-kun. Now that I know your stance, I intend to have you compete in the exam. Be prepared. Cocking his head to the side, Naruto gave a chill smile not at all fitting on a face so young. Yeah, I kinda figured. And there you have it. I feel okay with this piece. Although, there's a lot of dialogue and info dumping, I feel like I handled it well. It's very much unavoidable to not have these things after long time skips. I tried my best to spice it up and make the dialogue interesting, but you'll have to judge on how well I did that. At least we're mostly up to date now, and we're going to rush into the meat of the story pretty fast. If Naruto feels a lot older than 13 to you, there are many reasons for this, all of which will be explained as the story progresses. Did I surprise a lot of you by having Naruto return to Konoha just in time to participate in the chunin exams? Going by your reviews, most of you seem to think I would have him placed on a genin squad first. The exams will be original, with unique challenges and tasks. I'm really tired of all those generic fics with the exams being done nearly the same way every time. Can't wait to get into this. Two reviews expressed some worry about Naruto's serious personality. To that, I'm just going to say that, well, he's a bit more of a serious person. My Naruto is not constantly soaring cloud 9. That said, he was a bit on edge last chapter. He calms down noticeably in this one. It's not like my Naruto can't relax or laugh at his problems either, he simply hasn't been around anyone his age for the latter half of his life. He's a very mature person for his age. But these are things that I'll make clearer as time goes on. And please remember, Naruto's personality is not set in stone. I intend to have him go through some significant growth and change, although I admit we're still far away from that point. Other than that, Kasuke was also brought up in one review. Specifically, why did I make him so bland and boring? I actually put some thought into Kasuke before I finally decided that in the end, he was an unimportant arc only there out of necessity for the plot. He was fill-in for Naruto in Team 7. I do have an idea with him in mind, and he features in this chapter, but he's not an integral piece of the plot. I made him seem generic to tell you guys. Look, he's gotta be here, but you don't have to take note of him, he will only be a part of the story in a very minor capacity. Anyways, with all of the critique and questions out of the way, let's get into this. On a final note, thank you guys for supporting me with your very nice and helpful reviews. On with the show. Legacy Ascending. Meet the neighbors. Noon Konoha Hokage Tower. Naruto left the Hokage Tower somewhat content with the sluts. It remained to be seen exactly what the Hokage wanted from him. Having him participate in the Chunin exam was in all likelihood just the first move on Hiruzen's part. The Sandaime probably had a specific reason for including him in the exams, it could be he wanted some of the competition eliminated. It wasn't too much of a stretch of the imagination, but Naruto hoped that was not the case. First things first, he had to locate his new rooms. Hiroko, the receptionist from that morning, had stopped Naruto on his way out to hand him a pair of identical keys to his new condo. Which, apparently, was somewhere on the outskirts of the residential district. The privileged Big Five got to share a large apartment complex, while the less recognized villages had to rent their own places. Naruto was hardly familiar with Konoha, but he was used to finding his way around. His thoughts still lingered on the things he and the Sandaime had discussed as he wandered down the cobbled streets of Konoha. People passed him on all sides, some urgently, others without a care in the world. Naruto was aware of their proximity, but at the same time, he hardly took note of them. No one recognized him, not yet. Engrossed as he was in his own thoughts, it was a testament to his awareness that he noticed it. A minuscule chakra flex, it vanished as quickly as it came. Naruto had barely felt it. But he had felt it. That was odd, considering Naruto was not a particularly good sensor. In fact, he was awful. He knew the theory behind the skill well enough, but he simply didn't have the chakra system to be any good at the art. After experimenting with his teacher, Naruto had drawn a few conclusions. Firstly, he could only ever sense Jiraiya use moderately powerful techniques, anything below B ranked was nigh on impossible for him to detect unless it had an unusually large chakra drain. Secondly, his chakra sensing capabilities had a very limited range. If Jiraiya stood a good stone throw away, Naruto could only get a feel of Jiraiya if he used the most zapping techniques in his arsenal. But that taken into consideration, Naruto was equal parts wary and curious to realize someone was channeling rather large amounts of chakra in the vicinity. His head swiveled around only to stare straight into one of the many wooden buildings that dotted Konoha. The source was either somewhere inside or on the other side of the building. Naruto's curiosity won out. He walked up to the house and through some agile climbing, he was able to reach the rooftop without any chakra usage. Although good sensors were exceedingly rare, Naruto figured he had nothing to lose in being careful. He didn't want this mystery person to get the beat on him before he did, so he refrained from using any chakra. He didn't expect a fight, of course, but this was how he'd been trained to operate in unknown areas and situations, and this qualified. Naruto decided to cloak his chakra presence before moving up ahead. Eliminating his presence was one of the few things that had taken a long time for Naruto to get a good grasp of, and it still made him uncomfortable when he used the trick. It even became painful if he kept using it over a long period of time. Shrinking your chakra presence was something Naruto likened to squeezing down on a foam ball with as much force as possible in order to make it smaller. His foam ball just happened to be ridiculously large and it really didn't like staying small. Hence the pain if he kept the technique going for more than a few minutes at a time. He would manage this just fine though, no sweat. The curious boy took a few silent steps towards the edge of the roof and hunched down to take a good look. Huh, interesting. A few minutes earlier nearby. Kasuke, what are you doing here? Haruno Sakura asked, slightly surprised to find her teammate standing in front of three kids who looked like they still belonged in the academy. Upon hearing his team's only female member, Kasuke turned around. Oh, hi Sakura. It's these kids won't leave me alone, this small fry in particular. Kasuke nodded at the tallest of the three. A boy with dark hair clothed in a silly cape and hat. He says he has to defeat me in order to become strong enough for the Hokage title. That's right. I have to defeat lots of people in order to get strong. Yelled the young boy. And since you refuse to, I'll make you fight me. With that, the caped boy jumped at Kasuke, who was so surprised that he forgot to put up a guard. As a result, Kasuke got a hand smacked in his face. A set of small fingers snatched at his forehead protector and actually managed to yank it off him. The kid jumped away hurriedly before posing with the headband waving around. The small boy grinned victoriously at Kasuke before saying, "My name is Konohamaru and I'll be Hokage someday, you know." Staring at the boy incredulously, Kasuke became annoyed. "Did you just take my forehead protector? Ha, if you want it back, then you have to fight me for it." Konohamaru grinned again, as if he'd already won their supposed fight. Then he turned on the spot and ran down an alleyway, his two friends right at his heels. "Wait up, Konohamaru-kun." Mugi shouted. "Yeah, wait up." Yuden added in. Looking back at Sakura, Kasuke asked silently if it just happened. The pink-haired girl had a hard time hiding her smile. "Let's go after them, we can't have you get into trouble for losing your forehead protector so close to the exam," Sakura said, trying to act mature. Grateful, Kasuke followed her when she jogged after the 3 academy students. Luckily, they only had to cut a single corner to find them. Unluckily, the situation the two of them stepped into was not a good one. "Let me go, you big brute," yelled Konohamaru, still clinging tightly to the forehead protector even as he was dangling by the fabric of his cape. The offender was a boy over twice Konohamaru's size. Konohamaru's 2 friends stood at the side, looking on in fright. "Brute," says the pipsqueak crudely, "running into me," said the large teen. For all Sakura and Kasuke could tell, he really was big and brutish. He wore black slacks with a dark hooded cowl. To go with this imposing look, he had painted dark purple lines across his cheeks and beneath his eyes. Additionally, he had a large bandaged object strapped to his back as a backpack. "Leave the kid be, Kankuro, we're not here to mess with snotty brats," said a haughty blonde-haired girl who had been standing off to the side. She was pretty, Kasuke thought, with her hair done up in 4 buns at the back of her head. Although she had told her friend off, she was nonetheless eyeing Konohamaru with clear distaste. Then the big guy, Kankuro, noticed the 2 Konoha genin coming to a stop in front of them. "Boy, don't you teach your kids any civility around here?" he questioned them in a gruff voice, now completely ignoring the struggling Konohamaru. "We don't manhandle children when we think they did something wrong," Sakura said in a surprisingly quiet and level voice. Looking at her, Kankuro frowned. "How else would you discipline them?" he asked condescendingly, but also with an undertone of genuine curiosity. "You're here for the exam, right?" Kasuke asked. He had been scared to voice any immediate objection, but Sakura's clear stance had given him some courage. Looking at Kankuro's forehead protector, he realized it had the symbol of Suna engraved on it. "I don't know how you do it out in the desert, but in Konoha, hurting a child is unacceptable." As it turned out, that was the wrong thing to say. Kankuro's face suddenly darkened. Konohamaru quickly stopped all of his attempts to squirm out of the older boy's grip. "The fuck are you on about? I'm holding him by his silly cape. How is this violence? If I wanted to be violent, he'd be far worse off." Slightly intimidated, both Kasuke and Sakura became quiet. "Is this really how you raised them here? I thought Konoha was supposed to be one of the stronger villages out there, this is disappointing." "Just let him down, and we'll all go our separate ways," Kasuke tried to reason. He didn't want to admit it, but the big Suna boy scared him. Surprisingly, the blonde Kunoichi supported him, although in a very roundabout manner. "Let's just go, Kankuro, we have to get to the apartments at any rate." Looking over at his teammate, Kankuro considered her words, he didn't want to anger his sister. "But this could be good practice, Tamari. Some insight into our competition wouldn't hurt." At this, Kankuro directed a rather savage smile at Kasuke and Sakura. Then a sharp and sudden pain sprung up in his wrist, he dropped Konohamaru and automatically clutched his arm. Konohamaru rolled and hobbled over to his 2 friends. Both sides of the gathered crowd was surprised when a figure suddenly landed in between them with trained poise. Uchiha Sasuke glared at the 2 foreign shinobi in front of him, he flipped a stone in the air and caught it smoothly. "You know, if you want to fight, you should try goading someone actually worth fighting." "Thanks, Sasuke." No one picked up Kasuke's dry comment. "Ah," Kankuro laughed. "I hope you can do more than throw stones." "You'll find out in a minute," replied a confident Sasuke, who was already amped for a fight. "Ugh, all this testosterone is making me nauseous," said a disgruntled Tamari. Sakura silently agreed. "Indeed, sister. Our idiot sibling has a habit of diving into trouble head first," a quiet and coarse voice proclaimed. Sakura and Kasuke stared wide-eyed as a red-haired boy appeared between his 2 teammates in a small whirlwind of sand. This new addition to the steadily growing crowd had a pair of dark-ringed eyes that readily told you he would kill a puppy if it so much as looked at him wrong. "Kankuro, cease with your nonsense, or die." "Ah, yes, of course." The rapid turnaround in behavior left some of the Konoha residents slack-jawed. However, it was not just Kankuro. Tamari had become pale and was looking away from her red-haired teammate determinedly. Somehow, Kasuke didn't think the Suna kid was making idle threats. "HMPH, I'll get a chance to fight you during the exam, I suppose," Sasuke said, disappointed to see his opponent so meek all of a sudden. "And you are?" asked the newest arrival, his voice void of any emotion. "Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you?" "Tsubaku no Gara. I will enjoy killing you, I think." Taken aback, Sasuke considered his would-be killer more closely. He didn't look very athletic or impressive, actually, the only concrete thing this Gara had going for him was a sinister aura of sorts. The gourd on his back probably had some purpose, but Sasuke couldn't see how it could be of any use in a fight. He wagered he could take out this guy in a few moves or so. Gara snorted, but it was not out of amusement. "Whenever I threaten, it's always the same with you confident types." First, you get confused or angry, then you begin thinking, you start to consider whether I'm capable or not, eventually, you come to the inane conclusion that I'm bluffing or that I'm simply overconfident. That pattern never fails. Please, indulge me. Mother is hungry. It occurred to Sakura then that this boy was actually not wholly sane. Suddenly afraid again, Sakura unconsciously positioned herself in front of Konohamaru and his two friends. Gaara gave her a cold look, that's also a very frequent reaction. He noted disdainfully. I don't really buy it. Sasuke stated. Give me your best attack and we'll see if you have some actual prowess to back up all that talk. A sudden quiet enveloped the assembled group. Sakura looked at Sasuke in worry even as she was cheering him on in her head. Sasuke for his part was annoyed that his teammate couldn't walk away from anything remotely resembling a fight. Both Kankuro and Temari quickly lost their initial shock at the bold declaration, they now looked at Sasuke as if he was already dead. Prowess? Does that even matter? What matters is that I have power, more so than you do, Uchiha Sasuke. Your idiotic challenge is accepted. You have only yourself to blame for your death as you were the one to challenge me. Removing your existence will be gratifying. DCH, like I said, give me your worst. Despite the contemptuous reply, Sasuke was staring at Gaara with an unusual intensity. He was excited, Sakura realized with a slight exasperation. Why do boys only think about fighting? Shanaro. Gaara raised his right arm and both siblings immediately moved several feet away from him. You guys back up a bit too. That was Sasuke. Sakura complied hurriedly and ushered the three academy students back down the cobbled street. Sasuke walked with them without taking his eyes of the two figures facing each other down. A small halo of sand was now swirling around Gaara and Sasuke stood ready to jump into action. Suddenly, the lid on Gaara's gourd popped open and thick streams of sand slithered out with an alarming speed. Concerned, Sasuke jumped backwards when he saw the sand speed after his legs. This was not just some kind of earth manipulation, but something else entirely. Does he have some kind of Kekkei Genkai? Then, the sand blurred past Sasuke with a ridiculous speed before mauling him in the back with enough strength to propel him towards Gaara and right into a large fist of sand, who promptly closed itself around the young boy in a killer squeeze. The horrified spectators heard several groaning pops. Frowning slightly, Gaara released the death grip and was unsurprised to see the splintered remains of a thick log fall to the ground. Sasuke appeared several meters away from Gaara and his deadly sand-made appendages, but not wholly unscathed, he had a clear limp and a grimace in place. Despite that, Sasuke seemed more focused on his enemy than his own well-being. You can freely manipulate sand. Yes. Please die now. Was Gaara's cold response. The swirling sands began to coalesce into a hand twice as large as Sasuke, who quickly realized he had to dodge and find some way to distract Gaara long enough to close their distance. He was confident he could end the cocky redhead if he got in close. Sasuke jumped away hurriedly, funneling chakra to his legs in order to amp his speed. He intentionally jumped early in order to dodge with a good margin, so Sasuke was astounded when he felt the air at his side buffet before the sand construct slammed into the spot he had just been standing in. Sakura gasped loudly at the near hit, while Sasuke paled as the seriousness of the duel in front of them really hit home. Hey, you. Sasuke poked Konohamaru, but not sharply. When he got the young boy's attention he told him in a very serious tone. Take your friends and find someone, like a Jonin or a chunin, anyone who can stop them. Konohamaru, surprisingly, did not need any convincing and quickly took his friends by the neck before bolting away. Meanwhile, Sasuke had been able to deduce two things. 1. The sand under the Redeed's control was definitely a whole lot faster than he was. 2. The bastard was really trying to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke decided to go all out as well. A deep red color overtook his normally dark eyes and a single black tomo swirled into life in each eye. Acting quickly, Sasuke dashed to the side and dodged two sneaky tendrils of sand in the course of the action. When a wave of sand approached him from the direction he had been running in, Sasuke made a split-second decision to jump away. Indecision got you killed. That was one of the few things he'd learned from sparring with Kakashi. It was important to make a move and then commit to it. Any hesitance in the field would get you killed, eventually. This time unfortunately, Sasuke's attempt to stay a step ahead of his opponent backfired. Gaara immediately struck with all of his appendages against the now airborne Uchiha. The raven-haired boy didn't have time to regret his earlier move, instead he spun around in the air and kicked down with his leg against the closest of the intercepting sand creations. Sasuke had hoped to use the kick as a way to launch himself away from the imminent danger, instead, his foot was absorbed into the sand. Effectively stuck. Recognizing the danger he was in, Sasuke adeptly put his hands together in order to use another Kawarimi. However, just as he was about to finish the last sign, a vein of sand grabbed his wrist away which ended the jutsu prematurely. Sasuke hit the ground roughly before another two appendages enveloped his last free limbs. Slowly, they began to pull him down the cobbled street. Sasuke struggled violently with a panicky need to get free. It proved futile, and a very real fright began to well up in him as Gaara dragged him towards an impending death. Wait. A shaken Sakura shouted out and she took several shaking steps forward. You won. What are you doing to him? Tsubaku no Gaara looked up from his squirming prey, the gaze he gave Sakura was enough to make her stumble. Why do you care? He asked in his gravelly voice. Why? Why wouldn't we? He's our teammate. Our friend. Sakura cried, she was very close to actual tears at this point. Kasu quickly moved up to her side and nodded fervently to her words, too scared to voice his own thoughts. Both Kankuro and Temari stood several meters away and watched the proceedings stoically from the shadows of a tall brick wall. Gaara's hard gaze did not soften as Sakura spoke. Instead, it intensified. How inane. Friendship. Are you willing to die for your friend, then? He challenged me, and as the victor, taking his life is not only my choice, but my right. Brad welled up in Sakura as the cold words from the foreign boy hit her. But why would you? Sakura's next words died in her mouth when she saw sand swirl and coalesce into a sharp lance above Gaara. The tip was aimed straight at Sasuke, who immediately paused his struggling to look up at the cone-shaped spear of sand with wide eyes. His single Tomo Sharingan saw no escape from this. Then no. No, don't do this. Sakura screamed hysterically. She tried to run and position herself between Sasuke and Gaara, but Kasuke grabbed hold of her from behind to restrain her. She couldn't get out of his grip, much as she tried. Angry and desperate, Sakura gave the two Tsunagenin in the background a harsh glare. And what are you two doing? Are you just going to stand there and watch him do this? Sakura shouted at them, all the while trying to kick and scratch her way out of Kasuke's grip. Sakura was surprised when the girl with the odd pigtail hairstyle took a hesitant step forth. Oh oi, Gaara, don't you think you've made your point now? You won, you always do. You don't have to kill anyone. He's just a kid, he didn't know any better. Despite her own insecurity, Temari was doing her best to hold up a brave front. Be quiet, Ni-san, or I'll kill you too. The sentence was said in the same cold and uncaring manner. Temari gasped inaudibly, and her eyes widened a fraction in surprise and fear. She took a step backwards and looked away. Kankuro put a hand on her shoulder, but she shrugged it off. Sakura was shocked at Gaara's casual threat to his teammate and, apparently, his own sister. He's evil. She concluded, and surprisingly, that knowledge calmed her somewhat. At least she understood Gaara's bloodlust now. There's no reason for this, we didn't fault him somehow. He's just insane. Well then, it's time you died, Ichiha Sasuke. She's getting impatient. No. Wait. Sasuke shouted from his incapacitated position. I have to do something, you can't kill me yet. There is something that I have to accomplish. Gaara ignored him. A slight wave of his pointer finger had the hovering lance of sand launch forward in a burst of speed. Sakura screamed, and Sasuke watched the spear approach with an odd feeling of detachment. Really? Is this it? Was his exact thoughts right then? It happened in the span of a second. A figure appeared in the projectile's path and struck out with an open palm. Everyone became dumbstruck when a loud shockwave of air ripped the spear's composition apart. Tiny grains of sand scattered around by the resulting gusts of wind. Everyone stared unabashedly at the unknown figure. He was blonde and stood across of Gaara, whom he was considering with a pair of clear blue eyes. His attire was pretty casual. A white long-sleeved shirt with some obscure patterns, dark blue pants and a pair of black laced shoes. His hair was a spiky mess that somehow fit him very well, but the bangs that fell just short off his eyes hinted to some vanity. Tsubaku no Temari frowned and sharpened her gaze at the powerful display of wind manipulation. That was no jutsu, he somehow created that much pressure through only raw nature manipulation. Back in Suna, the pigtailed girl experienced a certain level of fame due to her unusually good grasp of the wind release. Many considered her a prodigy at the art, which was why she was known by the title of Wind Mistress in Suna. Because of those talents, she could analyze and appreciate the blonde boy's skills far more thoroughly than anyone else present. What stumped her was the way he had done it. With no hand signs, with no specified jutsu in mind at all, just raw wind chakra expelled with great force. She was impressed, of course, she could only do minor things with her wind chakra unless she used signs or her battle fan like putting out a candlelight. But the question in her remained, how? The boy's method was very cumbersome in the way that it was so chakra intensive and ridiculously difficult. She had no idea how much training he had gone through in order to reach such a high wind affinity. He wasn't even all that old, he looked to be just a year or two shy of her own age. Despite the impossibility of it, Temari really wanted to learn how to do it. To have the wind beckoning at your fingertips seemed so wonderfully useful and liberating. She was brought out of her own mind when her violent sibling came to himself. Just what? Gaara spoke up menacingly. Do you think you are doing? I don't know, was I doing anything? Was the quick and level reply. Gaara stared at the blonde, now completely flummoxed. One moment, I'm just gonna cut this guy loose. Huh? Gaara stared as his opponent turned around and bent down in front of the held-down Sasuke. Wait, his opponent turned his back to him. What? Naruto molded some wind nature chakra and cut away Gaara's sand-made limbs from Sasuke's form. Kasuke openly gaped at the sheer indifference the blonde-haired person displayed, and Sakura was not far from emulating him. Both Kankuro and Temari simply stared unblinkingly at the blonde, baffled at the complete lack of wariness. As Naruto removed the last restraint, he gave Sasuke a look that clearly said get up to Uzumaki, then rose up to face Gaara again, who had been too dumbstruck to even consider attacking, while Naruto had exposed his back. Are either of you going to insist on fighting anymore? Naruto asked the two boys. Sasuke, who had just gotten back on his feet, eyed Gaara with tight-set eyes. He tried to kill me just now, I can't let that slide. Remove yourself. Gaara glared at Naruto. I will kill you afterwards. Sakura was about to interject several words of her own, but she swallowed them when Naruto spoke up. Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha's last living member of the famed Sharingan-wielding clan. Sabaku no Gaara, son of the Yondaime Kazekage. Are either of you aware of the consequences this little spat of yours could have? Both boys stilled slightly, and they turned to look at him. Why should I care? Gaara asked uncaringly. Naruto didn't miss a beat at the cold and unconcerned voice. Well, in the event that you kill Sasuke, how do you think the Kazekage will try to appease Konoha? In the most likely scenario, the Kazekage will just hand you over to the top brass here in order to stave off war. I hear he's not exactly very fond of his youngest son. Gaara showed no outward sign to Naruto's words, save for a slight crease that appeared between his eyes. Even so, why do you care? This is none of your business. The slight pause. Naruto's next words, while not cold, were considerably chiller in comparison to his earlier tone. It sure is, I'm a meddlesome person, you see. Once the Chunin exam begins, there's going to be a whole lot of bodies piling up unless I find a way to stop Gaara. Naruto realized. Gaara continued to stare at the weird boy with bloodshot eyes. Gaara couldn't understand him, all his life, people had always been fearful of him. This one wasn't, and it was making him anxious. And if he wasn't, so be it, mother's hunger was getting unmanageable. This boy would fear him soon enough. You two can finish this in the arena, there's no point in making a mess here. Sasuke looked reluctant to back down, which was pure idiocy of course, but Naruto kept himself from thumping him. Don't you owe me a debt now, Uchiha-san. At least back down when I tell you to. Naruto pointed out when the dark-haired boy continued to stare at Gaara with intense eyes. The Uchiha did as he was told when that unpleasant fact was made apparent to him. Ugh, as long as he doesn't demand anything too ridiculous, I guess I can manage. He did save my life, after all. Meanwhile, Gaara prepared to lash out at Naruto's distracted form, but it was not to be. What's happening here? A pair of Chunin appeared some way down the street. We've got a witness report saying a fight was taking place here, a life and death scenario. Naruto stepped forward with a practiced walk and gave the two nondescript shinobi a confused smile. Life and death. Really? Well, no harm done here. Just a bit of pre-exam nerves getting out. The two stopped and shared a suspicious look. Is that so? It is. What did you hear anyways? Wait, don't tell me it was the 3 academy students. They did seem a bit scared by some of the jutsu we practiced. Naruto's question devolved into a series of mutterings, which the two Chunin caught easily. Their eyes scoured the street and the face of every person there thoroughly, before both left with a last parting comment to practice elsewhere. Naruto received a few looks again. What? He asked, slightly affronted. A shinobi has to be able to lie convincingly, that's one of the first things we're taught, right? A small scoff came from Sasuke, who was eyeing Naruto with both gratitude and annoyance at the same time. Find me when you want your favor cashed in. He said simply, before he turned around to leave. I suggest you two follow him. Naruto told the two Konoha genin. They followed his advice quickly. The pink-haired girl even thanked him for saving her teammate, which was an appreciated gesture. Pink girl +1. But that out of the way, he turned towards the Suna genin, whom were already receding away. Naruto quickly walked up to them. Well, let's get going. I for one want to leave this street. He spoke up from behind the 3. You're not coming with us. Temari had initially spoken up to deny him. However, once Naruto swiveled his cerulean blue eyes at her, the statement turned into something more along the lines of a question. Yes, I am. Naruto proclaimed confidently. And Gaara, if you're planning to kill me. Quitted. Gaara looked at Naruto in surprise, while his siblings glanced betwixt the two of them warily. He felt my bloodlust earlier. Gaara guessed. I will wait until the exam. The redhead lied effortlessly. He was also a good liar, mostly because he had no moral dilemma in doing so whatsoever. Good, because, truth be told, I have an ulterior motive in wanting to go with you. The three Suna shinobi straightened, intrigued as to what this mysterious and quirky genin could have as a motive to go with them. They couldn't imagine his intentions. You see, I need to find these apartments everyone's talking about. Two sets of blinking eyes and a dead stare was the response to that. Kankuro was the first to vocalize his surprise. You're joking, right? Ah, so this is the place. Not too shabby. Naruto and the three Suna siblings stood in front of a three-story apartment complex. It was brand new and it showed in the gleaming glass-paneled walls. Whereas most of Konoha's buildings were simple in nature and usually built with wood, the block almost looked a bit out of place with its metallic sheen and glass panels. The discrepancy wasn't too noticeable however, since the building was placed very remotely on the outskirts of the village. How come no one told you about it? You have a team leader, right? He should have briefed you. Tamari asked curiously. Her brothers walked at her side in silence. I'm a bit of a special case in that regard. Naruto responded carefully, fully aware of how unsatisfactory that answer was. He was pleased that the girl had taken to ask a few questions though. She and Kankuro had both acted very meek during the admittedly short walk to the apartments. Gaara seemed to have that effect on them. Honestly, the three of them were more dysfunctional than a drunk Jiraiya surrounded by pretty girls. Well, maybe not that bad. Where's your room, then? Naruto asked. He really did want to know where the three stayed, but he also wanted to divert some attention away from himself. Years of hiding in plain sight had made Naruto a closed-off person. Secrecy was as much a habit as it was a precaution for Naruto. Up the stairs. Tamari answered after having taken a quick peek at Gaara first. She then pointed towards a set of stairs that led to the second story of the building. It's the door farthest down the corridor. The foursome ascended the stairs together, but Naruto stopped when he came to a door with a big 9 affixed to the wall. The others stopped when they noticed Naruto's sudden halt. Gaara frowned in annoyance at the delay, while Tamari and Kankuro looked at him in curiosity. Naruto paid them no mind. He had a hunch. A nimble hand quickly dug up the keyring he had been given earlier that day. A set of identical keys hung from the chain, but also attached was a round blank coin. He flipped it around and was pleased to see the number 9 on it. Naruto couldn't help but to give a small snort, mildly amused. The old man was probably having a laugh right about now. Number 9. Really? He turned to the others, who were looking at him in polite confusion. Save for Gaara, who was now standing outside number 7, 2 doors away. The Suna Jinchuriki was glaring at him. Found my flat. Naruto declared with a notably more forceful smile. Looks like we'll be pretty close neighbors. Gaara's oppressive stare did not lessen in the slightest. That confirms it. My new and psychotic neighbor wants to murder me. Great. He coughed slightly and opened his door. So, I guess I'll be seeing you guys around then? He asked in an attempt at politeness. Kankuro gave him a stiff nod and Tamari forced a smile. Naruto walked into his apartment with a small wave at the three. Ugh, awkward. Naruto leaned into the door behind him, decidedly relieved to be away from Sabaku no Gaara. The Ichibi Jinchuriki was even worse off than he'd already assumed. The fact irked a nerve in him, were there no decent Fuinjutsu specialists in Suna? Arg. In any case, I have to find a way to get a good look at his seal. It could be faulty or deteriorating for all I know. He would have to be quick about it too, something about the rings under Gaara's eyes told him the boy could literally snap and lose at any passing day. The real question however, was why did Suna send a clearly unstable Jinchuriki to the exams? Konoha and Suna were allies. It made no sense. Naruto shook his thoughts away and instead appraised his new quarters. The place was going to be his base of operations for the foreseeable future, it was only prudent to take a tour. He took off his footwear in the small hallway and put them on a nearby footrest before he strolled into the living room. A nice 3-seater couch was pushed into the farthermost corner and an oak table was in front of it. A TV faced the seating arrangements, ready to be turned on by the controller on the table. The kitchen was fully equipped to make a good set of meals and the means to serve them. The 4 bedrooms necessary to house an entire genin squad and their team leader were compact and cozy, with a view over the truly massive forest Konoha kept mostly untouched. Inside the bathroom laid the expected necessities and not much more. What impressed Naruto was the study he found. The mahogany desk and the comfortable armchair were of a luxurious quality and they would come in handy during long nights of studying and experimenting. After fully exploring the apartment, he decided to get a bit settled in. He pulled up his sleeves to unseal some of the equipment and belongings he always had on him when traveling. Naruto held up his tattooed right arm and smiled a bit as his Fuinjutsu utensils appeared on the living room table in a small smoke cloud. Naruto had originally gotten the concept idea after Jiraiya had explained the theory behind how the 8 trigram seal worked. The seal that kept the Kyuubi locked away inside of him. If you could seal a Biju into a person, shouldn't it be possible to seal things into them as well? Spurred on by the thought, Naruto had begun experimenting on his own. In principle, it had seemed like an easy conversion, although it struck him as odd that none of his books even mentioned the concept. Not even Jiraiya knew of a Fuinjutsu scheme that could do what Naruto wanted. It turned out to be anything but easy. He spent months working on that project before he finally ended up in the right ballpark. As it turned out, Naruto had been wrong to assume that you could seal objects into people the same way you would seal a Biju. The 8 trigram seal on his belly was a masterpiece, yet it had no physical anchor. In fact, his late father's seal only appeared whenever he used chakra. That was part of its purpose. Its function was to keep an amalgamation of chakra sealed away, and the Uzumaki clan had realized that designing a physical seal was unnecessary. Through their genius, they had made a seal that didn't rely on any physical limitations. If he smudged a line in one of his exploding tags, it quite simply wouldn't work. The 8 trigram seal didn't have any lines to smudge, heck, even if he got stabbed in the gut, it would still work. The seal operated purely on chakra, and Naruto had been foolish to use the same application in his attempts to seal physical objects into a person. After coming to this realization, he began experimenting with refueled vigor. Eventually he came up with a prototype. The present-day result was an outcome after many sleepless nights tinkering over the finer technicalities of the seal. Put simply, Naruto could seal stuff into himself. Plural. 1 object per spiral, and he had 6 twisting spirals corkscrewing up his right arm. At least at the moment, fortunately he still had a bit of arm left to go. The choice to outline the seal the way he did had seemed natural to Naruto, simply because it conserved a lot of space. Jiraiya had praised him for the design. It was one of the few seals ever made to work on something else other than a completely flat surface. Jiraiya called it a spherical design and told Naruto that he had only seen something similar a handful of times before. The final effect looked surprisingly good. Each of the symbols etched into his arm were tiny, but Jiraiya, once he had explained the theory and gotten the man on board, had drawn them masterfully. How the symbols sometimes seemed to dance across his arm fascinated Naruto. A trick of the light, of course, but it still caught his eye every time it happened. The blonde sat down and channeled some more chakra into one of the seals, and a dark gray combat attire flopped onto the floor. The custom-made outfit had a small hip compartment with some basic Fuinjutsu equipment, and the traditional shinobi pouch stored with projectiles was attached to the right pant leg. The cloth was lightweight and gave Naruto some flexibility, although it did little in the way of protecting him. The outfit also had numerous pockets, which Naruto had found to be very handy in the field. He unsealed another spiral, and a tanto appeared in his hand. He held it up, and a small chakra-conductive knife shone in the light with a menacing gleam. He vividly remembered his first and only kill. A single sweep of the tanto, its sharpness amplified several times with his wind chakra, had done the job. The kill had been instant. Even so, it had felt off somehow. Not wrong, but not right either. Despite having already become a competent shinobi in his own right, Naruto wasn't sure how he was supposed to react to killing. He felt no guilt or sadness when he thought about how the man had bled out in front of him. But there had been something to it, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Naruto hated the topic of killing, despite it being such a big part of his work. It was a necessary act from time to time, but he disliked to think about who got to decide when and where. Killing was a moral minefield, impossible to navigate, and Naruto probably hated that more than the actual killing. There was never a clear answer, and that was what irked him about it. Naruto sighed and looked at the time. It was late afternoon. He had to be ready for whatever test the Sandaime had in mind. He unsealed another spiral, and a custom-made wakizashi sprung into his hand. Tomorrow was going to be an exciting day. Now. Read. Legacy Ascending. Emergence of Talents. When Naruto arrived at the Hokage office the next morning in his shinobi attire, he wasn't too surprised to be taken away for a walk. Apparently, the Sandaime had a particular location in mind for the day. The fact that the entrance to this place was in the backroom of an unfrequented shinobi-only bar was only fitting, he supposed. Not to mention secretive. This seems very shady. Naruto pointed out as he and the village leader descended flights of worn stairs. Because it is. Hiruzen replied evenly. They were alone, and he knew it was no use keeping Naruto in the dark. He would find out eventually. Oh, how come? Naruto questioned, interest piqued. Well, you will not find these facilities in any records, Naruto, they do not exist on paper. Naruto would have normally commented here, but he realized the Hokage was not done explaining. You see, a rather powerful and secret faction of Konoha's spy network works here, led by my former teammate, Danzo Shimura. When I say Konoha's spy network, I am being literal, they do not answer to me, but to Danzo. He is the leader of Root. Root? Naruto repeated quizzically. The stares down did not stop. Their name, it's symbolic supposedly. The proud trunk that supports the leaves of Konoha is the shinobi core. Root, however, lies in the shadow of the tree. Naruto finished for him. Very good. The Sandaime smiled encouragingly. Danzo thinks my rule is too soft, on occasion he takes matters into his own hand. He has always tried to keep Root hidden from me. I only discovered its existence a trifle few years ago. And it's only a few months ago that I was able to establish a working relationship with Danzo again. Working relationship? Isn't what he does down here high treason? In almost every aspect, yes. I can tell you right now that he also practices several unsavory policies down here. However, I do not have the political ammunition to take down Danzo. For some reason it seems like he has every influential and important person in his pocket just when he needs them the most. An odd thing to say, I know, but it is still the truth. Besides, he has his uses. The Hokage robes continued to swish against the hard stairs as they descended the last few steps. They walked ahead into a dimly lit corridor. Two black-clothed figures appeared behind them, both armed with an Ichigatana. They impressed Naruto, but the Hokage appeared unbothered. So, instead you made some sort of truce with him? Naruto tried to get back to the conversation. In a way. We have an understanding, and we can agree on certain things. He quickly consented when I asked for an out-of-the-way training facility on the condition that he could participate. The Sandaime gave Naruto a concerned look. He knows about you unfortunately, so there is no point in trying to conceal you. Naruto only shrugged and followed Hiruzen when they took a right turn. The Root personnel remained in their shadows. Naruto, however, was concerned about something else. What exactly will you have me do today? Well. Physical tests, a full rundown of your taijutsu, some theory, a few combat scenarios. Your ninjutsu will also be scrutinized, as well as your chakra control and elemental manipulation. Okay. Naruto responded stiltedly, not sure if he was happy about revealing his kit. The place itself was giving him a mild case of claustrophobia. You will also be given a few mental exercises to practice, not to mention some theoretical tests. I need to know how much you know. In any case, expect to be exhausted when we leave. Naruto dipped his head one last time. He liked structure, so just hearing what he'd be doing for the day was a comfort. Although, I can't say I like the thought of having this Danzo figure observing me. I take it we won't be alone during all of this, other than this Danzo. Goodness no, we will have some assistants of mine helping us. Highly overqualified assistants, but assistants nonetheless. Oh, it seems we have arrived. 3 men stood waiting outside a door a bit further down a new bend in the corridor. Naruto eyed them levelly, but was careful in taking note of their equipment and postures. He was surprised when Hiruzen reacted to one of the men's presence with mirth. Kakashi. This must be the first time in years I have seen you arrive early for anything other than an Anbu assignment. I was just lucky on the road of life today I suppose. The man named Kakashi responded. Naruto thought there was something familiar about the name. Where had he heard it? Other than the very standard flak jacket and shinobi equipment, Kakashi also wore a face mask and used his forehead protector to cover up his left eye. His entire posture was one of absolute nonchalance, the only part of him that seemed ready and aware was his right eye. Which was looking straight at Naruto. HMMPH, you still tell your students that old excuse. The Sandaime asked as the two of them came to a stop in front of the 3. Kakashi shrugged noncommittally. The other 2 were also clearly shinobi. The dark-haired man farthest to the left used a cane to support himself, oddly enough, he also had his forehead and left eye wrapped in bandages. Did everyone lose their eyes down here? The last man wore an Anbu uniform and their characteristic porcelain masks. Naruto couldn't quite decide which animal the mask was trying to represent. The atmosphere seemed tense, he wondered if there was any history between the men. The Sandaime coughed to get everyone's attention. Well then, this is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto-kun, I would like you to meet Hada Kakashi, Shimura Danzo, and the Anbu member here is Tenzo. Naruto dipped his head curtly. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is ours, young Naruto-kun. The bandaged man, Danzo spoke. Shall we go inside and begin? Danzo's question was directed at the Sandaime. Naruto wondered quietly at how fake the subservience was. He could have sworn he saw a wink from somewhere in the dark sockets of the one with the Anbu mask. Yes, let's not tarry here. Multiple spotlights lit up upon their entrance, illuminating a very large and rectangular room. Most of it was naked, with lots of room to maneuver in. There was, however, in the top left corner a small and elevated platform with tables and seating arrangements. Blank reports, scrolls, and books littered the tables. Naruto's attention was drawn to the floor and walls, however. It seemed an odd choice to have the floor consist of large black stone tiles. Even the walls had the same makeup. In any case, all the tests will be done in this room. That meant there were no bodies of water to use, no earth to manipulate, and most importantly to him, no natural wind to fan. His only comfort was knowing that the same thing would apply to his sparring partner. The group of 5 motioned further into the room behind Hiruzen. For a few heavy seconds there was complete silence, not even their footsteps gave sound. Naruto honestly thought the situation was more than a bit abnormal at this point. He felt very much like he was in the thick of it. Perhaps not so strange, with an Anbu and a Jonin walking silently at his sides, and 2 old lions both pretending to be docile walking at the front. He was way out of his league, but there was nothing to be done about that. He had felt out of his depth ever since he arrived in the Sandame's office yesterday. This was just the state of things now it seemed, and he had to adapt. Danzo was the first to speak again. This room took years to make, it may not look much at first, but a great deal of work and time has gone into making. Frowning at those words, Naruto unceremoniously kneeled down to touch the curious stone floor. This texture. It's oddly familiar. There was a faint, almost magnetic pull on his chakra coils. Now very bemused, Naruto allowed some of his chakra to exit the Tenketsu point in his hands. Only to feel the chakra evaporate. It was simply gone. It's not just chakra conductive. There's something else to this. Danzo paused in his explanation to look back at Naruto, who was still crouching by the floor. What? Oh, did I say that aloud? The floor. Naruto murmured. You've mixed some chakra conductive metal into the floor surface, and the walls too I would guess. The only reason you would do that is if you wanted it to react to chakra in some way. This place must have cost a fortune. Naruto rose to his feet and took some satisfaction from their faces. My guess is that you've used Fuinjutsu in conjunction with the conductive metals to somehow create a surface area which is chakra absorbent. It's probably chakra resistant too. It's very impressive in either case. To Naruto's disappointment, Danzo didn't lose any outward composure at having the secrets of the room so easily revealed. Yet, Naruto was surprised when he heard an amused snort at his right side. Everyone turned to look, Kakashi's excuse of a runny nose was even more ridiculous than the actual slight. Danzo appeared as if it was all beneath him. Color me impressed already Naruto-kun, right on all accounts. I take it you've come across chakra conductive weapons or objects before then? Yes. Naruto replied uninformatively. His very own Tanto was chakra conductive. He only barely stopped himself from touching his tattoos. He would reveal that when he felt like it and not before. They unanimously began walking again. I don't see any seals though, where do they come in? Tenzo questioned quietly. Maybe young Naruto-kun knows the answer to that too. I figure they're on the flip side of the tiles, in other words, beneath us. Correct again. Danzo hummed. So, what will we do for starters? Naruto was keen to get the entire thing over and done with. Danzo's unflappable attitude made him uncomfortable. I believe I told you what I had in mind earlier. Hiruzen's calm voice made itself known again. Yes, and truth be told, this appears overly comprehensive to me. I want more than just estimates, Naruto. I want a full rundown, and an accurate one at that. Seems unnecessary no matter how I look at it. I doubt you put any of my peers through a process like this for their genin exams. You'll see my abilities firsthand during the exams anyway. Why the rush? It was a slight struggle for Naruto to keep his voice neutral at the end of his tirade. This kind of disobedience is what you get when you send a man like Jiraiya to tutor an impressionable child. Danzo cut in distastefully. Naruto froze for a moment, surprised at the blatant disrespect to his master. Be quiet, Hiruzen began, but Naruto overrode him. You don't know anything about my master. He would die for this village. Don't talk like you can understand him. Maybe the words put Danzo off balance. Perhaps it was the ice-cold tone or the absolute faith Naruto displayed in his teacher. Whatever the case, Danzo stilled and did not retort. Naruto let it be with that. The group had come to a stop by the 2 tables, the Sandame eyed Naruto approvingly. The way I see it, you have earned a few straightforward answers. Naruto blinked. The Hokage continued unbothered. I would like to point out that comparing you to your peers is pointless because you are far more advanced. How much advanced is what I would like to find out today. A single day of reviewing your skills is not nearly that much when you consider the fact that we have years of isolated training to peruse. Lastly, and this I can say with my full conviction, this is necessary. Why? Let me finish, Naruto. Yesterday I told you, you would compete in the exams. I never told you in what capacity. Ugh, I was afraid of this. A half-smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. I will be blunt then. I want your cooperation in countering an invasion orchestrated to take place sometime during the chunin exam, among other tasks. The long silence enveloped the small group and Naruto felt scrutinizing looks from all sides. Everyone was waiting for a reaction, but Naruto remained stoic. Inside his head, his mind was a whirl. A full-scale invasion and a possible war in the woodwork was not what he expected. This was far bigger than he had imagined, and somehow he was getting hauled into it by a pair of self-righteous old men. The real question, however. What exactly do you want me to do? The short and clipped question came out tiredly. We've already given you more information than we should have, don't press your luck. Danzo said stonily. He had taken a seat in a red and comfy armchair by the end of the closest table. He idly picked up some of the sheets on the table. They looked like empty reports from where Naruto was standing. The Sandaime followed Danzo's lead and sat down. He took out his pipe and began stuffing it calmly, completely unbothered. He only spoke up when Naruto sat down. Kakashi and Tenzo both remained standing. We just want to do some tests, for now. When we have an accurate measurement of your abilities, we'll decide on what kind of assignment you're suited for. Naruto was rapidly starting to understand that Danzo and Hiruzen intended to combine their forces to fight of the invasion. Peace through a common enemy, eh? Naruto threw Sarutobi a knowing look. Make sure not to get backstabbed, old man. What seemed obvious was that they both wanted to use him. Although he assumed in very different ways. I'm not really keen on killing Genin, if that's what you have in mind. Naruto finally replied. Gaara will be doing enough of that on his own. Kakashi and Tenzo both glanced at him quickly before looking away. To my knowledge, you have killed before. The comment was almost offhanded. Nevertheless, Hiruzen let it hang long enough to make it obvious he expected a reply. Naruto stared as the old man lit his pipe with a slight flick of the hand. Fire manipulation, his mind supplied distantly. That was unavoidable and unplanned. I just don't like the thought of taking someone's life simply because it's convenient. You're an idealist. Danzo told him. I can respect that. At this Naruto gave the bandaged man a raised eyebrow in challenge. Danzo smiled bitterly. It's far better to put your faith in ideals than in people. People are whimsical and bound by mortality, whereas an ideal is consistent and everlasting. However, you would do well to get rid of that naive perspective of yours. Sometimes taking a life is more than merely convenient, sometimes it's necessary. That's the sort of sentence that can excuse nearly anything. Naruto returned hotly. He rose out of his chair to face the Sandaime. Can we get started? I'd like to get this over with. Danzo leaned further back into his chair and began writing small tidy lines over the sheets in his hands. The image only served to aggravate Naruto further. How dare he say I'm naive. Well, the floor is right there. Kakashi and Tenzo have their instructions. When Naruto didn't immediately move, he was shooed away. Go on then, I will take notes on you, so don't hold back. Nodding, Naruto trailed after the two assistants. Kakashi started talking when Naruto caught up. Okay, your first test. Reflexes, perception and general reaction time. The masked man ticked off a finger at each point. We'll begin immediately. The actual testing proved very peculiar at first, at least to Naruto. Tenzo stepped away and watched with crossed arms as Naruto and Kakashi walked into the center of the large open room. Once there, the silver-haired Jonin held up a simple rubber ball. Try to keep track of this, your objective is to catch it, but you have a time limit of 3 minutes. Poof, and 3 identical sets of Kakashis popped into existence from a smoke screen. Ugh, I can tell this is going to be difficult already. That thought quickly proved itself true as the Jonin had his clones dash around him at different ranges, all the while passing the ball around with incredible strength. Naruto thought he might break an arm snatching the ball at that speed. If I can catch it at all, that is. He was tempted to use a few shadow clones himself, but figured it would work against the purpose of the test. When Uzumaki Naruto did something, he did it properly. The ball, however, simply flew by too fast to rely on instincts alone. He might catch it given a few attempts, but not on the first try, and Naruto had long ago fallen into the habit of perfecting everything. So, first he had to get the timing down. Naruto didn't keep his attention on the ball for long. Instead, he watched the clones in the hopes of catching a pattern. Nearly every throw went either left or right. He completely disregarded the occasional oddball that whizzed by uncomfortably close. He could take a gamble and preemptively dash as Kakashi threw the ball and hope he lucked out. Even if that worked, however, it wasn't the clean solution he wanted. I guess I have to memorize his movements. After having watched several repetitions, however, it became obvious Kakashi never threw the same throw twice in a row. If one clone threw an overhead fastball, then the next would always throw something else, a low curveball example-wise. Moreover, the man had no obvious idiosyncrasies, it was clear Kakashi was trying to be unpredictable. That was not entirely bad for Naruto. The fact that Kakashi was intentionally mixing things up gave Naruto some good information. For one, Kakashi had yet to throw the same kind of ball twice in a row. If he kept that in mind and remained observant, he could effectively rule out an entire throw. Now, if he could somehow figure out how to get a good read on the Jonin, maybe he could anticipate a throw and react in time. The timer is ticking down fast. I need to be quick about this. The slow exhale calmed him somewhat. He straightened up and tried not to be too obvious in his thinking. His blue eyes skipped from clone to clone. Whoever he was, Hada Kakashi was a refined shinobi. His movements belied years of field experience and a firm confidence. The man had clearly taken great care to erase his patterns, his habits. But what Naruto tried to spot was beyond that. He was trying to see even the slightest preference in the man's movements, the tiniest hint of anything regular, not a habit, not a pattern, but something to exploit nonetheless. He was disappointed to come up with nothing as the seconds passed by. He's just too meticulous. There was no timer anywhere as far as he could tell, but Naruto had a fairly good internal clock. There was not many seconds left. I guess it's time to try. It happened at explosive speeds. Kakashi received a fastball and began the first motions to throw. Considering it's the last few seconds, he's going to play it safe and throw it straight into the closest clone. Naruto sprinted off from his point in the middle of the clones with a burst of chakra. The ex-Anbu reacted immediately and changed the course of his throw. The kid made a good guess, but he should have tried something sooner. Going for the ball in the last few seconds is too predictable. Kakashi released the ball and watched as it flew through the air towards the clone furthest away from Naruto. He messed up. Kakashi summarized to himself. The Jonin choked on that very thought in the next instant when Naruto blasted straight into the ball's trajectory. What? He managed to turn so abruptly. The rubber ball slammed into the boy's ready hand with a satisfying smack. Naruto let his momentum carry him forward and was able to skid to a stop several meters away from where he had intercepted the ball. A moment of silence, then several audible pops signaled the disappearance of Kakashi's clones. How did you do that?" the silver-haired shinobi asked, not sure how the boy had done it. No one can react that fast. The young blonde gave his instructor a neutral look and Kakashi almost physically winced at the striking resemblance the boy had to his father. You never adhered to a pattern. But to constantly keep away from any pattern is in itself also a pattern. The fact that you never threw the same ball twice in a row made me realize you were the analytical type. After studying you for a while, I realized my best shot would be to surprise you. So, when the clock started running out, I went with my instincts and dashed towards a clone. You noticed immediately and switched up your throw, but I had anticipated that, so I caught anyways. Naruto gave the man a satisfied smile. If you had done a few repetitive throws every now and then I don't think I would have tried that move against you. From the table a small distance away, the Sandaime paused in his scribblings to add something. He read you, Kakashi. Not your patterns, I think. But your tendencies, your methodology. The way you operate and make decisions. The Jonin seemed stymied at that, if only for a moment. He was able to see what was underneath the underneath. He muttered in realization. Okay. Next test we'll check out your speed. Naruto nodded and glanced at the Anbu operative, who continued to watch the proceedings stoically from the side. Danzo mostly had his eyes on his writings, but every now and then he looked up to study Naruto. It was going to be a long day. After having him run through a gauntlet to test his speed, he was surprised to see Tenzo issue the next test, a test of brute force. The Anbu spoke with a clear voice and used inflections to impress the importance of certain words. Not like Kakashi's laid-back and relaxed explanations. We'll measure your strength next. First we'll see what you can do without any chakra enhancement helping you. Tenzo paused and Naruto could feel the man considering him from behind the mask. Before that, however, you need to understand the absolute secrecy you will have to maintain after today. Needless to say, what transpired down here today cannot be spoken of. That goes doubly so for what I'm about to show you. Naruto merely nodded, slightly surprised at the sudden intensity of the Anbu. It was all made very clear when actual branches grew out of the man's open palms. Naruto was mollified. That's Mokuton release, yes. Recognize, accept and adapt. I'm not going to answer any of your questions right now. Naruto looked up into the slits of the Anbu mask, a pair of black eyes looked back at him. Naruto dipped his head in understanding. He's not going to answer any questions. Still the Shodaime's ability in someone else. That is scary. Okay, let's get started. Tenzo wasted no time in doing just that. He kneeled down and swiftly created a wooden dummy. Or rather, he grew one out of his hands. Tenzo then straightened up and stepped away from his creation. He gave a meaningful look to Naruto. Remember, no chakra. Show us what you got. Naruto stared at the dummy in front of from him. Strength, eh? Well, it's obvious enough what they want me to do. Naruto reared back his arm and stepped forward with the intent to punch it with enough force to see it flying. Tenzo regarded the boy silently. In truth, he didn't expect the boy to do much damage. By not allowing the boy any chakra usage, they had effectively removed all of his firepower. For some reason the Sandaime still wanted to know what the Uzumaki could do despite the obvious outcome. Crunch. Tenzo looked on in interest as the target dummy took an impressive double backflip before it crash-landed headfirst a small distance away. Not at all bad, did he cheat somehow? Tenzo peeked over at Kakashi, who was staring at Naruto with his lone Sharingan activated. Kakashi didn't see anything. He would have signaled me otherwise. Still, Tenzo looked back at the young subject who was currently waving a scraped and bruised hand around. To have that much raw physical strength so early in life was no small feat. Tenzo briefly wondered at what the boy had done in order to attain it. Part of it might be due to his Jinchuriki status, but that was not nearly all there was to it. Tenzo was certain of that. One more time, Naruto-san. Give us your best shot, chakra is allowed. This time, Tenzo made the dummy several times more robust and heavy. Yet it hardly seemed to matter. With chakra at his disposal again, Naruto easily plowed the dummy into the far wall. Chips of wood flew everywhere, but the wall remained untarnished. Tenzo allowed a ghost of a smile to grace his lips. We're going to have a field day with this kid. I think it's time we moved on to a combat scenario, what do you think, Kakashi-senpai? Agreed. Kakashi concurred from the sidelines. He gave Naruto a questioning look. Unless you want to wait until after we've examined your entire skillset. Point taken. Naruto replied. I'm ready when you are. Tenzo moved away and Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly. Overconfidence. Don't take this. Kakashi formed a hand seal with both thumbs pointing up. Naruto processed a single seal quickly. That's a tiger seal Shunshin. Lightly. A silver-haired Jonin appeared behind Naruto thinking the boy would try to scatter. He was surprised when instead, Naruto performed a sudden spin kick aimed at his solar plexus. The experienced veteran deftly caught the leg by the ankle before it hit its mark. That's some good reflexes and decisiveness, but a bad move overall. Kakashi chided internally. He was surprised yet again though, when Naruto kicked off ground with his standing leg and once in the air, he twirled. Kakashi reeled back a bit as he caught the sweeping kick, this one uncomfortably close to his face. Didn't he learn from the first failure? Kakashi wondered. I'll just throw him into the ground. Naruto with both his legs in a vice grip quickly realized his predicament and immediately snapped out his right arm. Kakashi watched the arm stretch out towards him in confusion. It shouldn't make contact. A small cloud of smoke appeared and momentarily concealed parts of Naruto's body, who was now level with the ground and picking up speed from Kakashi's swing. Then, a sharp knife cut through the smoke like an angry bird of prey. Kakashi was forced to let go in order to dodge the wide slash. Naruto caught himself with his left hand and rolled back onto his feet and into a low stance. The Jonin let out a small breath. He hadn't imagined himself nearly cut open in the very first exchange with the boy. He looked up and the Uzumaki met his eyes without any of the fear and nervousness you would expect in someone so young in that situation. Instead, Naruto's eyes considered him blankly, analytically. Looks like I won't have to tell him to come at me with the intent to kill. His hand traveled up his chest to rest at his collarbone, where the tanto from earlier had nearly drawn blood. He's already given it a good go, after all. With a slight exhale, Kakashi pulled away his forehead protector. Naruto stared at the revealed Sharingan and something finally clicked in his head. You're the Kopanen, aren't you? Famed for stealing a 1000 techniques, supposedly. HMPH, I would expect nothing less from you at this point. Still, Jiraiya-sama overdid himself this time. Naruto took the compliment without comment. Neither felt a need to mention their odd connection derived from the yondaime. In the end, that was unnecessary. Instead, Naruto made the seal of reconciliation. Jiraiya had explained once how the seal was used prior to traditional shinobi sparring to demonstrate that the two opponents are still comrades after sparring. In this instance, Naruto hoped it conveyed some of his respect for the famous Jonin who had once been his father's pupil. Despite the face mask, Naruto could detect a small smile in the man. The two then lowered into their separate stances. Naruto with his tanto at the ready and Kakashi with several kunai held in between his fingers. A sort of excited energy came over the Uzumaki. Unable to wait any longer, Naruto ran at the Jonin. The renowned Sharingan wielder met him head-on and for a breathtaking moment, the two traded blows evenly. Steel bit into steel as the two wrestled for dominance. Shimura Danzo paused in his writings to observe more carefully. Taking Kakashi on like that is beyond foolish. Even if he's holding his own for the moment. Naruto slashed at the Jonin with ferocious fervor, the equilibrium was already inclining. He knew what he was doing was reckless. In addition to the Sharingan, Naruto was physically outmatched. Although he used ample amounts of chakra to greatly boost his own strength, that didn't change his inferior height or reach. To top it all off, Kakashi was by far the more experienced of the two. Despite all of that, or maybe because of it, Naruto refused to back down. He wanted to see how far his abilities could take him against such a strong opponent. He wanted to try. Kakashi deflected the tanto with a sweep of his kunai. The Sharingan wielder then tried to step in closer to better work the angles with his choice of weapon. Naruto recognized his intentions almost immediately and hopped backwards into a defensive stance. He knows I have the better reach with the Tanto, and he probably thinks I'll use that to counter-attack him when he steps in. But why should I make things obvious? Kakashi was closing the distance when Naruto vitalized his body with a large influx of chakra. Quick as lightning, Naruto flicked two senbon at the approaching Jonin before he dashed forward with a thrust of his Tanto. The Jonin merely leapt above the danger zone and launched some of his own projectiles down at Naruto in the process. The Uzumaki sidestepped them narrowly and with a rapid swivel of his body, he blasted off a Futon Kazakiri at the airborne Kakashi. The wind cutter never hit Kakashi. Instead, it sliced through the handle of a lone kunai. He used Kawarimi. The silver-haired Jonin reappeared directly behind Naruto at the spot where the last of his earlier projectiles had hit. The young blonde whirled around just in time to put up a guard. Even so, the strong kick had him skid several meters across the stone floor. Naruto recovered quickly, but he was surprised when he saw Kakashi reach over his shoulder to unsheath a steel blade of his own. Also a Tanto. It's been a while since I used one of these, I usually don't have to. But swordsmanship is one of my best qualities, you know. The Jonin drawled warningly. Bring it. Naruto called out. You're not the only one talented here. Without any hand signs, Naruto blurred into a shunshin. He reappeared at Kakashi's right side. The two slim blades clashed in a shower of sparks, but Naruto didn't have the raw strength to challenge Kakashi for more than a moment. He didn't need any more than that. With his left hand he hooked a finger around one of his kunai before he expertly twirled it into his grip. Withdrawing his Tanto, Naruto narrowly sidestepped Kakashi's immediate follow-up attack and in the same motion, he stabbed at the man's side with his offhand. Kakashi flicked it away with a kunai of his own. Growing bold, Naruto did an abrupt dash to the side, he then performed a curved upward strike with the Tanto. Kakashi smacked it away, he then moved to parry Naruto's subsequent offhand stab. Only, this time it was more to it than just a stab. Kakashi's eyes widened. He infusing the kunai with wind chakra. With the wind chakra extending his reach, Naruto managed to cut off the tip of Kakashi's kunai and make a rift in his flak jacket. His Sharingan saw me molding the nature chakra. Incredible. He didn't get to think much more because Kakashi had finally decided to go on the offensive again. The Jonin dropped the now useless kunai in favor of using his Tanto with both hands. All thought seized in Naruto's head when the silver-haired Jonin went on the attack. Years of inbuilt muscle memory and instinct guided the teen as he continued to parry and weave in between increasingly violent attacks. Naruto deflected 3 rapid strikes from Kakashi. He then stepped forward to slash at the Jonin with his own blade, but the veteran batted his attack to the side and quickly went for the opening. Unknown to Kakashi, Naruto also saw an opportunity. The younger duelist moved and used his left hand to grab and stop Kakashi's blade in its movement. Naruto grimaced in pain and blood spurted onto the floor. Kakashi stared at him. Looks like you drew first blood. Naruto congratulated with an adrenaline-filled smile. Bad move, Naruto. The Jonin replied quietly before channeling lightning into the blade. Or rather, he tried to, but the blade vanished in a small smoke cloud. Unbeknownst to the elite shinobi, Naruto had sealed it into himself. Kakashi barely contained his surprise at the sudden lack of his weapon. Naruto pounced at the opportunity with a feral grin. Kakashi leaned out of the way of Naruto's wind-enhanced swing with very little margin. The Jonin then opted to use another Kawarimi to create some distance. Naruto had anticipated the move and dropped his Tanto in order to form the bird sign. Kakashi had little time to recollect himself before an air bullet was fired from across the room. The old Anbu operative danced past the bullet just in time to see his own Tanto slice through the air towards him. Kakashi dodged that too and the Tanto flew past him. Only to realize Naruto was nowhere in sight. The Tanto. He substituted. The Jonin whirled around with blinding speed. He only barely managed to stop Naruto from cleaving him in two. Kakashi's eyes bulged when he noticed the seal tag on Naruto's arm. No, scratch that, the clone's arm. The copy then exploded in a spectacular fashion. Even with the Shunshin, Kakashi didn't get away unscathed. The Sharingan wielder appeared on the other side of the room with a thin trail of smoke rising in his wake. Thankfully, the flak jacket had done a good job protecting him from the blast. Even so, the burnished markings in his clothes hinted at some good damage. Arg, my hair got singed. I'm never going to live this down. The lazy Jonin straightened up to look across the room where Uzumaki Naruto stood staring at him in a silent challenge. His bleeding hand dripped only a few drops now. Just as interestingly, a smoke bomb was releasing a steady stream of thick black smoke from a point in between the two. Kakashi regarded the fumes calculatingly. A smoke screen now, what's he planning? Removed from the fight, the two village elders by the table had long ago abandoned their ministrations in favor of spectating the fast-paced spar more closely. Kakashi is being too lenient. Danzo murmured. Maybe, Kakashi was very fond of Minato, and this is his son he's fighting. Hiruzen replied. By now, Naruto's smoke bomb had sent large parts of the room into obscurity. The young apprentice was somewhere inside, no doubt making traps. Kakashi walked fearlessly into the black smog. A shadow clone. Hiruzen guessed. Even so, Naruto might be a ways off from Kakashi's level, but he's clever enough to still pose a threat. Kakashi's natural inclination to avoid any unnecessary risks is helping him a great deal in this fight. A more aggressive Jonin might have been able to overwhelm Naruto early on, but there is also a small chance Naruto would have overcome them using his dangerous tricks. The ones Kakashi have been successfully evaded for the most part. Danzo nodded stiffly at the lecture, but looked up when an explosion blew some of the smokescreen away. The youngest combatant in the room waited patiently, still partially obscured by the remaining vapors. Kakashi was nowhere in sight. Seems the clone stepped into something he shouldn't have. The root leader spoke quietly. The Hokage inclined his head in agreement, having arrived at the same conclusion. But where is the real one? The quiet disappeared when Kakashi burst out of the last remaining smoke with tremendous speed. He then recognized the seal under Naruto's form. The Jonin immediately skidded to a stop. Another explosive surprise. The two fighters locked eyes. Kakashi with his narrowed 3-tomo Sharingan and Naruto with his blue ones. Some distance away and close to the wall, the real Naruto was observing events from a crouch. He resolutely held up a single-handed seal, and Kakashi's clone vanished in the resulting explosion. His Sharingan had failed to spot a seal behind him through some of the last smoke wisps. To be truthful, Naruto wasn't even sure which of them benefited most from an extended fight. He had the unfair advantages that came with being a Jinchuriki, monstrous endurance and vitality being the key factors. Then again, the more Kakashi learned, the less of a chance Naruto had in surprising him, and the experience gap would only become more noticeable as time went on. Either way, stalling anymore would be boring. That thought hit him just as his spatial awareness kicked in. Naruto quickly dashed to the side. He never saw the projectiles, but he heard them clack into the floor behind him. Feeling imminent danger, Naruto quickly adapted a guard stance, which stopped Kakashi's heel kick. If only barely. Naruto didn't pause to check for damage and quickly stepped in close to the Jonin and performed one of the first movesets Jiraiya had taught him. Kakashi deflected the entire combination series and returned fire with an open palm strike, which Naruto dodged by bending unnaturally low. From there the lithe teenager leaned into a handstand and executed a leg sweep. Kakashi jumped over his sweeping kick and came down with Adam with a kick of his own. Responding quickly, Naruto launched himself away and back onto his legs. A loud clang resonated through the air and similar sounds ensued from the center of the room. Naruto managed to take a quick peek at his clone and its adversary before another small-scale explosion shook the room ever so slightly. Naruto was back to observing Kakashi when he received his clone's memories. So, the last of our duplicates took each other out. As if on cue, both opponents charged ahead and met each other in a contest of taijutsu. Naruto made sure to never use the same move in the exact same way, he had to respect Kakashi's Sharingan. Nevertheless, despite using everything in his taijutsu repertoire, he still found himself on the defensive. The Jonin was just too good, and his Sharingan made it nearly impossible to go on the offensive. It was time for a strategy change. A glancing blow struck his shoulder, and Naruto had to quickly duck and roll to escape the onslaught that followed. He bounced to his feet and quickly took out a kunai to fend off Kakashi, who equipped a kunai of his own in response. The two locked in a power struggle. Naruto struggled until he channeled wind chakra through his kunai. He was surprised, however, when Kakashi brought his lightning element into play. The two stood in a deadlock of disastrous proportions. Wind howled against screeching lightning. Naruto gritted his teeth and focused on making his chakra as sharp as possible. Kakashi had the advantage in size and strength, he might even be better with lightning than Naruto was with wind. Even so. You're not beating me with a weaker element. With considerable effort, Naruto pushed on and sliced through Kakashi's kunai. What happened next occurred in an instant. Naruto, carried by his momentum, tried to stab the Jonin in his side. Their eyes met for half a second. Then, Naruto ran the kunai through the flak jacket and deep into the man. Kakashi groaned through gritted teeth and dropped to his knees. The young apprentice reflexively let go of the kunai. What? Did I know? It's Jinjutsu. He couldn't see himself taking Kakashi down with such a simplistic move. Earlier he had made the mistake of looking into the Sharingan for a split second. That's probably when he got me under. An acute sense of danger rose up in him. Was there any time left to dispel the illusion? Kakashi wouldn't hesitate in taking him down even if Naruto was effectively blind. He was sure of that. Naruto ignored the bleeding fake Jonin on the ground and quickly vanished from the spot in a shunshin. He was fully aware that Kakashi could be literally anywhere. Naruto reappeared on the far side of the room, high up on the wall. Not pausing to enjoy the view, Naruto coaxed out his chakra. Instead of directing it around smoothly as he normally did, this time he forcefully squeezed the chakra through his coils at a record speed. The power obeyed, and the mysterious substance coursed through him. Chakra was life, and Naruto always felt that to his very core when he used it. But so much of it roaring through his system, Naruto was standing on a dangerous cusp. He had to use some of it very soon or risk destroying his pathways. It had done its job, however. Any foreign chakra in him was without doubt long gone by now. Now it was time to weaponize the chakra. Naruto cracked open his eyes and immediately spotted Kakashi on the floor below, sprinting towards him. The Jonin got more than he bargained for when Naruto bursted up off the wall like a cannonball. Eyes wide, Kakashi threw himself to the side and narrowly avoided the fly kick. Naruto whirled around and fended off Kakashi's first strike. Naruto's chakra system was close to the boiling point by now, but he relieved some of the pressure by discharging a great deal of chakra into his taijutsu. Kakashi was caught off guard by the sudden explosive burst of power in the blonde. Naruto plowed into Kakashi's blocks, who winced every now and then at the fierce power of each strike. After another powerful attack, Kakashi adapted and took hold of a kunai. Naruto saw this and quickly changed his own stance into a more fluid and versatile one. With both palms held flat, Naruto attacked again. Kakashi dodged the attacks, and his eyes narrowed when actual wind blades extended out from the young shinobi's flat hands. That requires some serious guts, considering he could just as easily cut himself with that technique. It says something about his control over the wind element though. Kakashi quickly understood how difficult taking the boy on at close range would be right then. A part of him wanted to use some of his more lethal techniques to even the field, but that was out of the question. Instead, Kakashi opted to make some space. He should probably check out how the boy did on the medium range anyways. Preferably, before he ran out of chakra. He was starting to feel his reservoir draining. He used another shunshin, with no assistance from the traditional tiger sign. To his immense shock, the young Futon user appeared at his side in the next instant, already in the motion of another attack. He read me age-old instincts resurfaced in the ex-Anbu, and Kakashi responded by lowering his center of gravity and striking out at Naruto in a vicious counter-attack. Electricity thrummed into life, and small sparks danced over Kakashi's hand. It was not quite a Chidori, but it was dangerous nonetheless. Surprised at the immediate reaction, the Uzumaki shifted himself to the right with a powerful chakra burst to his feet. The young prodigy whizzed past the lightning attack to the dismay of the Jonin. Acting in mid-movement, Naruto took a hasty chop at Kakashi, with his wind style aiding him. The Jonin evaded the dangerous attack and took hold of Naruto's wrist. In response, Naruto reshaped the last of his pent-up chakra into his wind affinity. A concentrated burst of air escaped his left hand and hit Kakashi. The blast knocked the air out of the man and pushed him across the floor on the balls of his feet. Naruto didn't pause to look, instead he flicked a senbon needle at the veteran before he ran to engage him again. The young blonde had realized something valuable. Unlike with his teacher, it seemed he could actually overpower Kakashi in the chakra department. That might be useful, because I can't fight him efficiently up close as long as he has his Sharingan active. Kakashi recovered quickly enough to dodge the senbon, and before Naruto managed to reach him, Kakashi flashed through a hand sign so fast Naruto failed to spot it. The Uzumaki nimbly dug out a seal from his Fuinjutsu compartment. He didn't stop his run. Not even when Kakashi finished the jutsu by spewing a fireball at him. Naruto ran some chakra into the scroll and held it up towards the fire technique. The fiery red hot ball was absorbed into Naruto's complex element seal. Naruto clutched the scroll in his left hand and channeled a tiny trace amount of chakra into his right, where his trusty Tanto appeared in the next moment. He stepped up to Kakashi fully intent to continue fighting. But it was not to be. Enough. The two combatants stilled in their movements. For a short moment, neither moved. The Sandaime rose from his seat and in a calm tone he said, "I believe I have seen more than enough to draw up an accurate image. We have other things to go through today as well, as I'm sure you both know." The two slowly relaxed their postures, bit by bit they disconnected their flight or fight instincts. The Hokage sat down again and made a small hand motion at the quietly observing Tenzo. Hiruzen expected the instructor to keep to the schedule. Tenzo dipped his head in recognition before performing the shunshin. "The good spar, you performed at a more than adequate level, Naruto-san." Naruto stiffened at the close proximity to the Mokuton user, whom he had not noticed appearing behind them. "Ah, well, thank you. It was just starting to get interesting though." Naruto replied, a bit winded after the spar. "Yes, I look forward to seeing you in the exams." Moving on, Hokage-sama's next point on the list is chakra control. After that, we want to go through your ninjutsu. Your manipulation over your affinity is remarkable, I want to see how far you can take it. Also, do you have some control over the other elements? Other than that, we're also going to thoroughly dissect your taijutsu, you had at least 3 distinct styles that I noticed, any others? There's also a few theoretical tests Hokage-sama wants you to take, as well as. Naruto listened closely, silently dreading the ensuing hours. A long day indeed. The worn down and exhausted Naruto returned to his new apartment that night. He had almost made it up the stairs to his flat when a door somewhere on the story above opened. 2 raised voices easily made it down to him. He paused in surprise. I'm just saying you could try working with the team a bit more. Oh yeah? I don't see you complaining when I save your asses. Still, it's nice to see you guys appreciate what I do. The door slammed shut somewhere above him and Naruto swiveled his head around to see a girl stomping down the stairs. Hadn't he been so tired, he might have moved out of the way. That was not the case and he watched with detached feeling as the pink-eyed girl stiffly walked down the stairs with her fists clenched tightly. Their eyes met for an instant and Naruto found himself hoping she wouldn't walk into him. No such luck, she attempted to shoulder her way through him. Instead, she grunted and stumbled back when she hit what felt more like a rock wall than a person. Her hands quickly reached out to grab the railing before sending the blonde a scorching look. Naruto didn't react at all. He merely kept his eyes on her. What's your deal? I'm not in the mood for this. The girl said loudly. Naruto released a small breath and walked past her. Yeah, you just walk away and stay away too. Don't waste my time, I'm gonna win this exam. Doubtful. The simple reply infuriated the black-haired girl to no end. She turned around and stared hard after the incredulous boy. Naruto kept walking. What the hell does that mean? You think I'm not good enough, huh? I'm the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, you shouldn't underestimate me. No, it's just that I'm probably gonna have to win it. He gave a tiny shrug. One that very clearly said tough luck. The audacity of the boy left the Iowa Genin stunned for a moment. Unbothered and tired, Naruto unlocked number 9 and walked into his flat without further comment. He did take some amusement from the frustrated groan he heard outside, followed by a mad dash down the stairs. Legacy ascending. The exam begins. Early morning the Hokage office. Let me just ask you one thing, Hokage-sama. Have you become slightly unhinged in your age? Please, at least ask me something relevant, Shikaku. Sarutobi replied nonchalantly to his subordinate's abrasive question. The old leader had been in a perpetual good mood for the past few days. People had taken note of it, but the old man had omitted a clear answer to every question on the matter. Unfortunately, Shikaku Nara seemed to think he was becoming senile. Hiruzen couldn't really blame the man. Shikaku simply didn't have the pieces, nor was he aware of the game taking place. The Konoha's resident mastermind took a calming breath at the Sandame's unbothered dismissal. Very well, I'll start by asking why the hell you thought it was a good idea to invite Iwa and Kumo to this exam. Or Kiri for that matter. You've asked me that a few times this month already, Shikaku, and to think some of the clan heads doubted they would even show up. Of course they showed up. We literally gave them a free pass into Konoha. Anyone would have taken that opportunity. The Nara shook his head, disturbed by the lack of impact his words had on the man in front of him. The Sandame pointed to the folders sandwiched under his commander's arm. Financial reports, I take it. Give them here and I'll verify them. The Jonin commander handed the papers over almost reluctantly. We've reached a new low on funds. The new construction projects have proved themselves expensive as I warned. We could at least have cut some costs by charging the stay of the participants. I never doubted your warnings, Shikaku, but charging their stay would be unwise. The Sandame replied as he skimmed over the numbers. Shikaku let out another long breath. Hokage-sama, your recent decisions have left a lot to be desired. Certainly, Jiraiya-sama's return is wonderful news, but where do you keep the Uzumaki? Shikaku put his hands on the desk in front of him and leaned forward to stare at his leader's unbothered visage. The Sandame continued to glance over the numbers. Shikaku let out his frustrations with the man. Why build all these new things? The arena, the apartments, why? The fact that we're going to host this vast exam of yours tomorrow is just great. My son will be there, and with so many unknowns participating, I worry for his safety, him and the rest of the rookies. The Sandame paused in his readings to look at his commander, the man met his gaze with steely determination. Hiruzen knew Shikaku's devotion was the sole reason he still had the magnificent Jonin commander at his side. Even so, Hiruzen could identify a fraying loyalty when he saw one. The Hokage held up 2 fingers with the air of a man who expected things to be done. Shikaku observed as 2 previously hidden Anbus appeared in the darkened corners of the room. Both cleared out after activating a number of privacy seals behind some of the many canvases of the room. Shikaku Nara took a seat, inwardly very satisfied with the sudden turn of events. I take it you're finally going to explain some of this to me? The commander guessed. Yes. Some of it. 5 months ago, I received some peculiar news from our ambassador in Sunagaker. And? It was a simple note. It stated how he had come to realize he had several matters left unattended in Konoha. He wanted to return home to put these affairs in order. Shikaku waited expectantly. Unfortunately, he never had a chance to return home. He died the day after he wrote the message. Nara grunted, clearly displeased. This is why we shouldn't have stopped indoctrinating spies into our ally nations. Someone trained for that sort of scenario would have been far more able to cover his trace. Our diplomat might have survived. I still say we can't build our alliances on distrust, Shikaku, but I'll admit the idea is far more tempting now. In any case, I immediately had Ibiki thoroughly examine the letter. Our standard screening process never found anything, but Ibiki discovered something of note. Out with it. Shikaku replied. He disliked how the Sandame had to be theatrical at times. There was no encrypted message, no hidden code, at least not in the actual words. However, the letter contained trace elements of things you usually don't find in paper, like pigments and paraffin. The light of interest flickered in Shikaku's eyes. I see, and what did Ibiki make of it? He realized no amount of staring at the note under the light would help. Instead he made this. The Hokage picked out a particularly thin paper from one of his drawers. It's a drawing. By covering the letter with this paper, Ibiki brought out the secrets by gently scrubbing a piece of charcoal over it. Very simplistic. Shikaku took the paper handed to him, his brows furrowed. He took a long look. His eyes were grave when he looked up at his leader again. A snake. Eating leaves. Yes. I also think it's lying on a sand dune, but it's a bit hard to tell. I understand how one can arrive at some conclusions from this, but still, it's far-fetched. The Jonin commander seemed skeptical. The Sandame straightened in his cushioned armchair. This is not shogi, Shikaku. We don't have the luxury of a bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield and everyone in it. I have to make do with what little intelligence I have, and ignoring this would be the height of stupidity. Shikaku nodded, he could agree with that. Exactly how many knows? Me, you and Ibiki. Jiraiya is also in the fold. Now, I discovered this 5 months ago, and as you stated, this is a bit far-fetched. At the time I immediately contacted Jiraiya and gave him the gist of our discoveries. As is his wont whenever Orochimaru is concerned, he agreed to investigate. The Sandame let out a small sigh. He trekked off with our young Namikaze and headed for Itagaker. Shikaku looked up in surprise. The new village just above our northern borders. Precisely that one. Its sudden appearance was suspicious in and of itself, and we knew Orochimaru liked to meddle. Frankly, at the time it seemed unlikely he was not involved with the village in some way. The incriminating letter we received convinced Jiraiya to look for clues after the snake, and as Jiraiya had no good leads on Orochimaru's whereabouts. He went to a place he felt Orochimaru might have been active, not unreasonable given the situation. But did he have to bring the boy? Shikaku questioned. No, but Jiraiya is of the opinion that Naruto is safest by his side. I don't really fault him for that, it's not wrong of him. Shikaku gave a slight shrug. The important thing is they made it out alive. They did, although not wholly unscathed. Naruto killed. Shikaku raised a brow in mild interest, he hoped there was a report. I take it Jiraiya-sama found something of note after going through so much trouble. The Hokage eyed his Jonin commander with amusement. It turns out Orochimaru was more than just involved, he controls Itagaker. The Sandame continued on, and the Jonin commander listened with hard eyes. Whatever our diplomat discovered in Suna, his message was clear enough to understand. Orochimaru intends to destroy the leaf. The chunin exams would be the perfect time to do it. To add weight to this, I have noticed several odd inconsistencies in the past few months. Did you know the Kazukiage intends to bring an honor guard over twice the usual size this year? Peculiar, no? Naturally, I began to prepare. Then, all of this the invites to Iwa, Kiri, Kumo and all the lesser nations, the apartments, the new arena Shikaku listed. I knew the addition of the other nations would completely unhinge Orochimaru's carefully planned schemes. Now he has to adapt to a whole new set of players and he can't lash out carelessly unless he wants to make enemies with the most powerful elemental nations. Shikaku shook his head slightly in an attempt to distance himself from the situation. You're aware this is a double-edged sword, right? Orochimaru could pin a lot of the blame on Konoha in a combat scenario, we're the hosts here. I fully expect him to try. We just have to make sure it does not happen. What you have to realize, Shikaku, is that I intend to make Konoha seem unbeatable through these little war games we like to dub as exams. I want the public to marvel at the capacity of our shinobi this year. Not bad thinking, but is that image going to hold up once we get invaded? The Nara murmured concernedly. The Hokage eyed his commander coolly. I'm building an image because it will help deter other nations from joining Orochimaru. Anyone tempted by Orochimaru will have second thoughts after witnessing our top genin in action. Not to mention our gracious treatment of the participants will make them feel flattered and accepted. A rent-free stay in new rooms goes a far way in establishing good relations, and the new arena is crucial because we will host a far larger event this year and it has a multitude of safety mechanisms built within. I can follow you on that. Except. Our top genin. Whom are you referring to? The Uchiha? Or one of the Hyugas? A small smile stretched across the Sandame's face. He went beyond even my expectations. Our top contender in the exams is going to be none other than Minato's legacy and he's developed even faster than I thought he would. Naruto? Shikaku blinked at the revelation, although, in hindsight he should have expected it. The Sandame looked smug as he pulled out a folder from his desk. The Nara clan head received it and opened the folder with curiosity. What he read was astounding. Is it all legitimate? He asked in marvel. The Hokage hummed affirmatively. Shikaku continued to skim over the Uzumaki's file. Why has he only been graded in the traditional combat skills? There's more to a shinobi than ninjutsu, taijutsu and jinjutsu. Shikaku asked quietly, his attention still on the folder. Oh, we examined a great deal more of his abilities, but I decided to send his combat stats to the examination committee. A small smile appeared on the Sandame's face. I did not give them a name or a description along with the file, in the case of someone biased getting their hands on it. After all, that file is literary proof Naruto is worth his salt as a high-ranking shinobi. There will be no disputing it once I promote him after the exams. Shikaku nodded slowly, not at all surprised at the deception. His eyes paused at the last sentences of the assessment. They're recommending him for the title of Special Jonin, as a heavy hitter I suppose. Well, his shape and nature manipulation is ridiculously advanced, and that would be an asset in teams who lack firepower. The Sandame is as clever as he is underhanded. Even so, Shikaku couldn't help but to reconsider the situation. Are you sure you want to reveal him? He could be a great ace in the sleeve, and he will undoubtedly become an even better asset in the future. Particularly because of his Jinchuriki status. Unveiling him now is risky, he'll get targeted. The Sandame folded his hands under his chin and gazed at his commander in a more serious manner again. That's how we traditionally do things with our strongest early bloomers, it is for their own safety. The thing is, I have a plan for our Uzumaki, and keeping him out of the spotlight is not conducive to that plan. Nara Shikaku blinked. He partially opened his mouth and then he closed it without saying anything. Very well. He finally let out in a tired sigh. I should call back some of our active jonin. We definitely need our forces here. Shikaku rose up from the comfortable armchair and gave his leader a questioning look. When are the cages coming, precisely? I invited them to bear witness to the entirety of the exam. But it seems they're only going to bother with the finale. So a month then, barring none of them shows up out of the blue. Shikaku was mumbling more to himself than to Saratobi at this point. He looked up after a moment's pause to put down the folder. I'll take my leave then, Hokage-sama. I have work to do, a lot more than expected. How can so much change in the span of a single conversation? Was the Nara's thoughts right then? Hiruzen nodded amiably. Dismissed. Do what you think is best, Shikaku, I trust your judgment. The Nara clan head gave a last dip of his head before leaving the office. Preparations were in order. Same time with Naruto. The Braying Mare was an inn in the red light district and from what Naruto could gather at first glance, the place seemed used to its fair share of drinking and parties going by the worn-down look of the room. Naturally, it had to be a lively place if his teacher had decided to take up residence. Jiraiya was a picky man when it came to certain things, lodging being one of them. Naruto had no doubt the tavern also catered to the more carnal desires of its clientele. He just hoped he wouldn't find his teacher with a girl hanging off of him in his room this morning. Naruto had to have a one-on-one talk with him, a difficult scenario if the man was busy groping somebody. The young Uzumaki spent no more time in the doorway and walked across the fairly empty room. A henge concealed his more prominent features. Just as he was about to question the innkeeper, the large form of his protective guardian lumbered down a set of stairs in the back of the large open room. He was bleary-eyed, Naruto noticed. The Toad Sage jerked his head at the front door. Naruto nodded back minutely and followed his master out of the dingy establishment. Out on the streets, Naruto moved up to his teacher's side. The apprentice only threw some half-hearted looks around them. He was supposed to remain incognito until the exams by order of the Sandame, but it irked him to lay low. I was wondering when you would show up. Jiraiya broke the silence first. His tone of voice was amiable, but an octave lower than usual. I had some errands to run. Naruto replied in the same low-key tone and stayed in step with his master when he walked into a back alley. He wasn't lying either, Naruto had been a busy guy as of late. His intense spar with Kakashi had made some nicks in his tanto. A local blacksmith had mended the knife for a considerable sum. Chakra conductive metals being difficult to work with pushed the price. Luckily, money was not really an issue for Naruto. More importantly, Naruto had snuck into Konoha's shinobi library the other day for a whole slew of reasons. He had no access without any shinobi license, so stealth had been necessary. The fact that he was Jiraiya's apprentice was not official. Actually, his apprenticeship with the sage was knowledge only a select few people in the elemental nations were privy to. Ergo, Naruto had no shinobi license. Once inside the library, Naruto had went about acquiring a wide variety of writings. Firstly, he had gathered some few ninjutsu designs and old jutsu scrolls, simply out of professional interest. Then he ventured deeper, the administrative records and Konoha's mission details resided in a section all its own and required additional clearance. Fortunately, Naruto had bypassed the security with relative ease after first employing some recognizance. When inside, Naruto had prioritized information regarding Danzo. As expected, there was no mention of Root anywhere. Naruto had gone over Danzo's old mission details in the hopes of learning something about the man, but whenever he thought he was getting close to something substantial, he arrived at another dead end. It occurred to him that Danzo might have enough clout to make subtle alterations to the reports. If the man hadn't outright lied during briefing or made changes afterward himself. Naruto didn't hold much beneath that man. Even so, with ample amounts of shadow clones, the young shinobi in training had been able to scour through thousands of pages in a single hour. He learned some things, and not all of them were merely trivial. Knowledge of Danzo's preferred taijutsu style and elemental affinity might just come in handy one day when Sarutobi was no longer Hokage. Not everything he looked at pertained to the leader of Root. He may or may not have stolen a file regarding Uzumaki Kushina. In fact, any information regarding the Uzumaki had been closely examined. That being said, Naruto took everything in with a pinch of salt, not a lot remained of his deceased clan and village. He was always critical to anything he read about the Uzumaki, there were too many theories surrounding his destroyed clan for all of them to be true. Someday he might go to the ruins of Uzushiogakure to look for answers himself. It would be a pilgrimage of sorts, a journey of self-discovery. A wry smile formed on his face at that. Jiraiya brought him out of his musings. Errands, eh? Well, you're not the only one busy in town, I can tell you that much. I'm actually heading out to get a soak and relieve some of the tension. Wanna join? The sage ended his monologue with a questioning glance. Meh, I'll pass. But I'll tag along with you for now. Naruto responded. The two were still walking through side alleys to stay out of sight from the public. Jiraiya gave his apprentice an appraising look. I spoke with the old man yesterday. He was pleased with your test results to say the least. The sage said. He was clearly amused. I haven't seen the results yet, actually. I have a meeting with him tomorrow before the exam begins. I'll probably have a look then. How much did you hold back? Jiraiya asked solemnly. Naruto shot his guardian a blank look. The Sandaime already had a rundown of what I could do, thanks to you. If I downplayed my skills much he would have noticed. The key word here being much, Jiraiya interjected. Naruto dipped his head, conceding to that. I don't know if the Sandaime told you, but Danzo was there. Can't say I like the idea of him knowing everything I can do. I heard. So? What did you do? The man prodded. I never showed them anything unless they specifically asked for it, and I only held back when I thought I could get away with it. Too bad Tenzo had to be so insistent and thorough. I managed to keep a lid over a couple of things, but I still feel uncomfortable with that creep, knowing my skillset so well. Which is why you've come to the one and only, the great Jiraiya-sama this wonderful morning. The Toad Sage spoke with the utmost confidence in his words. Naruto disliked how spot on the man actually was. He tried not to show it though. Yes, that's why I came to see you, sensei. So you could teach me something new. Naruto replied. Jiraiya gave his young apprentice a knowing look. Naruto regularly called him by that title if he wanted to learn something out of the ordinary. I know what you're thinking, kid, but it's still too early for that. Something else we'll have to do. Naruto gave his teacher a sullen look. Why? What makes ninjutsu so difficult? Well, one mistake and you're petrified, there's that. Jiraiya replied dryly. When did I last do a mistake, sensei? Naruto countered. Jiraiya let out a long-suffering sigh. Forget about ninjutsu for now, kid. That particular branch of chakra demands a large time window to master, which we don't have. I'm not gonna gamble on your smarts and pray you make it work in time for tomorrow's exam. The two had stepped out of the alley and into a busy street. Naruto kept his eyes downcast as he walked alongside his teacher. His response was quiet, but Jiraiya picked it up even through all the commotion around them. I was thinking you could teach me some of it after the initial phase of the exam, actually. It's your decision of course, but at least show me something of note, something powerful on its own. An ace. I'll need it by the end of this farce. Are you implying some of the things I show you aren't noteworthy? Jiraiya mused questioningly. Pretty much. Naruto grinned, but the carefree smile slipped quickly. You know what I mean, old guy. By now, the two of them had slipped into another of the many sideways veining through the red light district. So, no help at all during the exams then. No Super Sage guidance. If he were being honest, the exams themselves would actually be a breeze. He just happened to have a lot more on his plate than just examinations. Sorry to say, but I've got my own objectives. You have to go it on your own at some point, kid. At least you're gonna be on home turf. I'll manage. Naruto replied in earnest. Whatever the Sandaime wants, I can do it. But I expect you to be around when this whole thing falls apart. Jiraiya gave a serious nod. Of course. Instead of replying, Naruto halted in his movement when he registered something unexpected. Jiraiya quickly noticed his stop. What? Naruto answered slowly, his mind working through several scenarios as he spoke. Something just triggered the tremor-sensitive seal on my apartment door. Oh, you actually bother with using those? The sage asked in bewilderment. Naruto eyed his teacher with mild exasperation. In response, he held up a small paper seal for his lackadaisical master to see. It was a standard mirror seal. In short, a mirror seal would always mirror the effects and changes done to its mirroring partner. The one Naruto carried right now was mirroring the tremor seal attached to his front door. Jiraiya gave the seal a quick look. A thin stream of vapid smoke rose from the elaborate patterns, and the outer edges of each kanji were slightly singed. It did its job. Naruto stated. Someone's at my door. Or is it something else? I should head back and find out in either case. You off then? Jiraiya guessed. Naruto gave off a positive hum. He then jumped against the closer wall. The acrobatic youth springboarded himself further up and then he grabbed hold of a decrepit lamppost with one hand and heaved himself up to grab the edge of the stone roof with the other. The youngster heaved and pulled himself onto the roof. He rose to look down at his teacher. I'd give some penalty points for bad style at the end there. The man commented with a cheery smile. Yeah. Naruto waved that away. Don't get killed in the aftermath of these exams, okay? I don't want more dead students. Jiraiya proclaimed from the ground. His tone was jokingly, but the words were not. I don't plan to. Naruto said before disappearing in a silent shunshin. Jiraiya stared at the spot where his godson had been. Neither did your father, kid. The contestants' apartments. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura traded glances. No one answered the door. Let's try the next one, Sasuke-kun. Sakura ventured carefully, to which Sasuke grunted noncommittally. The young Uchiha didn't want his teammate to read too much into this. His only motivation in coming here was to settle a debt whatever Sakura thought was knotted. He didn't want an ominous life debt hanging over him in the exams. The Uchiha didn't know if the odd blonde boy would try to exploit the debt in the exams or not. Nevertheless, Sasuke wanted to remove the debt quickly. There was no harm in being careful. The acclaimed genius had expected the foreigner to seek him out to resolve the stupid debt. He had not. So, with the exams starting the next day, Sasuke had spontaneously agreed to come with Sakura that day. The girl had nagged about tracking down Naruto the last few days. Apparently, she wanted to thank him properly. That seemed like wasted time to Sasuke, who didn't care all that much about the blonde. Naruto, as the boy had called himself, had seemed powerful. Sasuke would have probably found him interesting in the days before Itachi had ruthlessly killed off their entire clan. Nowadays Sasuke found it hard to give much of a damn about anything, particularly people. He only desired one thing. To avenge his clan by killing the man responsible for their annihilation. Anything not related to that muddled down to pretty much the same. Therefore, Sasuke didn't care. Period. Sakura stepped away from the door when no one answered and Sasuke followed her with his hands in his pockets, shoulders slouched. Actually finding the stupid blonde foreigner had proven itself a struggle. Are you perhaps looking for someone? Sasuke whirled around in a reflexive jerk. Sakura turned normally, but blinking like an owl. A man towered in front of them, not menacingly, but clearly expecting respect. He had a lithe body with an angular face. The forehead protector wrapped around his arm immediately identified him as a Kiri shinobi. Sasuke had half a mind to tell him to mind his own business. Sakura was faster to respond. Yes. She called out in a pinched voice. Sasuke almost snorted. Sakura always stepped carefully around any authoritarian, with the exception of Kakashi. That is, we are looking for a boy our age. We think he's here for the exams. The unfamiliar man nodded along. A few strands of dark brownish hair fell across a pair of intense eyes, also brown. I see. How does he look like then? Sakura's eyebrows creased a bit and she looked down at the ground searchingly. I think he's about our height. Bright hair, blonde. Eyes were blue or green, I can't remember for sure. Sakura trailed off and looked up expectantly at the shinobi. The Kurigakur Jonin crossed his arms and hummed thoughtfully, as if he was pondering something more profound. Well, I and the rest of my team were escorted here a few days ago with a whole slew of different teams. I only spotted one blonde-haired person though, a female. I'm afraid the person you're looking for is not a resident here, he might be from one of the lesser privileged villages. In which case he's probably renting a room somewhere in the village with the rest of his team. Tough luck. Sakura frowned and looked down dejectedly. Oh. I see. Sasuke gave a small shake of his head. I don't think a guy that strong is from some outback country with no proper hidden village. The Kurigakure team leader arched an eyebrow at the presumptuous line. He opened his mouth to respond but paused when a small group of obvious genin came strolling down the stairs. The man still unnamed to Sakura and Sasuke gave the two of them a brief glance each. There was no intensity to his eyes any longer and Sakura couldn't help but feel like he had lost whatever interest he'd initially had in them. He twirled around in a shinobi-like motion and stalked off. He gave a last parting comment. I'll take my leave now as my team is waiting. A word of advice to you two: don't underestimate anyone in these exams. Not even opponents from an outback village. Sasuke's pride took a dent and he stared surly after the man. Sakura didn't know how to react and an uncomfortable silence took place. As was her wont, Sakura began ranting. Should we try somewhere else then? It could be difficult to find him now though. Maybe the best thing is to wait until tomorrow. We're sure to see him in the exams, right? I mean, there's no way he's not going to compete. No, I'm sure we. Do what you want, I'm done. Sasuke cut in. Oh okay. Sakura hated herself for stuttering. If only she could be more composed. Done with what exactly? Both Sasuke and Sakura snapped their eyes back to the staircase. Standing casually there was Naruto, an amused smile fixed to his face. You do live here? Sakura shouted and pointed at Naruto as if he was a criminal. Well, yes. He answered easily and walked towards them. Sasuke folded his arms, content to watch for the moment. Naruto threw a thumb over his back. Did you also run into the Kiri team just now? Their team leader seemed strange. He looked at me as if I was a ghost or something. That genin in the front though, she seemed dangerous. Naruto gave Sasuke a bright smile. You might have to watch out for her, Ichiha-san. Sasuke frowned at the implied slight to his skills. She won't be a problem, as long as you don't trip me up with any demands tomorrow. Naruto blinked once. Twice. Realization struck. Oh, you don't have to worry about anything like that. Sasuke gave him a long stare. Naruto returned it evenly. Well, that's good then. Sasuke finally acquiesced. He gave Naruto a last look before he jumped onto the metal railings of the balcony. He was about to jump off when Sakura nagged again. Sasuke-kun. We haven't even thanked him yet, where are you going? Ugh. Sasuke reluctantly turned his head around from his crouch on the railings. He supposed he could spare the blonde 2 words of gratitude before he went off. He opened his mouth to do just that when he noticed Naruto wasn't even paying either of them any attention. Instead, he was inspecting one of the many doors they had knocked on earlier. Clearly, Naruto didn't really care if he thanked him or not. Which was fine by Sasuke. He could leave if that was the case. Which of you knocked? Sasuke gave pause for the second time, now slightly annoyed. Huh? What do you mean? Sakura wondered aloud. Sakura knocked. Why? Sasuke replied monotonously. He was a bit curious as to why Naruto wanted to know something so trivial. How does he know we knocked in the first place? A lucky guess. Simple deduction. Because I'm curious. Did you use much force when you knocked, Sakura-chan? Well, we've tried a lot of doors today, I might have gotten a bit frustrated and oh, what's that, Naruto-san? Sasuke sighed in defeat and slipped off the railing, this had better be worth it. As it turned out, it was. The inside of the door Naruto was inspecting had a large seal affixed to it, unlike any other Sasuke had ever seen. It brought up an old line he'd heard sometime in the academy. Fuinjutsu was not just an art. It was a science. Each line has a purpose and nothing is ever out of place. That was Fuinjutsu, and looking at the seal in front of him. He could only agree. It's my alarm system. See these blackened areas in the outer rings? Naruto asked, gesticulating with his hands. Sakura nodded fervently, wholly consumed by the complex seal in front of her. Sasuke unconsciously leaned closer. They appeared a few minutes ago, when you knocked. Sakura blinked owlishly. Really? How come? Naruto held up his mirror seal. Well, I thought somebody had knocked down my door, I didn't really expect you two to be honest. Naruto gestured to the seal on the door. That's a tremor seal, it's keyed to this mirror seal. I activate the seal when I leave the apartment and if something happens, my mirror seal will warn me. Sasuke found himself nodding along. It seemed like useful equipment. That mirror seal is probably just as complicated as the tremor seal. Why have I never even heard of these? That's amazing. Sakura said 2 octaves louder than necessary. Naruto drew a blank at the sudden enthusiasm. Oh, really? You think so? Sasuke deadpanned. Doesn't he realize how complicated and far ahead this Jutsu is? Of course I do. Sakura was quick to declare. Did you make this yourself? I did. I have a lot more of this inside if you want to see some. Absolutely. Sasuke straightened up. It was about time to leave. I'd actually planned to finish my setup of the chemistry lab today, but that can wait for a little while longer. I can show you some of the weapons I have, if you like. Naruto spoke amenably, but with an undertone of excitement. Sasuke froze in his stretch, and Sakura's comment flew over his head completely unheard. Chemistry lab. A large Jutsu repertoire. And weapons. Sasuke turned to see his teammate shake Naruto's hand and formally introduce herself. While chemistry might not have much of an appeal on him, he knew a knowledgeable chemist could make or refine very dangerous toxins. Not to mention the Jutsu, and besides, what kind of weapons did he have? Sasuke took a hesitant step forward. He followed Sakura into the hallway, and he reluctantly shook hands with Naruto when he offered his. I'll be out in 5 minutes, this is just to sate my curiosity. Sasuke first managed to leave a couple hours later. Day of the exam, Konoha's arena. Naruto was sitting comfortably, his feet dangling from the edge of a tall spectator box. A VIP seating area, no doubt. The breathtaking view of the new stadium was something to behold from that height, but it went mostly ignored in favor of the assessment in his lap. An assessment of himself no less. The Sandaime gave it to him that morning, after having laid down what would be Naruto's first real objective in the exams. Looking down from his lofty perch, Naruto could only appreciate the view. Not only was the arena and the stadium massive, considerable effort had also gone into shaping the terrain the genin would fight on. There was a small desert zone, where dry cracked earth and jagged rocks dominated. An uneven and even rockier zone laid next to it, small hills and the occasional shrub and tree dotted the landscape there. A small lake laid at the foot of this mountainous zone. Naruto considered the lake small, but he also thought you could probably submerge an entire house in the water without seeing the top. A couple of small rivers and a few streams snaked their way from the lake and into a forest-like area that took up a very sizable chunk of the arena. The green lush tree crown so commonly found in Fire Country fully covered that zone. A large grassy plain stretched out from the forest, which eventually gave way to the rocky and dry desert area. A full circle. A small and thin island surrounded by a river on either side took up the center of the arena. Naruto could see partially vanished buildings, out-of-place stone archways and half-destroyed statues from his vantage point. A rune theme, it would seem. 2 bridges connected the island to the rest of the arena. Definitely going to see some property damage over there. Despite the sarcastic thought, Naruto was impressed. Quite a few well-versed shinobi must have been working together in order to terraform the surface so thoroughly. It was a good example of how much more chakra could do, other than kill and maim others. There was already a large gathering of genin on the island in the center, and a slow trickle of teams was making their way towards that crowd. When in doubt, flock to the center. Naruto thought amusedly, before looking down at his assessment. Apparently, he was good. That did not come as a very big surprise to Naruto, but it was nice to read nevertheless. He glanced over the page yet again. For the most part, he agreed to the grades with a few exceptions. The skill assessment of subject 9. Grades ranges from E being the worst to S being the best. Ninjutsu. Chakra levels. S. Chakra control. A. Hand signs and technique. A. Jutsu repertoire. B. Nature manipulation. S. Shape manipulation. S. Endnotes. Subject is capable of highly advanced techniques and has remarkable chakra control if one takes the vast chakra reserves into account. His grade in nature and shape manipulation speaks for itself. As a final overall score, the subject is given the grade S in the field of ninjutsu. The jutsu. Technique. A. Physical strength. B. Speed. A. Reflexes. A. Hand-to-eye coordination. A. Endnotes. Subject is well versed in the jutsu and has reached a significant level of mastery. With his own unique style, while also employing 2 other complementary styles. As a final overall score, the subject is given the grade A in the field of taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Technique. C. Resistance. A. Perception. B. Jutsu repertoire. D. Endnotes. Subject has a proper understanding of how to overcome genjutsu and is capable of counterattacking at times. That said, an exceptional ninjutsu poses a problem for him. Although the subject has reportedly shown an unorthodox method of dealing with ninjutsu. As a final overall score, the subject is given the grade C in the field of genjutsu. We in the examination committee recommend a promotion to the rank of special jonin. Alternatively, we could groom him into an Anbu cell or one of the Hunter Nin teams. Signed. Konoha Examination Committee Leader, Yusahi Hiroki. Grooming for Anbu, eh? No thank you. Naruto muttered to himself. He was aware an announcement to gather somewhere was being made to the genin below, but he was too consumed in his thoughts to be bothered much by it. The grades were flattering, but a few things were noticeably absent. The theoretical tests the Sandaime had given him, for instance. Actually, quite a few things had been left out. Subterfuge and stealth had not been mentioned, weapon handling and thrown accuracy had been omitted. Even though he had been tested in all those fields. Not even a mention of Fuinjutsu. Strange. Only the three big combat skills ninjutsu, taijutsu and jinjutsu had been part of the assessment. He wondered why all of the other skills had been omitted. Whatever the case, he was running late. The exam was about to begin, or the first introductory stage at any rate. Naruto rose up and stared at the assessment uncaringly. He was tempted to just burn it and get rid of it. In the end, he sealed it into a scroll, but he doubted he would have any use of it. Done with his musings, Naruto took a few steps away from the edge to get some running speed. He would have tried for a less showy entrance had the situation been any different, but, apparently, the Sandaime wanted showy. Oh yes, the old geezer had gone as far as to instruct him to be flashy. A small but excited smile took hold of him, and Naruto kicked into a sprint. If the Sandaime wanted flashy, then who was he to deny him? The young Uzumaki reached the ledge and launched himself into a powerful shunshin that sent him whizzing through the air. The arena center. Team 7 stood alongside Yuhi Kurenai's Team 8 and Asuma Sarutobi's Team 10. The three rookie squads had immediately huddled together upon spotting each other. A few more friendly faces in the midst of hostility made a big difference. It amused Sasuke that for some reason, a lot of the genin present had the urge to appear menacing and hard-boiled. Just a bit off from them was a team from an unfamiliar village, leaning against some of the broken-down ruins that covered the island. All three were eyeing the Konoha genin, and not in a pleasant way. There were already dozens of teams on the island, and everyone was waiting for the rules to be announced. He glanced at his fellow rookies and former classmates. Truth be told, he'd never considered any of them as friends, so it felt wrong thinking of them like that. They were acquaintances, and he hoped they got what they wanted out of life. That said, Sasuke didn't truly care about them in any significant way, he'd never bothered to get to know any of them. Even so, he had to admit, already a few months after their graduation from the academy, and there were notable differences in some of them. For one, the blonde girl wasn't hanging over him like an overbearing puppy. She actually looked worried. Which was good, she realized she was in a hostile area. Sasuke wasn't sure if she would have comprehended that back in the academy. The Yamanaka clan heir stood guardedly next to her two teammates in a stance with both her arms wrapped around herself. The Akamichi boy was at her side with his customary pack of snacks, he had not changed at all. The Nara made the full trio of the team, and as always, Shikamaru looked bored despite the situation. The yawn crept up on the lazy boy, and Shikamaru half-heartedly removed a hand from one of his pockets to cover his mouth. The Yamanaka frowned and glared at him, but said nothing. Shikamaru nearly seemed to sag in relief at that. Sasuke was honestly curious if he was going to see the Nara actually lose his composure this time around. He doubted it. Standing right across himself was the Aburam clan member, Sasuke thought his name was Shino. He might be wrong, but as he could count on one hand the number of times the guy had said anything in their academy years. He felt safe in saying he knew virtually nothing about him. Beside the Aburam was the Inuzuka and his pet partner. Sasuke only barely managed to hold back a snort at the two. How the tiny dog was supposed to be any good in combat, he had no clue. However, Kiba had an unshakable faith in his partner. Sasuke's eyes wandered naturally to the last rookie on Team 8, Hyuga Hinata. That girl was hard to comprehend, much less get a read on. Particularly because she had used to be so shy and timid in their first year in the academy. Yet, that was a long time ago now. Today the Hyuga heiress was frightening, a trait she had picked up some years ago. She wore a slim white patterned dress, befitting of her status as the heiress to the Hyuga clan. The slit in the dress ran from her thigh and down the whole length to allow her mobility. Her bare feet wore some feminine black sandals. Apparently, she noticed him studying her and she gave him a challenging stare. Sasuke diverted his gaze quickly. He wasn't sure what had made her do the full behavior turnaround, but he could relate somewhat. Sasuke still remembered how it was like to have a clan watch your progress with bated breath. He knew what it was like to live up to the expectations of a strict father. There was no way Hinata would have been able to do it as a timid girl, so she had changed. End of story, at least in Sasuke's mind. Everyone is so tense. The sound of Kasuke's voice drove Sasuke out of his own mind. He looked around to see his former academy acquaintances attempt some conversation. Shikamaru responded in his usual monotone. Well yeah, there has never been an exam this big. The more people there are, the more pressure you feel. That's part of what makes crowd mentality work the way it does. I don't see you helping any in this situation, so don't try to be smug, Shikamaru. Ino replied primly. Ah, she's still the same at heart. Sasuke realized and watched as the two derailed into one of their typical quarrels. When does this start? I hate waiting. I only brought so much snacks with me, I don't want to run out. Would you stop asking that, Chaoji? I have no fucking clue. Kiba said with a shoulder stretch. Sasuke arched an eyebrow at that. When did he start cursing so openly? Does he think he's cool? I have told you not use that kind of language, Inyazuka. The Hyuga era said clearly, and even Ino paused in her lecturing of Shikamaru at her voice. When Hinata Hyuga spoke, most people listened. Sasuke couldn't detect any real vitriol in her voice, but Kiba froze up a bit nonetheless. A small smirk crept onto Sasuke's face at that. Whipped. He enunciated clearly. It didn't happen immediately, but eventually, a small round of laughter and chuckling began at Kiba's expense. Even Sakura and Ino succumbed for a moment. Hinata refrained from it, but a small twinkle appeared in her eyes. Kiba took it like a man and merely stood staring away with a blush. Sasuke felt oddly good about himself after that, he had no idea why though. Ino was the first to recover. Ah. That felt good, I was seriously starting to get stiff. This tension isn't good for me. Why are they staring so much? The blonde threw a few looks around and immediately wished she hadn't when her eyes met with several unsavory people. Sakura nodded along, having shortly forgotten her feud with her rival over the laugh. Yeah, I think it's just about to start. I wonder where Naruto is though, he's also competing today. Sasuke blinked as something pinged in his head at that. Naruto would compete, the boy had confirmed it himself yesterday. But, if his own words were to be believed, he also had no team. Also revealed yesterday, something Sasuke envied him for. Was he lying? Or is it possible you don't need a team for this exam? That seems odd. Every exam hosted by Konoha has always been centered around a three-man genin squad, has he gotten a team together overnight? Who's Naruto? That was Ino. Sakura smiled. A friend. We met him by chance a few days ago. It was really lucky actually. He saved Sasuke-kun's life. That brought on some looks. Sasuke looked away determinedly. What happened? Sasuke-kun almost died. Ino was the first to vocalize her surprise. By now, all of the gathered rookies' attention was centered on Team 7. Sasuke grumbled to himself and shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. She just had to mention that part. Sakura dived into an explanation of how they had run into the Suna genin and of Gaara's gruesome acts. She spared very few details, to Sasuke's displeasure and to the horror of the other rookies. The story also served as a warning to her friends. How can anyone do something like that unprovoked? Ino muttered quietly, deeply reviled. Someone awful. Chaoji supplied. He had paused, stuffing his mouth long enough to pitch in a comment. The Yamanaka girl gave him a dry look. Hiba nodded in agreement. Yeah, I don't want to face that freak anytime soon. He sounded like a bad matchup. Ugh, this is why I don't want to be here, there's too many ridiculous opponents. It's too troublesome. Shikamaru complained. At that, Shino gazed at the Nara in consideration. That is true, Nara-san, but that is the purpose, is it not? These exams are also to help us grow experienced in addition to promote those of us worthy. Shikamaru threw the spectacled boy a sullen look. It's more trouble than it's worth, that's all I'm saying. The Aburam pushed his glasses a bit further up his nose and weighed the Nara clan heir's words carefully. A bit of chattering began to take place. Ino was busy trying to straighten up Chaoji and Kiba, whom she considered far too brutish. Shikamaru and Shino continued a back and forth discussion, but the Nara seemed more and more agitated. Kasuke and Sasuke was content to watch and not take any active part. Sakura was standing on the sidelines as well and was surprised when Hinata Hyuga took a step towards her. Sakura-san. Yes. What is it, Hinata? Clearly, the Hyuga heiress wanted something from her. Your story, are you sure this Naruto was correct when he identified Gaara as the Kazukiya's son? Hinata asked quietly but intently. Yes. I mean, Gaara seemed to admit it. How come? Nothing in particular, it's just worrying. That's all. And with that, the Hyuga heiress stepped away, much to Sakura's bewilderment. All conversation was stopped when a loud voice, no doubt amplified several times with chakra, made itself known. Attention, all genin. The exam is about to begin. I can see that most have already correctly assumed we're starting this off on the island in the stadium. Good. Please move to the center there. The rules will be explained in details by our panel. That is all. Hyuga Hinata strode off before the end of the speech and Kiba and Shino were quick to pursue once they realized she had disappeared. The two remaining teams traded looks as the massive genin in the area began to move out. Neither parties wanted to say anything, but there was a sort of understanding taking place. If they met in the exam, they would be competitors. Let's just follow the crowd and get to the panel. Sasuke decided, and both teams unanimously decided to walk there together. Still allies for the moment. Morino Ibiki looked on as more and more genin gathered at the open stretch of grass in front of him. Most came walking into the big clearing, some a bit leery at the sudden lack of cover. A few people, Ibiki noted bemusedly, came out of the scenery like cockroaches out of woodwork. Sliding down the stone constructs and strutting down the vertical walls like it was nothing. A few utilized the shunshin to appear in the midst of the clearing, a small power play Ibiki found even more amusing. The commanding officer of Konoha's torture and interrogation force studied the aspiring chunin as they moved up toward him and the rest of the panel. Seems we have some quality crop here today. It would make sense of the other nations to bring the best this year. Those not up to par won't last long. Things would become interesting very quickly now. Heck, Orochimaru's agents were probably standing somewhere right ahead of him, Ibiki's scarred face scrunched up in slight frustration. They're probably looking at me smugly right now. None of the genin dared step any closer to the panel, where the gruesome-looking Konoha jonin stood at point. In comparison to him, the other jonins beside him lacked presence. Morino chided himself for the slight slip-up. He had to maintain a more collected facade. All the attention was on him now, and nothing was guaranteed to go on rails. A certain level cunning and self-control was necessary to orchestrate the exams to Konoha's benefit. The Hokage had picked him for this job specifically with that in mind. Will you do the honors then, Ibiki-san? You're the proctor of these exams after all. Ibiki gave the frivolous man to his right a piercing look. He was one of the judges. What are the odds of him being a mole sent by Orochimaru? It's not zero, I don't care if Anko thinks I'm paranoid. Ibiki wrestled his eyes back from the judge and took half a step forwards. The small wooden podium beneath him creaked. Come on, don't dawdle. We don't have all day, move up so everyone can hear me clearly. There's 200 genin competing here this year. The front has to move up so the backline can hear me. The group moved up to the wooden platform albeit slowly and reluctantly. Many stairs were drawn to a massive object situated behind the rickety wooden platform. No one could tell what it was however, as it was completely covered by a white fabric. Ibiki continued to make good use of his heavy baritone voice. Good. Now, my name is Morino Ibiki and I will be your proctor for the first stage of this exam. I'm sure you're excited to participate and I will explain the first test in a moment, but first, I have some announcements. Ibiki paused for a moment. Firstly, allow me to introduce our judges. The panel, if you will. Everyone looked on in silence as Ibiki kept talking. Each member of the panel has been selected to give you a fair evaluation of the first stage of the exam. You might have noticed their headbands, there is one judge from each of the big 5 nations. I will represent Konoha as judge. This is purely to avoid claims of favoritism, although I'm sure you'll come up with some complaints anyway. A few weak chuckles began at that last line, but a share of the gathered genin stared hard at the judges. There were no representatives from the lesser nations, and they seemed to be taking it poorly. Ibiki spent no time dawdling before moving on. Secondly, and I'll be blunt here, we're gonna break up your teams. The instantaneous outcry was powerful, and Ibiki allowed them a few seconds of outrage. Quite. This exam will have a team-based test of sorts, yes, but you're not going to face it with the team you came here with. Instead, you'll have to learn how to cooperate with someone else, someone you don't know. A swift adaptation into your new temporary team will be the key to victory. The teams who can overcome their differences and work together towards a mutual goal will win. Those who are unable to set aside their petty squabbles will lose, plain and simple. That tirade seemed to mute the most zealous of the bunch, but there was still a fair share of angry comments being thrown around. And lastly, let me introduce you to your victory condition for the first phase. You may have noticed a big object behind us. Well, let's have a look. Ibiki gave a nod and the closest judge was quick to unravel the object. Now revealed, an enormous blackboard stood erect in between 2 wooden support beams. The thing was 3 times the usual classroom-sized blackboard. Written on it, in large block letters and neat tidy lines, were names. Boy, what's that? It's a blackboard. What? Wait, I don't get it, that's our victory condition. Hey. It's got my name on it. Really? Can you see mine? More voices began to bubble up and the squabbles became difficult for Ibiki to drown out with his own voice. Ibiki paused however when he felt a chakra disturbance some distance away but approaching rapidly. Something's coming. The interrogation specialist looked up warily. An attack so soon? It can't be. The formless blur shot over the crowd and promptly slammed into one of the large statues on the outskirts of the clearing. Surprised shouts immediately followed. The impact had enough force behind it to tip over the statue, a small quake in the ground caused even further uproar among the genin. Most turned quiet when the earlier blur revealed itself to have been a boy. He wore a dark shinobi outfit and was equipped for battle going by his many pouches and readily available thrown weapons. He sported no sign of allegiance to any village or country, and his color-neutral outfit only added weight to that observation. Naruto skipped off the fallen statue in a smooth motion and walked into the field with a light step. He turned his head to the panel and those clearly in charge. "Hey, I heard there was an exam here. I hope I'm not too late, I lost track of time." Naruto spoke loudly to be heard over the small din of whispers. He managed to ignore the looks and gazes people gave him. That was not the power level of a genin, he shouldn't be here. Ibiki relaxed his stance minutely when he realized there was no attack. Instead, one of the other nations had opted to send in an overqualified genin into the exam. Ibiki had not been informed of the boy, so the most likely scenario was that he was a spy or a sleeper agent waiting to wreak havoc once the invasion begun. Ibiki would have none of it. "Who are you, kid? Unless your name is on that blackboard, you're not going to compete." "I'm sure it's up there somewhere. I was invited like everyone else here," Naruto answered self-assuredly. "Please keep going, I didn't mean to interrupt anything." Ibiki narrowed his eyes at the annoying young boy. The kid was a complete wildcard and he hated that. The interrogation specialist hadn't the faintest idea of where the boy was from and who he was. Ibiki only knew one thing, the kid was more powerful than he was comfortable with. His choice of entry had revealed that much, he didn't want the boy into the exam with so many rookie genin attending. "Brat. You're late, you've already destroyed some of the arena grounds and you've interrupted my speech. I hope you understand we can't let this slide." "Of course you can. You just let it slide." Naruto replied stubbornly and Ibiki bit down hard at the pompous reaction. At this point, the crowd of genin were watching the two with rapt attention. Ibiki smiled with gritted teeth, this was an overconfident moron of a boy. He was going to remain stubborn to the very end, Ibiki had to do something. This happens sometimes. Certain hidden villages like to train a few of their students well beyond a graduating rank, but without ever officially promoting them. What happens then is we get a few genin in our exams that are actually far more advanced than they pretend to be. Ibiki turned his attention back to the crowd for a moment. "The last of our preparations are being finalized out there, in the meantime, I'm going to issue a test right here." "The test? Just for me?" Naruto asked, caught a bit off guard at the sudden development. The division leader smiled again, but it only looked grotesque on him. "I can't kick you out for showing up late, but this will help the other participants realize a very important facet of the exam. The entire thing is rigged from the beginning." "What?" Someone shouted out from a murmuring crowd of genin. "Look at the contestants next to you and ask yourself this. Is that person just another genin? Or is it a wolf in sheep's clothing?" Silence settled over the crowd for a moment. "You're using me to prove a point." Naruto looked at the man with expressionless eyes. "I'll allow you to compete if you win, that will prove my point." Ibiki responded. Hopefully, he would get the boy evicted and prove his point at the same time. In other words. Naruto took a few more steps towards the panel of judges. "I have no choice but to accept your test." "That's right. Take it or leave it." Ibiki smiled at him, completely uncaring. The two stared each other down for a few silent seconds. "Well, then." Naruto finally said. "Let's get started." They end and there we're done. The longest chapter as of yet clocked in at 10k words. I'll proofread it more thoroughly later. I'm pretty happy with it, but I feel the next piece is going to blow this one out of the water, I have so many good scenes in mind. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Follow the story and stick around for more chapters, write a small review if you want to leave a comment for me. Thanks. Some of you wanted to know my update schedule, and that warms my heart, but honestly, not even I know when I'll update. It will happen, that's all I can say. A big thanks to the Sailor Earth for pointing out my preconceived notions about the Japanese tanto. A tanto is never longer than 30 centimeters or 11/8 inches. We're getting smarter folks, we're learning here. I'll do some more research on the weapons in Naruto as this story progresses. To my great shame, I somehow mixed up Ibiki's name last chapter and misspelled it for most of the time. It was quickly corrected, fortunately. Next up, a big thanks to Inurilpical, who gave some critique on my writing and how to improve. As someone who writes English as a second language, it's very hard to discover my own mistakes. I appreciate the help immensely. He also very smartly explained to me how Japanese nouns doesn't work the same way English nouns does. I've been doing things wrong for a while now. I've gone back and corrected many of my ghastly mistakes. So, yippee for that. Pradip. Ninjutsu is correct. Ninjutsu's is never correct. General quality of life changes to many segments has been done. You don't have to go back and reread anything, I simply cleaned up my story a bit. Okay, this has already gotten very lengthy, so let's get on with it. Thanks for the reviews. They were great. Now. Read on. Legacy Ascending. The test for the Uzumaki. Noon Center Island of the arena. Naruto gave the proctor of the exam one of his more unfriendly looks, but Ibiki had already disregarded him in favor of facing the crowd. Despite his confident reply earlier, Naruto honestly didn't want to take any mock test. It was obvious that Ibiki suspected him of something. The man had probably surmised he was an agent of Orochimaru's, and this test was just an orchestrated attempt to have him removed from the exam. Then again, there were several Jonin-level candidates present in the crowd, Ibiki using him to display how dangerous someone as innocuous as he could be was clever. It might save the life of a rookie genin somewhere down the line. Yeah, that seemed probable. He did knock down the decorations after all. Naruto threw a glance at the toppled human statue to his side. It was 5 times the size of an average person. Hardly worth bragging about, but whatever. He crossed his arms and looked at the scarred Konoha Jonin with glassy eyes. The man was explaining the finer details of the exam, but Naruto was only listening with half an ear. His mind was busy trying to work itself around the unexpected problem. At least he's giving me some time to think while he's explaining all the necessities. Naruto slid a hand into an inner pocket on his shinobi garb. His fingers lightly wrapped around a small wooden object unique in its contours. The Hokage had given it to him earlier that morning. The order was to subtly give it to the exam proctor without anyone noticing. Other than the proctor, of course. It was the pre-planned way of establishing contact with him. They were supposed to work together for the length of the exam. Arg. Is the Sandaime purposefully making things hard for me? It was a shame, because planting the object on the obviously suspicious man was not something he could push ahead with at the moment. If Naruto had the situation correctly deduced, Ibiki was suspecting him as one of Orochimaru's moles in the exam. The man looked far too distrustful to approach right now, much less plant an object on. So, yes. You must sign an agreement shortly, pure formality. We don't want to get blamed for any injuries or deaths, the proctor continued from the podium, while Naruto jumped from one thought to the other. He could only think of a few examples where he could plant the object from a distance, but all of them were equally risky. He didn't dare entrust the job to a clone. Naruto was in a bind, and the setup now seemed even more haphazard and thoughtless than it did earlier when the Sandaime had explained it. He and the proctor were supposed to be allies, but now Naruto had to approach him as an enemy. The blonde sucked in a long breath and it helped quell his frustration with the old geezer in the Hokage tower. Why wouldn't he give me and Ibiki a file of each other beforehand? That alone would have deterred this exact situation. I swear, if it's because he doesn't want to reveal my heritage, then this is starting to get ridiculous. Some kind of sign would have made everything a lot easier. Although it struck him that Hiruzen might have made things difficult simply to challenge him. The old man seemed to love it when he struggled. Maybe this was just another test. As absurd as that was, Naruto couldn't rule it out either. Looking at the scarred proctor gesturing from the podium, Naruto couldn't say he liked his chances taking the test, whatever it was. Even so, the only way to avoid that outcome was to somehow get Ibiki's trust, but planting the object on him would require some kind of plan or distraction. The scarred baldy won't even make it a halfway fair test, and having him as an ally will be important down the line. Naruto took a quick peek at the people closest to him while his mind churned. They appeared absorbed in Ibiki's speech, but Naruto noticed how no one seemed to want to get too close to him. There was a literal circle around him where people didn't stand, and he hadn't really done anything noteworthy yet. Of the victory condition, what I mean is this. The first stage of this exam will be over when the numbers on the blackboard have been sufficiently reduced. Naruto perked up at that interesting bit of information. An elimination game would suit him. In fact, it was probably the best case scenario. Of course, he had to clear Ibiki's rig test first. Now, we're going to have you sign these disclaimers I mentioned earlier. We'll begin calling names now, if you hear yours simply get up on the podium here. But first. You there. The blondie, get up here. Ibiki finished by staring straight at Naruto, who blinked out of his introspective state of mind. Time's up, huh? A few people stepped away to clear a path for him. A noticeable quiet settled down when he stepped forward. Right. He muttered inaudibly, and his heart began beating faster. This could be an opportunity. He unclenched his hands and glanced up at the Konoha Jonin, trying hard not to reveal his thoughts. He quickly ascended the makeshift wooden steps that led up to the podium. Naruto spared the other judges a short glance each. 2 shinobi and 2 kunoichi. As battle-hardened and menacing as they appeared in their combat attires, they lacked presence standing next to Konoha's bulky proctor. Naruto made sure to direct his question directly to him. Where do you want my signature? I presume you want it before you put me through this test of yours. His voice came out normal, but his throat felt somewhat constricted. Naturally, it seems you're actually on the list under the name Naruto, no last name. Make sure to sign this with your surname, I won't accept it otherwise. The scarred man grunted. When we get all the formalities taken care of, I'll have your test issued. Ibiki gestured to a large stack of identical forms lying on a workbench behind the judges. It looked out of place on the podium. Do you have a pen? Naruto asked and stretched out a hand in a vain hope. The Konoha proctor moved a hand to his pocket but then stopped. There are pens by the papers. He answered. Naruto struggled to keep his frustration from showing, but he turned to sign under the disclaimer. Even in that situation, a small part of him was pleased to put down his mother's family name onto paper. Naruto finished his signature with a flourish and rolled up the paper. With some sleight of hand action, he was able to slide a small object inside the rolled up disclaimer in a smooth motion no one seemed to notice. The feat he was immensely proud of, he was the first candidate up on the podium and all eyes were on him. The scarred Konoha Jonin was busy calling out names from a list by now, but Naruto summoned some courage and stepped up to him. Here. He told the man in a way that clearly demanded attention. Morino Ibiki paused in his name calling to look at the young shinobi behind him. His gaze made Naruto feel like a bug or something equally insignificant. He tried hard to not let that affect him. What is it now? Turn in the signature with. Actually, I want you to take this. Naruto cut him off mid-sentence and held out the rolled up disclaimer. Ibiki, about to give a negative response, was surprised when Naruto cut him off again. Take this and have a good look at my name. I want you to know who I am when I beat the test. Just fucking take it. Was added in Naruto's own head. The Jonin regarded him impassively for a short moment before stuffing the outstretched paper into a back pocket. Get off the platform, brat. The proctor then turned to continue announce names as if Naruto didn't exist. The young Uzumaki reluctantly walked off the wooden structure with a stiff countenance. He only absent-mindedly took note of a genin with long dark hair and pale eyes, passing him by to sign her disclaimer. Unless the proctor takes out that paper and has a look at it, the situation isn't going to change, unfortunately. There was a chance he would have to rely on himself. He just hoped the proctor was underestimating him. Back on the clearing, Naruto found that thinking of what his test would be was an exercise in futility. Instead, he made it a point to observe his fellow competitors as he walked around the clearing aimlessly. It was a bit awkward as most of the candidates stood stock still and was warily observing him. But he managed to ignore that for the most part. He did spot a few interesting characters and some familiar faces. The Kiri team was confidently meeting his eye when he passed them by. They were unafraid and intrigued. Like wolves paying respect to a fellow predator amid a sheep flock. He added them to his mental list of people to watch. A bit later he was amused when he bumped into someone he recognized. Literally. Oof. Watch where you're going, jerk. Naruto stared at the girl who had run into him for the second time now. The small distraction was very welcome, so Naruto replied with some sarcasm. How right you are, I should be held accountable when people randomly walk straight into my side out of nowhere. Or when they run down the stairs. Yes, I'm clearly the one at fault. He had a hard time holding back his smile at her annoyed expression. Her odd pink eyes did a poor job at conveying anger. You can fuck off. I don't care if you think you're the greatest genin walking the earth. I'm not really a genin. Do you think anyone cares if you can knock over a slab of rock? Well, it was pretty heavy. You're an idiot. Really? Yes. The moment you fuck up during the proctor's test you're going to realize it too. I think you might have an insecurity problem. Fuck you. She told him, suddenly very calm. Anatomically speaking, that would be. Would you shut up, she cried before storming off, back to furious in a 180 degrees turn. He really tried not to laugh at her retreating form, but he failed in that venture. Tsuchikage's granddaughter or not, she was a hothead. He walked on and managed to stay away from Sabaku no Gara when he saw the Suna siblings standing a few paces away. Naruto had avoided the red-haired psychopath for the last few days, and right now was not the time to spark a confrontation with him. He had not forgotten him though, he still had to check his seal for defects. He gave a wave to Sasuke and Sakura when he spotted them next to some other Konoha genin. They looked very standoffish, so he didn't stop to chat. By that time, the name-calling was over anyways. Ibiki had made it evident he had no patience for stragglers. Naruto stepped a bit closer to the panel and looked on as Konoha's proctor put away his list and looked across the crowd of genin. Good. Now, this first phase of the exam will last for a week at most, but I doubt you last that long. I guess it depends on how resilient you are. During this week, you can drop out of the exam at any time. Ibiki folded his hands behind his back and looked sternly at the crowd. If you fail your objective, you're out. If you become incapable of continuing, you're out. If you somehow break the rules, you're out. Any of these things happen, your name will be wiped off this blackboard here and you won't be able to continue advancing. A slight pause. Of course, you can also choose to give up anytime, even during a test, which means immediate failure. Keep in mind there's not always going to be someone ready to get you out of harm's way the second you give up during a test. Think carefully before you make a decision. Ibiki let his words sink in yet again. Like I said earlier, only 20 of you get to advance to the second stage. That doesn't mean you can't get a promotion here, we will be scouting for anyone with talent, so impress us with what you can do. That about sums it up, the first test of the exam will begin sometime in the next hour. You're free to prepare or relax as you please until then, but don't be absent when we begin. I will cross out your name. Ibiki looked across the clearing, his eyes were scouring after something. In the meantime, there's a defiant youngster here who has to pass a test. Let's get that underway, it might be amusing to watch while the preparations of the exam are being finalized. He gave a slight cough to clear his throat. Let me introduce you to some assistants of mine. They will handle a great deal of the actual tests this week. The proctor brought 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled loudly. 2 humanoid shapes suddenly whizzed into existence below the podium. 2 near-perfect shunshin. 1 male and 1 female. The woman had a fitted mesh suit covering her from the neck and all the way down to her thighs. She also wore a tanned overcoat and a brown miniskirt which helped conceal her indecency. The outfit was still revealing, a lot of the males were probably getting a kick out of her arrival. The man by her side was an odd sight, he looked sickly and out of place next to the woman who seemed to be near bursting with energy. He wore a standard shinobi flak jacket, but Naruto took note of the katana on his hip. Hello everyone. I am the sexy and irresistible Mitarashi Anko, and you're lucky enough to have me as one of your test supervisors this week. This introduction was accompanied by a few suggestive hand motions. One of the guys beside him did a sudden air intake. A team member of his quickly bonked him on the head for that. Nice to meet you, I am Heiichi Gecko, I will be your test supervisor for parts of this exam, pleased to meet you. Heiichi said in a calm monotone, but he began coughing at the end of his introduction. The female supervisor quickly drowned that out. Now, I heard we have a rebel here, so I'm just going to take care of him for y'all. Will the bad boy step up? Naruto did as she asked without fussing and began to wade through the masses of genin. It seemed these 2 were issuing the test. Is that good or bad? The guy. The mesh suit-clad supervisor asked when Naruto stopped in front of the podium. Her dark hair was set up into an orderly mess he could appreciate, the brown eyes she focused on him made him uncomfortable though. Yes. Let's get this over with. The proctor responded. Mitarashi nodded contently. Okay folks. Here's what's gonna happen. The center of this clearing will be empty in the next minute, anyone other than me and bad boy here still standing in this clearing after that get their names crossed off the blackboard. All of this was said stoically, but she finished her tirade with a smile and a cute. Simple, right? Everyone was spurred into motion by that, it only took half a minute before there was a sizable empty area in the middle of the clearing. Naruto was impressed. Good. You listen, that bodes well for you. Anko called out loudly. Now, you're all welcome to sit on the sidelines and watch if you will. I don't recommend standing too close, thrown weapons or a stray jutsu could hit you, but it's allowed. Just don't get in the way, because I am about to issue a test here, you got that. Slowly, the various genin trickled further away to give better room, most stopped when they hit the tree line. A few disappeared into the undergrowth, uninterested in the commotion taking place. Great. She called out exuberantly. Take this as an opportunity to learn. The proctor made an impatient motion with his hand from the podium, get it on with, Anko. Shush you. She answered, then she gave Naruto a look that was almost sympathetic, but not quite. You ready, kid? Naruto turned his head to look at this card man. Did you read my name yet, Proctor-san? I'm waiting to see if it's worth my time. Of course you did. He turned back to the Kunoichi. Yeah, go ahead Mitarashi-san. Okay, kid. Your test will be to fight me. She called out loud enough for anyone in the vicinity to hear. How simple. But we're going to do coin flips first. She held up a simple ryo. Ake prodded. Maybe not. If the coin hits head, we fight only using taijutsu. If it hits tails, we only use ninjutsu. In the rare event that it lands on its edge, I'll allow everything. You following? If you break these rules you lose instantly. I follow. That was actually an interesting rule. Good. This test will consist of 3 rounds, and we're gonna do a coin flip for each round. Each round is worth 1 point, the one with most points in the end wins. If you make it to the end that is. Okay, what determines the winner of each round? Well, each round should last for a set amount of time, say a minute. During that time your goal will be to subdue me in whatever field the coin lands in, if you can do it, you win the round. If neither of us manages to take down the other, then the judges will decide on who did better. They'll make a vote and the one with most votes gets the point for that round. Let's not make this unnecessarily complicated. Naruto nodded along. Ibiki will give Anko the vote every time he gets the chance, so it's better to subdue her and bypass the vote system entirely. Even so, it's not a completely hopeless case if I must rely on the votes. If the other 4 judges are unbiased, that is. Essentially, I need 3 out of the 4 votes to win a round. Naruto gave the supervisor a look. It's probably best to subdue her though, but how good is she? Couple questions, can we use weapons and equipment when the coin hits heads? Taijutsu in other words. Anko paused to think that over. No, it complicates things. No equipment or weapons at all. Pure taijutsu only if it lands on heads. Then, is it okay to bolster yourself with chakra in our taijutsu contests? Well, yes, chakra is an important facet of taijutsu, so that's allowed. But no ninjutsu of course. We'll consider this a competitive spar, no lethal force. If you do, I'll come right back at you. That sounds fine. Okay, I think I understand this then. I'm ready to begin whenever. She gave him a slight look over. You're good at coping, that's nice. Maybe you'll be worth my time. She finished the sentence with a weird tongue flick over her lips. Naruto smiled a bit. You're about to find out. Without sermon, she knelt and formed a small earth protrusion through a jutsu he was unfamiliar with. Naruto looked on unalarmed. She stood back up, content with a mound of dirt almost level with his waist now lying in between them. I'll make the coin land on this dirt pile, so be prepared for it. She explained. Once the coin lands, we begin the round. Hate will referee the match. Got it. The sickly man positioned himself to the side and in between them. He looked ready to keel over in Naruto's honest opinion. Yeah. Naruto lowered his center of gravity ever so slightly. He was trying to rack up as much ninjutsu knowledge as he could muster. She gave him an excited look. Here goes. 3, 2, 1. She flicked the coin into the air, where it spun and reflected a few golden sunrays. It hit the mound with an unceremonious thump. The rookie teams of Konoha stood at the edge of the clearing among a growing number of genin. There was little talk, only the occasional hushed whisper. Everyone was observing the 2 figures out on the grassy field. The group listened as the test supervisor explained the test in a loud and confident voice. Do you think he can do it? Kasuke murmured. It depends on the supervisor. Sasuke replied. She doesn't look like a chunin. She looks more like a jonin, yes. Shikamaru added in from his spot between Choji and Ino. If they're supposed to fight, I don't see how he can beat her. It's an inherently unfair matchup. But maybe the judges take that into consideration. Doubt it, said Sasuke. Isn't it just good for us if he gets disqualified here? Then we don't have to deal with him later. Kiba commented. He saved Sasuke-kun's life. Sakura returned hotly, to which Kiba gave a lopsided smile. A real shame that. Sakura gasped. No one appreciates a joke like that, Inuzuka-san. Hinata's tone of voice was cold and Kiba felt implored to give the Hyuga heiress a nod. It's about to start, guys. Choji announced, his fingers scratching at the bottom of his bag of chips. The 2 on the field stood coiled and ready to burst into action. The supervisor did a coin flip. The rookie stared at the falling Ryo. It hit a small and elevated flat mound and in the same instant the supervisor bolted ahead in an impressive display of speed. She moved at a speed far out of reach for most chunin. The boy Naruto seemed overwhelmed. He looked unprepared and slow, a bit stiff in his first movements maybe. The scantily clad supervisor was upon him in an instant. She attacked with a peculiar taijutsu form. The blonde teen moved out of the way of the first strike and he somehow managed to erect a flimsy block for the second one, but it was apparent he was losing badly. The woman stepped in closer, a condescending smile on her face. Unexpectedly, the blonde boy also leaned in without preamble. Slightly alarmed, Anko struck at him with intensity. Oops, that might have been excessive. Very few people saw it clearly, but Naruto passed underneath her arm with a sudden burst of speed that surprised everyone. Now inside her guard, Naruto discovered he was tall enough to ram his knee forcefully into her solar plexus. Anko gasped breathlessly and her body scrunched up. Never pausing in his movements, Naruto slammed a 2-finger strike into the crevices of her ribs before he spun and delivered a merciless roundhouse kick to her face. She hit the ground hard. To her credit, she hurriedly rolled into a squat, eyes a bit wild. Naruto observed calmly from a standstill, but on the inside, he was pleased. It had been a bit of a gamble to try and trick and surprise her like that. His skin pricked with adrenaline. Hayate was looking at him strangely. A long drawn-out whistle from one of the spectators ended the silence, and whispers broke out. He's not an idiot, that was tactical, he targeted some crippling spots too. Nara Shikamaru was the first to say anything in the rookie group. Not to mention his ridiculous burst of speed there, I didn't think that was possible for someone our age. His little analysis brought the rest of the rookies out of their stupefied stares. "Just how good is he?" muttered Sasuke, a tint of frustration in his voice. "I've only ever seen Kakashi move that fast," Sakura breathed. Everyone became quiet again when the dark-haired supervisor stilted herself back up on her feet. Her nose was bleeding and she was very clearly favoring one side over the other. The pain from the two-finger strike was showing. It was a bit of a low blow, Naruto knew that. Finger strikes are meant to cause a lot of pain and debilitate a person that way. It was an excellent option for attacking the throat and neck, but it could also sneak in between the ribs and do some serious damage. He was not above using it, then again, getting kneed in the solar plexus wasn't exactly pleasant either. "The Biki cornered me, so I've got to take every advantage I can. And since everyone keeps underestimating me." Surprisingly, her expression was not hurt but serene. Her breath was a bit ragged and there was a different kind of intensity to her eyes from earlier. She looked even more dangerous now, like a lion whose tail had been yanked. And yanked a bit too hard. Maybe this had been a bad idea. She let out a wheezing laugh. "You fucked that up, kid." Her voice was amused. "What's she on about? And am I still just a kid to her? You shouldn't have stopped. That kick to the face was a kindness compared to what I would have done. Nice behavior like that is going to get you killed." Naruto blinked. "Maybe, but I'm worth your time now, right?" That made her blink. Yes, you are." She replied and wiped some blood off her face. Unfortunately the nosebleed didn't stop. She didn't seem to care. "Beating your ass will be time well spent and our time isn't up yet. I have to move quickly, she looks ready to kill me." "There's only 17 seconds left." Hayate announced. Naruto immediately snapped into the stance of river cuts the reed, his feet shifting into place, just as Jiraiya had taught him years ago, and not a moment too soon. Despite the crippling blows from earlier, Anko moved like she was fresh out the shower. She was already in front of him. She opened the assault by going for his midsection. Naruto deflected her with a knife hand strike which he turned into a grapple. He whirled around and tried to dislocate her left arm, but Anko slithered out of his grasp through an odd maneuver he had no idea how the human body was even capable of. "She's like a fucking snake." Spinning once more, Naruto performed a compact horse kick directed at her gut. Despite the close quarters, Anko slid out of the way again and threw out a fast kick of her own. Naruto held up a block and winced when it hit. He was rapidly coming to understand conventional taijutsu did him no good here. Her follow-up palm strike was redirected, but this time she was the one who grabbed hold of him. She pulled and twisted his arm. Staying calm, Naruto struck at her jugular with his free arm in a precise knife hand attack. He'd been quick enough and Anko let go of his arm to grab and stop his attack. They were practically wrapped up in each other now, but Naruto took a page out of her book and shot out an elbow strike aimed at her temple. Anko bashed his attack aside with one arm and managed to slither in a follow-up strike to his abdomen. It carried some force behind it, despite the small wind-up. Had that hit him just a year earlier, he would have gone down like a sack of potatoes. Luckily, it hit him today, and although most of the air in him left in one big wheeze, he remained standing. Anko, however, struck again without pause, a blow to his head this time. He barely dodged, and he realized he was in a rougher shape than first anticipated. Now oxygen deprived, Naruto took a step back and sluggishly changed stance, but Anko had no intention of giving him space. The fist snuck past his guard and nailed his shoulder, which became unresponsive. Just a couple seconds left now, it can't be much longer. Another strike got him in his side, and it very nearly made him dry heave. His thoughts turned desperate. What do I do here? What can I do? One of those annoying elbow strikes forced up his guard and left him completely open. He met her ferocious eyes for an instant and time seemed to slow down. An old man's voice buzzed somewhere in the back of his head. "Dig deep, kid. Dig deep and rise back up." The act was unconscious, but he shifted his footing. He wanted to make the voice shut up. The test supervisor was closing in to finish him off, she had a grin plastered on her face. With no clever ideas, Naruto went with his instinct and simply leaned in and focused the rest of his strength into one last effort. A distant voice called time. Just as an explosion of pain washed over him. It took him a few steady breaths before he came back to himself and a couple more to realize he was lying in a clearing and what he was doing there. His head hurt, it ached with each heartbeat. The kunoichi knew her stuff. He took a steadying breath and began the arduous task of rising. It took considerable effort, but it wouldn't do to appear weak. Now back on his feet, someone was trying to get his attention. The male supervisor probably, but his ears were ringing. Instead of trying to listen, Naruto slowly put one foot in front of the other and walked back to the mound where he picked up the Ryo innocently lying there. He had probably lost that round, but he had to look forward, worrying was useless. An idea was taking shape in his mind and that gave him confidence his head was still up and running. "I'll flip it this time." His voice came out jumbled and his tongue stumbled on the last word. He recognized the tan overcoat that stopped in front of him. It was a bit blurry though. Stop that silly. Did you even notice your vision impaired right now? Naruto raised a hand to touch his eye and was a bit surprised when it came down wet with blood. No. He replied truthfully. I got hit harder than I thought. He could still see with the eye, but it gave him a foggy vision. A sinewy stream of blood dripped into his eyelashes from a narrow cut above his left eye. He must have made a dreadful sight. Instead of trying to stem the bleeding, he swiveled the gaze of his good eye to the supervisor. He noticed some discoloration on her face. Did I do that? Yeah. Didn't see it coming. I'm shocked you got to me twice in one round. Might have cost me the round that last exchange. She grinned but stopped when her bruised cheek began to hurt. The buzz of voices all around him was finally getting through the ringing in his head. Many of the genin were talking excitedly. Seems like they enjoyed the show. He muttered. Of course, even I enjoyed that spar, it was awesome. She gave him a look he recognized, one of curiosity. Unlike other times when people wanted to know about him, this time it was a mutual feeling. She was an oddball. He was pleasantly surprised when she didn't ask him anything personal. You look out of sorts though, maybe you can get yourself a bit patched up. I don't want the next round to be stale. The judges aren't done arguing anyways. Sit down a bit, okay? He murmured in consent and lowered himself down to his knees. Giving him recuperation time was a bad move, but he wasn't going to complain. He dug out a scroll from his Fuinjutsu compartment affixed to his hip. After unsealing it, he immediately took a big gulp from the water bottle that appeared. He closed his eyes in relaxation and took an occasional sip of water. He had to face the unpleasant fact lurking in the back of his head. Just like Kakashi, she was better than him when it came to Taijutsu. If the coin hit heads again. Want me to fetch someone to look at you? Anko asked. What happened to nice behavior like that is gonna get you killed? He asked quietly without opening his eyes. Difference is, I can afford to be nice from time to time, unlike you. She answered, but said nothing further. Are you underestimating me again? He wondered aloud. Maybe. He could hear her smile. Time passed, and Naruto let the buzzing of distant conversation wash over him. A minute passed, then another one ticked by. He could feel the skin on his forehead scratch, a sign he had learned to recognize as the Kyuubi's chakra doing its thing. The bleeding had nearly stopped altogether. Looks like they're done. Anko announced. Naruto nodded slowly and cleaned off some of the blood on his face with last of the water. He rose back up and turned towards the podium just as Ibiki was stepping forth to make an announcement. The judges behind him looked conflicted. The first round, with 3 out of 5 votes goes to Mitarashi Anko. He declared loudly. The genin on the outskirts took that with both groans and excited shouts. Bets had been made apparently. Tough luck kid. I'm gonna make her stop calling me kid by the end of this, I swear. It's okay, I'll win the next 2. He responded. He might have to reveal some of his strengths, but the way things were going he didn't have much choice. Confident, eh? You're ready to go then? She asked and gave his forehead an examining glance. She frowned, the cut was nowhere near as bad as it had been only minutes before. Of course, he turned to her and threw his water bottle away. He made sure to make the action look haphazard when it was anything but. I'll do the coin flip this time then. He held up the Ryo. Let's do it already. I'm anxious to kick your ass again. She told him and moved into her spot behind the mound. The silence settled over the field when people noticed the two moving into position. He gave her a nod and aimed his arm down at the mound. Anko frowned at his odd stance, it looked like he was aiming the Ryo like a projectile. He would lose if he didn't win the next 2 in a row, and Anko would likely win another Taijutsu round. It made things obvious in Naruto's mind, she never specified how to do the coin flip. He counted down calmly like she had done before. 3, 2, 1. The coin was launched from his hand with a powerful chakra-empowered flick. It burrowed itself halfway into the dirt, effectively standing on edge. In the rare event that it lands on its edge, I'll allow everything. Naruto stared for half a second in wonder, surprised it had actually worked. He recovered a split second faster than Anko, who was frowning at the coin. He flipped through 2 rapid hand signs and disappeared in his fastest Kawarimi. An empty water bottle dropped to the ground in his place. I'll end this. He reappeared behind the woman with a wakizashi already unsealed and equipped. Anko began to spin around. Right now. Naruto stepped in and thrusted the slim mini katana forward with his right arm. The execution had been close to flawless, but Anko still managed to narrowly sidestep it. He had been counting on that. Her eyes bulged slightly when Naruto snapped out his left hand and a tanto tore through a small cloud of smoke. Anko held out a long-sleeved coat arm and 4 thick snakes burst out of it like confetti out of a box. They were already too close to avoid. Suddenly desperate, Naruto channeled his wind chakra and hurriedly sliced the air with his tanto. The extended wind blade cut through the reptiles cleanly and they went up in smoke. Anko came through the smoke armed with a simple kunai and a reverse grip. Without pausing, Naruto resealed both weapons back into his tattoos before unsealing a different one. It took him half a second. The shock this time around wasn't so great, but she had no way of escaping his sudden reach. Now holding a long BM staff, Naruto swiped at her with both hands. He almost got her in the temple, but she somehow managed to bring up the kunai to deflect some of the blow. The staff slid of the small blade and hit her in the back of the skull. Naruto changed his grip on the BM staff and pressed his advantage by thrusting the butt of the staff at her torso. She bashed it aside, but the action likely bruised her hand. Going with the momentum, Naruto twirled the staff and aimed another strike at her, but she vaulted backwards and out of reach. Naruto sealed the staff away and paused. The snake summoner, those are very rare, just who is she? Very similar thoughts concerning the blonde was buzzing in Anko's head. 45 seconds left. Hate supplied from the sidelines. Both eyed each other with a wary and mutual respect. Anko made the first move and appeared next to him in a shunshin. Her stab at Naruto only hit air because the teen had already gone. Anko quickly left the spot in another shunshin, which saved her from being hit by a spinning back heel kick from behind. The round devolved into a game of catch where both dashed around using the shunshin. Their fast-paced clashes only lasted a second or two at most before they disengaged, only to reappear somewhere else. Neither was getting the upper hand, and at this point the duel was becoming hard to comprehend from the sidelines. "Are you guys seeing this?" Ino muttered, almost speechless. The Yamanaka girl felt humbled by the skill level of the two in front of her. She had never seen such an advanced spar, it was enough to make her lose self-confidence. "He's fighting her evenly, yes, we're seeing it," Shikamaru replied quietly. "Where did you say this guy was from?" Kiba asked and threw a look at Team 7. Both Sasuke and Kasuke was too absorbed in the fight to notice him. "He never said," Sakura answered. "I asked, but he only gave us some vague reply about being from all over." "How does he summon and vanish his weapons?" "He keeps doing it." Shino wondered aloud. "He's a Fuinjutsu genius, so it's no doubt linked to that, but I have no idea how he does it." Sasuke responded uniformly without looking away. Hinata glanced at him, labeling someone a genius as high praise coming from you. Sasuke gave a lazy twist with one shoulder. "He showed us Fuinjutsu I doubt our shinobi corps even know exist." "I see," she said evenly and withdrew her gaze. A small shockwave of air ruffled the clothes of the rookies, even as far away as they were. Naruto's wind techniques were clearly powerful. It had not been enough, unfortunately. "Oh, she got him," Choji commented, for once not eating anything. The suspenseful silence settled over the group, the strange genin was hurt. Drops of blood dyed the grass red as Naruto weaved in between attacks. He was bleeding profusely from a bite wound in his shoulder. Courtesy of one long-ass reptile. Anko was capitalizing on the opportunity, he only barely managed to vault away with a single hand. He had slowed down some, but nothing too vital had been severed, he thought he could still use the arm somewhat. Anko wouldn't count on that, probably. There wasn't much time left either, he had no more chances. If he lost here everything would be over before it began. It was time to play it risky. Rising from his roll, Naruto set into high gear. With his healthy arm, he flicked a handful of shuriken charged with wind chakra at the supervisor. Simultaneously, his wounded arm held up a lone sign, and 6 shadow clones burst into life around him. Anko narrowly dodged the deadly projectiles and paused to observe the clones, she seemed surprised. Whether it was due his use of a taxing kenjutsu or the way he executed it with just one hand, he had no idea. The 6 clones split off and surrounded her, Anko responded by throwing a few of her own projectiles. One clone vanished in a smoke puff. Unbothered, Naruto unsealed his wakizashi and abruptly threw it in an overhead arc at the woman. Realizing he was planning something, Anko made quick use of the shunshin to get out of the hotspot. Which was the signal he had mentally instilled into his clones. Anko reappeared at a safer distance closer to the podium. However, unease flowed into her when smoke screens popped up on all her sides. 4 identical dark-dressed teenagers attacked her simultaneously in a clearly rehearsed pattern. Anko hastily flipped through 4 hand signs. Pain. Ryuken no Jutsu. The snake summoner unleashed a breath of fire that expanded into a short cone of hot flames. 2 clones went up in smoke, and a third only barely managed to dive out of the way. Anko whirled around to deal with the 4th clone, but halfway into her spin something tightened around her pivotal foot. Alarmed, Anko reflexively tried to substitute, but her focus took a dent when the clone next to her reacted a bit quicker than expected and nailed her with a punch to the stomach. The hand around her ankle yanked down hard an instant after that. Anko was in the process of being submerged when another Naruto appeared out of nowhere with his leg extended. The flat of his foot connected firmly with her chin. The impact was enough to jolt her brain into unconsciousness. Anko fell limply and hit the ground awkwardly, her right leg was buried to the knee. A clone didn't hesitate to bring a kunai to a rest over her throat. He stepped forth and raised an arm to gather attention, he was eyeing the clone warningly. Round over, the point goes to Naruto for subduing his opponent. A sort of stunned silence greeted those words, and Naruto let his taut body slacken. His clones evaporated into smoke next to him, and he couldn't help but to analyze their perspectives of that last sequence. The round had been very close, but he caught a break towards the end. The onslaught of attacks from so many directions must have caught her off guard. The point that round wasn't wholly his credit, it was more apt to say the supervisor messed up. It only took a moment for the excited small talk to bubble up. Naruto did his best to ignore the crowd and gave his hurt shoulder an experimental roll, he managed to keep a wince back, but it certainly hurt. Oh well, that turned out a lot better than expected. I revealed nothing too important except for my Fuinjutsu aptitude, but Fuinjutsu is my bread and butter anyways. It's an obscure branch, so it usually catches people off guard even if they know you're skilled at it. He would have used his own summons too, but Gamahiro would have as much of a problem in pinning down the snake summoner as Naruto. Better to keep his contract with the toads under wraps. Ugh, for fuck's sake, that made me dizzy. Anko slurred from her prone position, back to awareness. Naruto barely heard her over the din of noises. I can't believe I lost that one. I didn't expect you to have that level of synergy with your clones. I fucked up. Feeling generous, Naruto took a step forward and extended his unhurt arm. She looked at the hand for a few seconds before grabbing it. Up on her feet, Anko pulled her foot loose from the ground and wiped herself down. She then straightened and gave her chin a gentle caress, the look she sent him was teasing. You got anything against pretty women, or is it just this face in particular you're trying to mess up? She asked. At least I spared your nose this time. Naruto replied in good humor, but eyed his shoulder worryingly. Your summons aren't venomous, are they? Some of them are. She seemed happy to inform him. Oh well, I probably would have felt the effects by now if that was the case with this bite. Well, I need a minute. Naruto turned his head to look at the small bite in his shoulder. Now that the fight was done and the adrenaline in him was flushing out, his shoulder was beginning to bleed for real. The fabric around his upper torso was becoming slicker with blood by the minute. So, it won't close up as easily as the previous cut. She was only halfway joking. It would take 3 or 4 hours for a wound this big to close itself unless I speed up the process. He said matter-of-factly. She might not know it yet, but they were allies after all. He could tell her minor things like that, he'd like to have her trust someday. Besides, he kind of liked being honest with people for a change. That it bandaged? Anko suggested slowly, clearly unsure if he was being truthful or not. I could bandage it, but I have to consider the upcoming round as well. If I get into another Taijutsu showdown with her, the odds are against me in that field, and I shouldn't just hope I luck out and get an ninjutsu match. I ought to do something as a precaution. He made sure to act when Anko turned away to have a few words with the male supervisor. Naruto channeled chakra into his fingertips and held his hand over his stomach. Over the 8 trigram seal, to be precise. He hesitated for a moment, a tiny moment that was significant still. He had done this once before, a dumb experiment from his more brash and foolhardy days. It might help him now though, so he shouldn't complain. Slowly, I only want to jiggle it a bit. He rotated his hand ever so slightly. Apparently, there was a key to the seal somewhere. But Naruto had yet to encounter a lock he couldn't pick, and his father's seal was no exception. Then again, he was unable to actually open the seal, a good thing to be sure, but he knew how to prop it ajar, so to speak. Okay, there. Any more and I'll lose chakra control, and the effects would become visible. Naruto removed his hand and felt an increase of chakra seep into him. The 8 trigram seal was unique in that it allowed the Jinchuriki some of the Biju's chakra, a small trickle of it leaked into the Jinchuriki always. Like an IV that never stopped dripping. Over time this resulted in increased chakra reservoirs and large chakra pathways for the Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, this benefit came with a drawback, the 8 trigram seal deteriorates over time, and the key to completely seal off the proverbial chakra drip would also mean the Jinchuriki could no longer access any of the Biju's chakra. Naruto had just momentarily turned the IV drip into something a bit more powerful. Naruto straightened and glanced over the crowd. Some must have seen him tamper with the seal or his own stomach in their eyes, but he sincerely doubted they had the knowledge necessary to understand it. Ibiki had been busy discussing something with a fellow judge, and Anko was still talking to Hade. His eyes stopped when he glanced over the Konoharukis, he gave their suspicious faces a wink. The skin on his shoulder was itching terribly now, and the pain had dulled into a slow beat. He felt better, a bit stronger too maybe. He released a breath and closed his eyes. The additional chakra from the Kyuubi made him more rash, but he wrestled it down. It was enough to make him wonder how much of an effect the malicious chakra had had on him as a child growing up. Although he couldn't do anything about it, it still worried him from time to time. Naruto stood perfectly still and tried to calm his cardiac valves. The added chakra from the Kyuubi also influenced him physically. Everything became slightly sharper, less gritty and more vivid. He imagined the effects would only increase if he took in more of the Kyuubi's chakra. He had never gone beyond this experimental stage though, and he hoped he never had to go further. Boy, bad boy. Naruto cracked open his eyes. The bruised face of his test supervisor greeted him. He could make out individual strands of her dark hair now. He noted how it framed her face very prettily. Mitarashi-san. His voice was a bit dry. She folded her arms and looked at him with annoyance. Aren't you going to get that shoulder wrapped up? It's bleeding you out, kid. Naruto gave the shoulder an experimental rotation, it was sticky with slick and crusted blood. But he only felt a slight sting when he moved it. Actually, I'm ready for the he began to tell her, but she interrupted him. The FFT. Not likely. Anko stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder gently to inspect it. Her eyes widened when she peered through the bite holes in his dark gray combat vest. The skin beneath was irritated and covered in crusted blood, but also nearly unblemished. She leveled her head with his and stared at him. It felt strangely intimate and Naruto struggled not to get flustered. Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto. He looked her square in the eyes. She took a moment to digest that. I doubt even a pure-blooded Uzumaki had that kind of regeneration. Her voice was calm, but also insistent. I'm not pure-blooded, but I'm special. He replied easily. And besides, I told you I could speed up the process. She took even longer to stew over that answer. Okay, Uzumaki-san. Let's wrap up this test. Don't hold anything back this round, kid. You'll regret it if you do. She walked off to her side of the dirt mound and threw off her tan overcoat. People around the clearing quieted down. They knew what was coming next. The panel of judges straightened. Was that a warning? Anko gave Haid a look and he stepped closer, ready to referee the match. Fine, I wasn't going to hold back anyways. Naruto stepped up to the usual spot and stared blankly ahead. He flared some chakra out experimentally. The grass under him rippled slightly under the invisible force. Yeah, I still have good control. Nothing to worry about. Anko arched an eyebrow at his display. I'm ready. He told her evasively. She gave him a nod and held up an arm. 3, 2, 1. She did the coin flip. A drop of sweat trilled down his forehead. The coin landed and Naruto blasted off his feet. It was heads again. Taijutsu again, ugh. With his right leg, Naruto kicked into the dirt mound as hard as possible. Anko stopped in her tracks when she got hit with a literal explosion of earth. Squeezing out his considerable reserves of chakra, Naruto took 2 large strides before kicking off into the air. He snapped his legs into a textbook fly kick. Anko recovered in time to block him with a cross guard, but the force of the kick had her feet slipping. Naruto landed and brought up an arm to block a fast retaliation from the snake summoner. Naruto returned fire, and their arms became a blur as the two fought for dominance. Any distractions ebbed away from their minds, both went from one stance to another in the blink of an eye. There was only action and reaction. Both refused to be the first to lose focus. The Kunoichi snapped out multiple attacks in quick succession, and her slippery style made it difficult to anticipate where she was aiming. But unlike earlier, he could see her moves more clearly now and react slightly better as well. Naruto blocked a strike and redirected a sneakier low blow. He attacked back with a knife hand aimed for her neck, but Anko blocked him expertly, and in a single fluid motion, she caught his elbow in a vice grip. Naruto stepped closer and wrung his detained arm down and to the side before he bent and performed a compact kick upwards directed at her stomach. Anko grabbed his leg with her one free arm, but the kick proved too powerful. She used her hand as a buffer and let her body be pushed back by the force. She tried grabbing hold of Naruto's foot, but the boy spun on the spot and a roundhouse kick nearly lopped her head off. She managed to twist away in time, but Naruto heard her annoyed huff. The two was starting to learn the other's distinct style, their exchanges were more even now. Both had yet to land a proper hit. The audience was staring at the increasingly complex taijutsu battle. A fight like the one unfolding was a rare sight. The halfway mark of the round was called and the equilibrium had yet to shatter. Their fight was explosive and Naruto was starting to get winded, his arms were getting heavier. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one. Anko was having the exact same issue and whenever their eyes met, he could discern one prevailing emotion in her. Irritation. Good, he could work that angle. Naruto blocked a sweeping kick and fired off a punch. Anko redirected it and quickly closed their distance. Naruto sidestepped and blocked several successive attacks, he kept denying her each time she advanced. He never took his eyes off her face, not once. How does it feel, Mitarashi-san? Naruto bent away and narrowly avoided a lightning-quick strike from the woman. He responded with a palm strike. To fight evenly with someone half your age. He briefly met her eyes again after another super-fast exchange of fists. She looked beyond vexed. Must be frustrating, right? The corner of his mouth got caught in a smile. Naruto dodged left and right, he then employed a difficult combination series of both closed fists and open palm strikes that forced Anko to take a step back. Naruto's smile grew larger. Can you feel my superiority? Anko let a growl slip free and layered into him with a ferocity he hadn't seen before. Slightly overwhelmed, Naruto backtracked and evaded her at all costs. On the inside, Naruto felt a small measure of triumph surge through him. Naturally, she didn't want to be outdone by anyone so young, and unlike Kakashi who was an analytic, Anko was an emotional fighter. Naruto had recognized that early on, he could even relate to her. He used to make the same mistake she was making now in his training sessions with Jiraiya. Her frustration was building incrementally from each attack he stopped and evaded. Her nurtured skills were gradually being forgotten in favor of instinct, and her polished tactics were eroding into rushed feints and tricks he'd seen her do already. Naruto felt he could beat her now. The sudden thought surprised him somewhat, which made him pause for an instant. One instant was enough to make a subtle difference for Anko though. She managed to land a powerful blow to his shoulder that had him reeling and immediately went for the opening in his defenses. Naruto cursed silently to himself and immediately employed some of his best moves to stem the sudden onslaught from the Jonin. That feeling from before remained though. He could beat her. She was excited to have gotten in the first hit, this was the perfect time to turn the tables. Naruto felt more than saw her next attack coming. I can anticipate her. Naruto twisted his body to the side and leaned into an unnatural single handstand, which he used to catapult himself into the air. The snake summoner whirled around to keep track of him with wide eyes. With only one hand. With an impressive display of coordination, Naruto dropped down on Anko with a heel kick. She redirected it to the side, but Naruto made his landing by planting his elbow in Anko's face. The snake summoner staggered backwards and made an involuntary grunt of pain. Not giving her any time to recover, Naruto stepped forward and slammed his fist into her upper torso. He felt her ribs creak. The force of the blow launched Anko away. She bounced across the ground brutally before she came to a stop a good distance away from Naruto. Did I overdo it? Naruto bent down and leaned on his knees. He was out of breath, but just fine otherwise apart from a throbbing shoulder. Time. The round is over, the judges will declare the winner momentarily. Hayate was reduced to a series of coughs at the end of his single line. Naruto let out a relieved breath, he had made it just in time. Naruto ignored the loud people on the sidelines and turned around to give the referee a nod of acknowledgement. The up-and-coming shinobi then calmly walked to his opponent. Her eyelids were drowsily trying to open when he stopped next to her prone form. That was some spar. She muttered. I've never fought someone like you. The feeling is mutual. He told her. No wonder Ibiki got his panties in a twist over you. What did you do to upset him anyways? I knocked down the party decor. He gave a slight nod to a conspicuously toppled statue some distance away from them. Anko let out a wheezing laugh that seemed to drain all the tension out of her. He gets so carried away, that guy. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the Konoha proctor. The scarred man was pointedly explaining something to a fellow judge. You think he overreacted too? You're not the guy he's looking for. I'm not, but what makes you so sure? Call it intuition if you want. Naruto shrugged and held out a hand to her for the second time that day. She didn't hesitate to take it this time. He pulled her up, but she wouldn't release his hand after the fact. Her smile was drowsy, but also playful. A very attractive combination. If you're back in Konoha again someday with a few extra years under your belt, you should find me. We could have a different kind of spar together, you know. She joked with a teasing smile. He thought she was joking in any case. Naruto tried not to look at her skin which was showing through the mesh suit. Instead, he pulled away his hand and snapped his eyes to hers. He forced himself not to look down again. I hate my height. Her boobs are almost in my face, it's impossible not to notice. I don't know, I'd probably lose that fight, and I hate losing. He surprised her with a witty and modest reply, but heat was surging up his throat. She let out a laugh. I can tell. Go get some experience first then, you're clearly a fast learner, you'll get there. Despite himself, Naruto felt his face heat up, not even all his experiences dealing with Uraya's female companions had prepared him enough for the teasing face Anko was making. Naruto refused to look as meek as he felt, so he tried to end things smoothly. Konoha is my new residence, I'm sure we'll bump into each other. Really? Well, don't be a stranger then. I look forward to get to know you, Uzumaki boy. She let out another laugh before she turned to pick up her discarded overcoat. Naruto was left behind thinking Uzumaki boy was probably an improvement from just kid. They walked calmly past Anko and into the center of the clearing. He cleared his throat and said in an almost flat voice. The judges voted unanimously. The round went to Naruto. Having won 2 out of 3 rounds, he passes the test and is eligible to take the exam. A brief pause. This clearing is no longer a test area and the exam will begin shortly. That is all. Naruto could only feel elation at that. Although it had been a spectacular show, very few clapped when it was over. It wasn't the ninja way, and as Naruto would soon become everyone's competition, no one felt like applauding him. Sakura was one of the few who tried to clap but was stopped by a man next to her. She looked down at the hand restraining her, puzzled. I wouldn't be so quick to show everyone you're friends with that guy. You'd be a perfect target for his enemies. The man holding her arm warned. Sakura gave him a glancing look. She had him pegged somewhere in his late teens, as he was taller than most of the genin she'd seen. Excusing his rudeness for now, she asked. What do you care? The other rookies were eyeing the spectacled man warily. Ah, I beg your pardon. He pushed his glasses further up his nose. I'm Kabuto. A fellow Konoha genin, and I think we from the Leaf ought to stick together, no? He didn't pause for long. As you can see, no one is approaching him. Sakura looked ahead and had to agree with that. People were returning to the clearing, but there was a large circle around Naruto, who was stretching his shoulder. Yeah, cause he's dangerous. We're not dumb. Kiba commented from the sideline. Kabuto gave the Inuzuka a small nod, he then addressed all the rookies. As a veteran of these exams, there's a lot I can tell you. I have information on the people trying out for instance. Kabuto showed the group a handful of blank cards. I figure you rookies will need all the advantage you can get. Any of the names on the blackboard that piques your curiosity? He asked them. There was a short silence, and Sakura had to repeat his words once to herself before she realized what he was offering. How does he have intel on the genin here? She was a bit surprised when Shikamaru took half a step forward. What do you know about Sabaku no Gara? He asked tonelessly. An interesting name, let me see. Kabuto quickly picked out a card and channeled some chakra into it. He held it up to his eyes. Impressive. His B rank assignments are up in the double digits. And perhaps even more impressive, he's completed an A rank and returned home completely unscathed. That surprised everyone. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at the information. The Hyuga heiress was the first to recover and give Kabuto another name. Kuritsuchi. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Kabuto flipped up a new card. He seemed to know exactly where he had each individual card, even though they were all blank. Another young powerhouse, she's a known candidate for the cage position in Iowa. That alone says something about her, but her mission records are also eye-catching. She's recently done a whole string of B ranks, and every report on her performance are glowing with praise. Her main aptitude is ninjutsu, she's also known for her elemental manipulation. Troublesome. Shikamaru let out a breath. Hinata Hyuga looked thoughtful. Sasuke was the next to give a name. Naruto. Kabuto turned his gaze to the Uchiha and gave him a smile. That guy, huh? Sasuke gave Kabuto a dark look. Do you know him? He's interesting. You see, I have intel on every genin here, there's a few I only know snippets of information about, but at least I know their affiliation. Him though? Nothing. Naruto, whoever he is, has been a ghost all his life up until now. I admit I'm curious about him. His benefactors clearly went to great lengths to conceal him, so why is he purposefully garnering attention? It makes no sense. In any case, I would be careful around at this point. Marino Ibiki stepped forth on the podium and Kabuto stopped mid-sentence. Genin. Gather around here, the first phase is about to begin. The silver-haired genin adjusted his round spectacles again, he left with a few parting words. It's starting. Here's a tip, don't try to compete, try surviving. Good luck. With those glum words on their minds, the rookies shared a few looks and walked ahead. It was unlikely they would all be walking back again, and they all knew it. And that's another one done, guys. What's there to like about it? What's there to dislike? Please give me your thoughts in a review. How are everyone's thoughts about Naruto's strength and skills so far? I'm honestly curious what you think. I should probably mention Naruto will face greater danger earlier on in the story than in canon. If you have any problems with how this chapter progressed, all I want to say is. I introduced Anko and had her fight Naruto. Therefore, your opinion is invalid. In Konoha Arena. Ibiki's explanation of the first test was succinct. I'm about to delegate all of you into 8 different groups. After that, everyone will undergo the same test, but in different locations. Each group will average about 25 genin. Don't cry when I split up your teams. The last line was added in sharply, and Ibiki glanced over the crowd with narrowed eyes before he continued. Now, I want you to listen carefully. I will shout your name only once. I will then give you a direction, and after that I expect you to start walking. If you get lost, just follow the smoke. Once all of your group reach your destination, the test will be explained in proper. Okay, ready. Some people chorused a yes. Naruto remained silent. Good, onto the names. First off. Naruto. The boy in question blinked in surprise at being first, but quickly snapped up his head. Naruto thought he could see a new spark behind Ibiki's eyes now. He must have checked the disclaimer and found the planted Konoha leaf. Naruto forced down a self-satisfied smile. Desert Zone. Ibiki proclaimed loudly and pointed off into the distance. Naruto had memorized the arena's layout earlier, so pointing out the direction was actually unnecessary. Watch for the purple smoke. Ibiki added to him before he called out a new name, whom he gave similar instructions. Naruto stepped out of the crowd and performed a smooth shunshin. He made it clear he was not using any hand signs. Desert Zone. Naruto was quick to arrive on location. The desert zone wasn't as large as he thought. Still, he would have struggled to find the test supervisor had it not been for the brazier beside the man. A slow burn was roiling inside it and a line of purple smoke stretched up into the sky. Taking the last few steps normally, that is to say, without using the shunshin, Naruto stopped in front of the man by the brazier. He wore the standard Konoha flak jacket and was rolling a senbon needle around in his mouth. His seemingly carefree and lackadaisical manner reminded Naruto of Kakashi, and it had him on guard. No questions please, wait for the rest of the group. The man ranted off before Naruto could so much as open his mouth. With a shrug, Naruto walked past him to study what had to be the test area. There was a structure of sorts. 5 pillars. All formed of dried mud, a Doton user's work no doubt. They were large enough to have half a dozen people stand on them with personal space to spare, and 5 stories tall maybe. The 5 mud columns were in the shape of a 5-pointed star, and a somewhat hastily erected earth wall connected all the columns. He was looking at a fight pit. The next part could get very messy. Good. An unbidden voice rose up inside him. It surprised him. Walking swiftly, Naruto rounded a corner and heaved a sigh. He had just realized he was still being intoxicated by the temporary tweak he'd made in the seal, and he had to correct it. Holding up all 5 fingers, Naruto focused. His reserves were so massive, this kind of chakra usage was nearly impossible for him. It was only through hundreds of hours of practice that he'd gotten this far with it. He visualized gathering drops of dew on his fingers in the midst of a hurricane. It wasn't an excessive analogy when the amount of chakra Naruto needed was so tiny he could barely wrap his mind around it. Satisfied, Naruto crammed the seal back into its original place. The added chakra drip from the Kyuubi disappeared. He felt relief fill him, but it did not last. Earlier that day inside the 8-trigram seal. Kurama woke with a stir. Something was different. There was a tiny change in the 8-trigram seal. He could feel an almost imperceptible drain of chakra through the seal. Likely due to the boy somehow, but Kurama didn't know how. He must be struggling with something. He pondered on what kind of scenario his host was in. It was hard to say. Kurama didn't even know how old the boy was, much less his development. Time was impossible to track in the seal when he had no connection to the host he was sealed within. He could have been trapped inside the seal for decades by now for all he knew. It sure as hell felt like it most of the time. That was unlikely though. The seal would have been all but an eroded husk of its former self if that had been the case. But the fact that the boy had somehow tinkered with the seal for the second time now was intriguing. He hasn't damaged the seal yet, so he must be at least halfway competent. Kurama stretched his chained limbs as best he could and tried to fall back into sleep. It was the best way to kill time. After a while, the tiny drain stabilized. The subtle change was enough to jerk Kurama awake again. The boy had somehow realigned the seal back into place and in the process cut off the surplus chakra flow. He must be out of danger by now then. Kurama thought to himself and absent-mindedly flexed his chakra like he would do every now and then again to check the seal. And that was just it, the seal had worsened again. Not much, but slightly, ever so slightly. Immediately, Kurama tried something he had been attempting for years now. He forced tendrils of his chakra through the seal and tried to pull at the crevices he could feel. He wanted to meet his vessel. With Naruto inside the seal. Naruto took in his new surroundings warily. What just happened? The street he was standing on was dimly lit by a dying sun. There were a multitude of buildings on both sides of the street. Interestingly, they all seemed to be structures he'd seen before at some point in his life. Some were complex works of architecture, others were simple places he'd stayed at. He saw a restaurant he'd used to frequent a few years ago, down the lane. The street wasn't a real place he realized, but a fiction drawn up from his subconsciousness. The question was, how was he standing in it? It was at that moment a blood-curdling growl cut down the quiet street. Finally. Naruto felt a shiver move down his spine and he immediately spied for the source of the voice, but there was nothing. That could only have been the Kyuubi. This must be the inside of the 8-trigram seal. The thought was a bit humbling. But where is the fox? Oddly enough, running into the giant fox didn't strike him as all that scary. Naruto felt in control of this place, it felt like he could do things here he normally couldn't. Imprisoned as it was, the Kyuubi should have no real way of hurting him. Unless he gave it one. He glanced around the chaotic but pretty street. The young Uzumaki then began walking at a leisurely pace. His mindscape was a telling place and very obviously decorated by his subconsciousness. Naruto's first momentary pause was to stare at the statue of a man. The flame pattern running down the man's haori made identifying him easy even for someone who never knew him. The statue of the yondaime was completely overshadowed however by a much larger one standing next to it. Naruto saw himself in that one. He was different, older and battle-hardened, but it was undoubtedly him. With an uncaring shrug Naruto moved on. Nothing I didn't already know, I've wanted to surpass him for a long time now. He walked on and noticed how the surrounding nature was taking over. The cobbled path he'd started on had almost disappeared beneath a thick layer of green. The buildings were overgrown with vines and moss. A winding tree was growing straight through a windowed house that he saw. Naruto paused when he arrived in front of a garden pond. Curiously, 5 large slabs of stone stood erect in the pond. He inquisitively stepped closer. The stones were arranged in a circle and a symbol was hewed into each of them. The 5 elements. Naruto realized when he waded in to get a closer look. He almost immediately noticed how the symbol for air seemed to almost glow with power. The other 4 didn't give of anything like that, but they were not completely inert either. The symbols for fire and lightning were thrumming quietly. He could barely feel anything from earth and water though. It could be a representation of the elemental nations, but he doubted it. It was more likely this illustrated the 5 elements and his progress in learning them. He had always wanted to master all 5. Arrogant maybe, but he didn't care. A bit hesitantly, Naruto stepped out of the pond and continued onwards. His wet footwear squeaked as he walked and he briefly wished he was dry. No sooner had he finished the thought and he was dry. Completely flummoxed, Naruto stopped and stared down in wonder. There really is something to this place. Spurred on, Naruto experimentally stretched out a hand. He watched as the grass around him started to grow. In seconds it reached his knees and the surprise alone was enough to make a lapse in his concentration. The grass stopped growing. The rules in this place are not the ones I'm used to. Naruto slashed down his arm in an arc. The green ocean in front of him was removed in that single motion. The grass disappeared in a soundless wind. No chakra necessary, just pure visualization. The workings of this place are beyond strange. Of course, existential control would certainly come in handy when facing the Kyuubi, so he wasn't going to complain, but he wanted to know how far he could take this. For instance, maybe he didn't have to search every nook and cranny for the Kyuubi. Maybe by visualizing he could summon the Kyuubi to him. Naruto paused that particular train of suicidal thought before it could get any further. Maybe Jiraiya was actually right in calling him reckless. Then again he seemed to be in his element while inside the seal. Just how much could he really do? He looked around the broken road he was on and immediately spotted a dilapidated windmill standing at a slight tilt. He narrowed his eyes in concentration and the woodwork screeched loudly. Naruto watched unblinkingly as an invisible force ripped one of the mill arms straight off and threw it away like you would a toothpick. Feeling cockier, Naruto raised the bar. With the force of his will he tried to topple the mill. He surprised himself when the large structure was torn out of its foundation and slung into the ground. Naruto released a large breath of air he had unconsciously kept in. Only then did he notice how breathless he was. He gulped down air. He was a bit shaky, but that feeling did not compare with the elation at having toppled over a large windmill like it was nothing. Incredible, Naruto breathed out loud. There is a bar though. Limits or not, he could still wreak havoc with the environment with willpower and imagination alone. What he wanted to know now however was how far could he alter this world. Without preamble, Naruto extended his arm and focused. He was satisfied when a small tanto dropped into his hand out of thin air. Having fun with this, Naruto looked at the ground and imagined something else. The rabble of a road with weeds and grass poking through disappeared and was replaced by colorful plants and flowers. Naruto barked out a laugh full of disbelief. This place is beyond surreal. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, summoning the Kyuubi didn't seem so reckless anymore. But the Kyuubi. One agonizing second after another went by, but still no boy. When he showed, Kurama planned to coerce him into making a deal. He would tempt the boy, promise him power. The child would no doubt be suspicious, but in the end, he would accept. Humans never turned down power freely given. The hidden catch was the dissolving effects of his chakra, which would gradually deteriorate the 8 trigram seal. Not to mention the boy's health. He would just have to use some shock and awe to make the boy biddable first, keep him from asking questions. That's when it happened, ironically enough. If you blinked you would have missed it. In one moment, Kurama was lying on the cold stone floor of his dark prison, his limbs chained down. In the next, he was gone. For about half a second, Kurama hung in the air, then he crashed into a soft and unfamiliar surface. Animalistic instincts kicked in, and Kurama bounced up on all four. He was so bewildered he forgot to even question where the chains holding him down had gone. Confused and angry, Kurama whirled around in an attempt to get his bearings. The giant fox spotted a silhouette standing a distance away. That was when all hell broke loose. Something hard slammed into his back from above and forced him into the ground. A pained groan escaped him that more than anything stoked the fire in him. Something was snaking itself around his legs. With a vicious snarl, Kurama spun to let out a 150 decibel roar. The nine-tailed fox could never properly set the sense of complete and utter shock into words at what came next. Out of the corner of his eye, he got a glimpse of a tree crown coming at him with momentum. The full-grown beech tree came swinging out of nowhere and Kurama had no time to react. The thick tree trunk snapped in half at the impact and sent the massive biju back into the ground. What the hell is happening? Kurama's fiery rage was mounting. Dizzy from the heavy blow, Kurama failed to recognize his legs were bound. He tried to stand, but immediately staggered and fell. A dust cloud rose from the impact. "Hi there, sorry for the rough introduction." Kurama snapped open a bloodshot eye. There, standing in front of his face in the whirling dust was a blonde-haired boy. "You the Namika's brat." "Me?" the tiny mongrel replied. The carefree blue eyes on the runt was enough to send Kurama into a red-hot frenzy. "You?" The word was expulsed with large amounts of thick and malignant chakra. It sent the boy flying, and Kurama watched with satisfaction as the upstart crashed into the ground like a ragdoll. He held back an annoyed grunt when the kid managed to flip himself up in mid-roll and land on his feet, still fit for fight. The two locked eyes. "Do you have a death wish?" Kurama growled through sharp canines. He was so infuriated he was shaking. To his surprise, the kid gave a shrug without breaking eye contact. "Do you?" Frowning at the implied threat, Kurama suddenly noticed the skyline. It was turning dark. It was, but only because a gigantic tsunami of projectiles was inexplicably closing in. It was a monstrous volley of shuriken that nearly blotted out the sky. The approaching cloud of dark metal gleamed with razor-sharp points. What jutsu is this? Kurama was baffled. The incoming steel storm made no sense at all. It's no jutsu, he's controlling the mindscape. Digging in his heels, Kurama let loose a big roar of defiance amplified tenfold with chakra. The roar was so powerful it split the descending steel wave in two. Looking down, Kurama fully expected Naruto to have vanished but was surprised to see him standing motionless. He only moved when a few stray shuriken almost skewered him. "You forgot to check your rear." The kid shouted through the din of falling steel. Kurama didn't listen and pounced on the boy. He was in mid-stride when something careened into him from behind and sent him sprawling into the ground head over heels. "I think we've flexed our muscles enough for now." Naruto remained still, standing just a few feet away from the prone fox. As if to punctuate that, a windmill arm of all things crashed into the ground just a small distance away from Kurama. Clumps of dirt and grass flew everywhere. "Let's break it up before we get too caught up in the heat of things." Naruto bent down into a squat and folded his arms across his knees. "We should talk." "Now you want to talk? After starting a fight?" Kurama asked with incredulity. He took longer in getting back on all four this time around. He was shocked at how easily the kid could control the environment in the seal already. Exerting power like this usually took years if not decades to acquire. Kurama kept his thoughts from showing. The boy raised an eyebrow. "I figured you wouldn't take me seriously unless we fought first. You flaunt power and you think that will garner respect. All I see is a kid who relies solely on force alone to get past his problems. Is this my new vessel?" Kurama spat out the last word with venom. He could see the brat's poker face was beginning to slip. "I assumed you would understand a display of power better than anyone else." He responded. "He's honest." Kurama noted. "But wrong." "Contrary to what you seem to believe," Kurama rose to his full height. "I don't suffer from hubris." That proved too much and the kid's mask fell away to reveal a wry smile full of disbelief. "That's rich, with your past." His voice had turned chill. Inwardly pleased, Kurama feigned insult and lowered his head to stare intently at the small figure in front of him. "What do you know of my past?" "You are nothing, you know nothing and you will remain as nothing." Naruto clenched his fists in quiet frustration and responded harshly. "I may not know much, but even I know it's wrong to decimate half a village and its people in blind rage." "Once again, you're mistaken, I did what I did, but not in blind rage. Unlike you humans, I keep my rage under control." Naruto rose to his feet again and stared fiercely at the fox. "So, it was calculated then, do you honestly think that's any better?" "I think you will hate me no matter what I say or do." Kurama stretched closer still, the kid Naruto, he reminded himself, was staring at him with barely a tremble. He was composed, very different from the mother. And what's wrong with that? Hatred is a fine attribute, it gets people farther than most other motivators. Too bad I don't hate you then, or anyone else. Naruto kept his eyes on him. Kurama swished his tails in frustration. What? I made you an orphan. I destroyed half your home. Kurama drove in the points harshly. Jiraiya says I'm strange like that. I have a strong sense of justice, but I don't carry grudges. Naruto paused to give a shrug, then he continued. I probably should hate you, it's only logical given what I know. But I can't force myself to hate someone any more than I can force myself to be happy. So, I say we let the past remain in the past and move forward. As equals, trying to make the best out of the situation we're in. Kurama struggled for words, you want to wait, what? The situation had taken one too many turns in the last 15 minutes, this one above all had shocked him the most. He could see the kid take immense joy in his sudden lack of bearing. You're proposing an alliance. After first dropping a tree on me. Kurama was starting to question if maybe he was having a surreal and lifelike dream. The Yondame's offspring was nothing like he had expected. Well, sorry about that. I apologize. The brat dipped his head humbly. You also leached off my chakra. Kurama rattled off. He managed to keep back his surprise at the earnest apology. Not because I wanted to, your chakra felt like tar. The kid replied with a grossed out voice. HMPH. Are you at the point where you have no choice but to resort to my chakra then? Kurama sensed an angle he could work. I just didn't like my odds. It won't become a habit. Oh? Don't you want access to my chakra? Well, I might need it one day, but I don't want to become dependent on it. You're here now because you helped yourself to more of my chakra. A few extra drops, what you're talking about is something else. I'm not stupid. Ha. You don't want the power to liquefy your enemies. I can handle my enemies without liquefying them. Naruto replied in a deadpan. The Kyuubi lowered his head so close to the ground it nearly kissed the grass. He looked at the boy with condescension. Do you even know how the seal operates? Its true design. The kid did not hesitate to respond. You're referring to what my father worked into the seal. The fact that he wanted me to one day take your chakra, right? Exactly. You know what is intended, so what's your motive? We will never be allies. Kurama said bluntly. The runt hesitated this time, he seemed to chew it over for a minute. Honestly. Curiosity more than anything else. I want to know more about you tailed beasts, I want to learn your history, your perspective of the world. I figured you could be a wealth of information if we could get along. We would just have to tolerate one another, to begin with. You said it yourself, I know nothing, and I want to rectify that. Kurama didn't think that was all there was to it, but he kept up his appearance and scoffed. Ah, curiosity. The excuse of the innocent, but what if I refuse? I'll chain you up and put you in a dark room for the rest of your days in here. If we form a partnership on the other hand, you can roam around the mindscape all you want. As he spoke, several things happened. The scattered shuriken all disappeared, a fragrant lush grass smelling of rain grew up around Kurama's paws, and a handful of sakura saplings sprung up and matured several years right in front of his eyes. The pleasant red sun in the distance cast an idyllic red hue over the pretty scenery. Then, everything slowed down again, and a pair of heavy chains appeared around his hind legs. We have an agreement, Kyuubi. Kurama growled. The chains were yanked roughly. A threat. With all the dignity Kurama could muster, he rose to his full height to look down at the tiny boy beneath him. Deal. He growled. The chains vanished without a trace. Great. Exclaimed his new partner. I was actually in the middle of an exam, so let's hash out any details later. See ya. With a wave Naruto vanished. Kurama blinked. Stared. Blinked again. He let out a long breath and ground his teeth together. So disrespectful. Boy. Get out of my head, snooping around in people's heads is way more disrespectful. Kurama looked down, nope, no boy. He was still gone. A realization lit in him. It would seem we've formed a telepathic link through the sea lod, this never happened with Mito or Kushina, and no, I cannot read your mind, if that's what you were fretting over right now. That's what a mind reader would say to trick someone. I regret this deal already. Can we yell at each other through the link? Like, hello? Naker and me now. No, we haven't even begun sharing information. Arg. With a big groan of frustration Kurama pushed the link away and Naruto's voice was gone. Ah, sweet relief. I can block him out. Exhausted, the fox gingerly laid down in the grass. That brat will be the end of me. Naruto felt the presence of the fox lash out and pushed their link away and silence filled his head. Putting the Kyuubi out of his mind for now, he backtracked around the fight pit and saw that a group had formed, someone was speaking. Otherwise, we should be good. Now, let's begin. Please follow me. The supervisor turned on his heel and used Shunsen to reappear on top of the wall. He gave the group a wave before he jumped down to the other side. Immediately, the group rushed to follow. Naruto stopped in his tracks and watched the genin run past him and straight up the wall. One boy didn't immediately sprint up. After a moment of watching him, Naruto realized the guy wasn't being careful, he was stealing himself. Stopping beside the spandex-clad boy, Naruto laid a hand on his shoulder. If you struggle with walking on surfaces, you might be better off just quitting here. The kid snapped his head up to look at him. He had freaky eyebrows and going by his glassy eyes he had hurt his feelings. Naruto tried to reason with him. Look. They're not going to promote a genin if he has to rely on rope just to get over a small hinder. Save yourself the trouble and try again next year. The boy straightened only to give a formal bow. I appreciate the concern, Naruto-san. You impressed me greatly in the spar earlier, I wish I could be like you. However, that is not the case. I may not be able to use ninjutsu like you, but techniques like surface walking are still within my grasp. I just have to concentrate. He clenched a fist and spaced out for a short moment. He recovered quickly. No access to ninjutsu does not mean I cannot become a shinobi. I know that, and my teacher knows that. So please, watch me fight before you pass judgment. He told him with a large grin and a big thumbs up. Mollified, Naruto could only nod. Okay, if you're that confident I won't say anything. I actually look forward to see what you can do now, I'll keep my eyes on you. Oh ho. You also have the fires of youth, Naruto-san. I too will take great care in examining your future battles. Yosh, I'm pumped up. I will make sensei proud today. The boy in green bent his knees and kicked off. He soared over the wall. Naruto stared, his eyebrows almost connecting with his hairline. Crazy people all over today. Not wanting to be left behind, Naruto followed suit and ran up the wall to join the others. The rules are as follows. The team with the most members standing in the center of the battlefield when time runs out, wins. The man he had introduced himself as Genma was standing on a red circle in the middle of the small makeshift arena. This test will last for 12 minutes, during that time, your team's goal will be to stand in the circle as the timer runs out. The team with the most members in the circle when the clock runs out wins. Of course, it's going to be a bit more difficult than that. Genma rolled his senbon around in his mouth and gazed over their group. There will be 5 teams, I'm going to divide you into them in a minute, after that each team gets on a platform. He pointed at the earth-construed towers surrounding them. Now then, the complications. I have a whistle here. Genma held it up for everyone to see. Each team can only send down teammates to contest the center after I have blown in the whistle, otherwise everyone has to stay on the platforms. I will only blow in this whistle 4 times throughout the test. He paused for a moment. You look confused. Well, allow me to elaborate. The first whistle will of course go off when the test begins, at the 12-minute mark. Your team decides on who and how many of you to send down. There will be 3 more intervals where you get to send down more people, and the whistle is the signal. Genma stopped pacing. A dark-haired girl shot her arm up and the supervisor nodded at her. Do we have to send down someone at each interval? Excellent question. No, you do not. Then again, I'm only going to permit you to send down 3 people at most during an interval. You will not be able to send down your entire team in the last 3 minutes. Further questions? After you blow the whistle, how much time do we have to act on? The boy was from one of the lesser nations. Some was unable to recognize the symbol of Yugakura, the hidden village of hot water springs on the boy's forehead protector. Naruto was, hot springs was a favorite pastime to Jiraiya. 5 seconds, if you are any slower you will be disqualified for descending. Was the curt answer. Nothing else? No. Good, let's get you sorted and ready. Form a line. It was a quick procedure from there on, Genma split the 25 genin into groups of 5 and delegated them to a platform each where they would have 5 minutes to plan. Naruto ended up with 3 other boys and 1 girl. The one who had asked a question earlier, she wore what Naruto recognized as the traditional white Hyuga robes held together by a black sash. He had seen her earlier among the Konoharukis, but now she had her hair in a bun secured with a couple of senbon. Practical, she probably has a mind to use the senbon if she gets cornered. He was mildly surprised when she quickly took charge of the group. Everyone. Let's plan our victory. Naruto raised a brow in mild interest. The other boys had been quietly staking out their competition on the other platforms, they swiveled their heads at the girl. Naruto stood attentive with his arms tucked under his armpits. I am Hinata Hyuga. Let's work well together. As I am sure you understood from the supervisor, strategy is a big facet of this contest. She paused and the guys turned around fully. They seemed either confused or skeptical at her words. Agreed. Naruto spoke when no one else did, hoping to show her not everyone on the team was a numbskull. It's a good thing we're not facing a Nara here. Hinata gave him slight dip of the head, but with her poise, it felt like she had done much more. Exactly. We have a few minutes to plan before the test begins, so let's not waste any time. Let's begin with you, tell us your name and what you specialize in. Hesitant to reveal much at first, the boy Hichiro eventually caved and told them he was an ninjutsu specialist, but could also employ some decent ninjutsu. The next one up was called Isamu. He was a bulky taijutsu user who could only use the Academy 3, the Bunshin, the Kawarimi and the Henge. As pitiful as that was, the last guy was worse. He introduced himself as Saburo, and in his village, there were very few people to teach shinobi skills. The abilities he listed off was barely genin worthy, much less chunin. And I recently mastered the chakra technique where you place a leaf on your forehead and you make it stick there, you know that one? Naruto couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh boy. The Hyuga did not react, she was in deep thought. Naruto had her pegged as a main family member. Thank you, Saburo-san, that is adequate. Wow. You gotta be the worst genin here. Hichiro said plainly. Shut up, I can still kick your ass. No, you can't. You couldn't beat up a cat. Naruto watched the two bicker, ready to defuse them. What about him? You forgot that guy. Isamu asked Hinata. She frowned and threw Naruto a look. No, I already know what he can do. She glanced at him again, her pale eyes felt strange to him. They belied a cleverness horribly misplaced in somebody so young. Unless he has anything to add for himself. Naruto gave a shrug. No, Hyuga-san. You can consider me your jack of all trades. I will. So, send him down first, you saw what he did to that crazy woman. Or, I dunno, why even bother with going down on the first two whistles anyway, isn't it better to wait? That was Hichiro speaking, he had a very bland and grating voice. It depends on what the other team does. Hinata explained. The team that secures a firm position in the center first gets an advantage because you can't send out all of your teammates at once. On the other hand, you can conserve your strength and send out everyone on the last two intervals, that is probably going to be a popular strategy. It's simple and plausible to work well enough. But there might be a better option. There is? Hichiro asked. Hinata stared at him for a moment. Consider this situation. One team sends out one or two persons at every whistle, in the early stage it's not unlikely that they stay in the game, simply because most teams will play this game passively and hold back. Fast forward to the later stages, and the team that dropped down people earlier already has a few teammates on the ground, the passive teams will only now start to send out 2 or 3 people, while the former team can have their entire team on the ground. The biggest danger with this kind of strategy is that the opposing teams huddle together to remove the bigger threat first. Exactly, that's what I figured, it's a bad idea. Hichiro nodded to himself. Naruto was impressed by how fast Hinata was able to move past the boy's behavior. Not at all. Firstly, I don't think it's going to be clean, there might be a lot of genin jumping down on the last whistle, which will go off. When there's 3 minutes left until we have to be in the center. Naruto supplied, he had done the math on that one earlier. Yes, thank you, that's not a lot of time to neutralize a lot of enemies and get in position for the win. There is a chance the last 3 minutes will be chaotic. Personally, I think that as long as we keep away from the red centerpiece of the battlefield, we're going to be mostly ignored. She finished with a satisfied smile. It very clearly flustered Hichiro. Impressive, her tutors must be good. So, who should go down first? That guy. Isamu asked and gave a nod toward Naruto. The Hyuga considered that. Naruto-san would no doubt secure us a good position. There's nothing wrong with using your trump card early. Naruto smiled. She raised an eyebrow at that, unimpressed. But no, I think you should go down first, Isamu-kun. Wait, why? Isamu protested. It was right then that the first whistle went off. The test had begun. What did the supervisor say? 5 seconds. Naruto stepped over to Isamu. No time to explain, big boy, jump down, there's no time. Isamu only blinked and stared uncomprehendingly at him. Not saying anything, Naruto turned him around and pushed him off. The boy let loose a scream before he hit the ground. Good luck, man. Naruto shouted. Fuck you. Came the muffled reply from below. Naruto turned and gave the rest of the team a self-conscious smile. I trust the rest of you will go down on your own. Isamu did not make it to the next whistle, unfortunately his Kawarimi wasn't fast enough when he got tangled up in ninja wire. He had been taken down by 2 opponents, so Naruto thought he performed admirably considering. Only 3 teams had decided to compete in the opening phase, but one of them had sent down not 1, but 2 genin. Their tactic was working so far, the 2 teammates were standing on the red centerpiece. The next whistle was due in about a minute. Which one of us is next? Naruto asked lightheartedly. Isamu had been quietly whisked away by his supervisor. Saburo-kun, and you, Naruto-san. She replied without taking her eyes off the 2 down on the field. The pair was skilled enough, but they had no real synergy or teamwork. Well, you heard the lady, Saburo. Let's tear up the place. Naruto walked to the edge. He threw a backwards glance at the small guy. You ready? Yeah, can you go down first and catch me if I fall? I'm not so confident in my surface walking yet and. Step up beside me then. I'll help you. Naruto offered. When Saburo came to a stop beside him, Naruto grabbed the neckline of his vest and held him over the edge. His sandals were halfway over the edge. Wah. Please don't. Let me go. Saburo shouted, arms flailing. Focus. Naruto told him sharply. He could feel the two genin behind them tense up. What? The boy asked with bulbous eyes. Search yourself and mold the chakra you need to your feet. Now I can't. Naruto let go of his collar and grabbed the vest again further down the back. Saburo yelled again, he was aligned with the ground now. Naruto held himself easily in place by channeling chakra to his own feet, effectively keeping him stuck. A fall like this was hardly worth blanching at, but Saburo had very clearly never experienced any proper training. Yes, you can. It's now or never, I'm going to drop you at the next whistle. What? Despite his protests, Saburo was clearly trying. I can't do it like this. Stop being scared, take control. I've got you, just blast out your chakra, don't be afraid of using too much. It was like flicking a switch, an instant change occurred. Naruto released him. Saburo stared straight down, but he wasn't falling. Keep that feeling and don't let it go. Memorize it. Oh okay. His voice was shaky. Well done. Hinata said from behind them. Thank you. He replied, his voice bordering on ecstatic now. I've never been able to stand still like this before. The shrill sound of a whistle washed over them. That's good, but now you got to walk, we're up. Naruto told him before jumping down. He landed with barely a bend in his knees, chakra reinforcement was great for cushioning falls. Saburo came to a stop beside him, he was shaking with adrenaline. Opponents were climbing and jumping down all around the pit. I'll stay out of your way. Saburo began to walk off. Naruto grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back beside him. Are you kidding? We're teammates, we stick together. Naruto gave him a smile, and Saburo almost sagged in relief. I can't do much though. Do your best, watch my back and I'll give you some pointers as we go. Wah he didn't get to finish as Naruto had to push him out of the way of a kunai. The genin opposite them let out a hiss of frustration before he brandished a wakizashi. He was from Taki going by his forehead protector, another one of the smaller nations. Naruto eyed the blade, the best craftsman came from Taki and it showed in this genin. He had an additional tanto on his hip. Naruto. Behind. Saburo called out. Naruto whirled around and shot out his right arm reflexively. The girl who had bored up behind him was tossed away by a powerful gale of wind and knocked forcibly into the wall. She hit the ground roughly, but he could tell she wasn't done for yet. Nice one Saburo. Naruto complimented, the girl would have gotten the drop on him if not for him. She had completely slipped under his radar. The genin here had so small chakra signatures it was impossible for Naruto to pinpoint them unless they were using a taxing jutsu, and with so many of them around, it was just as hard to identify which signature was which person. He couldn't rely on his sensory skills here. Why don't you finish her up? Naruto gave a nod towards the girl struggling to get back on her feet and turned around to face the genin from Taki, who was confidently striding forth. I'll take care of this guy. Naruto's serious voice propelled Saburo into action. Oh okay. He unsheathed a kunai and advanced on the girl. The boy with the wakizashi snorted. That guy won't last a minute against her. Focus on yourself. Naruto told him and leaned in. Dirt and gravel shot up behind him when he moved. Naruto was nearly on him in a heartbeat. Scared out of his mind, his opponent manically swung his wakizashi in a broad cleave. Naruto slowed down just enough to watch the wakizashi whiz by him harmlessly. The boy from Tokigakure stared with bulbous eyes as Naruto stepped in and grabbed his blade. In 2 rehearsed moves, his opponent was disarmed and lying on the ground, wheezing for air. Fuck you. With a grim face he flipped through 3 quick hand signs and substituted with a kunai, but a white tag was around the hilt of it. Oh. It exploded in the next instant. Propelled by the blast wave, Naruto blitzed away in one of the fastest shunshin he'd ever used. He was unable to slow down fast enough and slammed into someone. He flipped around like a ragdoll before he hit the ground and tumbled until he managed to twist himself and get his feet behind him. He slid to a complete stop on both legs. Despite the combat suit, he had definitely felt that one. What a fucking clusterfuck this is. Having just barely finished that thought, he realized he had ended up in the worst possible spot. He was standing on red clay. Orya. A loud battle cry from his left set Naruto's alarm bells going haywire. The Jinchuriki swiveled his eyes and saw the source of the roar closing in on him in his peripheral vision. Not holding back, Naruto shifted his feet and spun into a roundhouse kick and followed that up with a wheel kick that had the guy cradling on the ground clutching his head. Another opponent was running up behind him, but Naruto allowed himself half a second to scout after Saburo. He spotted him faring badly against the girl from earlier. He had to help him, but first. Stringing together a dozen different hand signs, Naruto turned around and unleashed his ninjutsu on his approaching target. He had caught the boy off guard and the illusion kicked in swiftly. The genin slid to a full stop and began weaving out of attacks only he could see. He was fighting an illusion of Naruto. It would keep him busy until he realized he had been put under. Naruto looked back at Saburo, who was now surrounded by not only the girl from earlier, but also the genin from Tokigakure and another teammate. The trio was playing with Saburo, every delivered hit to the boy was laced with condescension. It stirred something primal and fierce in Naruto. He pumped chakra to his feet and burst into a sprint. How did this kid end up here? He's so bad. Saburo was hit in the gut and pushed away only to be punched across the jaw by the girl. He slumped to his knees. Yeah, let's wrap this up and move on. The girl shook her sore hand. She heard Naruto approach too late and only turned around just in time to take a fly kick to the torso. She was sent rolling and ended up against the wall again. She remained limp this time. Not pausing in his movements, Naruto leaned out of the way of the wakizashi when it came for him. The other teammate came at him from the side. You think you're something special? FK will fucking roll over you. The Taki boy shouted as he slashed after Naruto. Ignoring him, the young Uzumaki made it look like he was about to use his superior speed to burst inside his guard again, but instead he unexpectedly shifted direction at the last second and went for his companion. Surprised, the guy tried to stab him with a kunai. Naruto grabbed him by his wrist and twisted it. With a yank and shove he sent the boy stumbling into his teammate. Naruto looked down at his teammate. The kid was pale and bruised. He had a cracked lip and a strong discoloration around his chin. How are you holding up? Naruto extended a hand. Saburo grabbed it firmly but didn't respond to his question. Naruto formed a familiar hand sign and created a shadow clone. Pay attention now. Naruto told Saburo and gestured for him to back off with his clone. Saburo nodded fervently. Having recovered, the Tokigakure genin threw his tanto to his teammate and raised his wakizashi into textbook position. The two moved to box him in, their pincer attack was more cohesive this time around. When cornered, make some space. Naruto told Saburo and twirled a kunai into his grip. He flicked it towards the one with the tanto, who threw himself to the side to avoid it. Keep your eyes on your opponent with practiced ease, Naruto slid out of the way of the wakizashi. Not their weapon. The small blade hummed as it sliced through the air again and again. Until Naruto brought a kunai down into his opponent's thigh. He yelped in pain and fell to his knee, clutching the wound. Keep aware of your surroundings. Using his opponent like a springboard, Naruto kicked him away and backflipped over the second guy. His opponent immediately tried to skewer him when he landed. Remember? Naruto sidestepped the tanto. The biggest stick doesn't always win. Using another kunai, Naruto bashed the tanto aside and struck him in the wrist with the butt end of the kunai. The tanto fell to the ground, but his other hand brandished a kunai. Naruto grabbed his elbow and rammed a thumb into the pressure point there. His hand seized up and he lost the kunai. Naruto spun him around and forced the elbow over his head. From there he simply pushed down, and the genin could only yelp as he was forced to his knees, then all the way down to the ground. Stay down, or I'll break something next time. Naruto whispered before he released him. Nice lecture, asshole, but we're not in class. Naruto turned to see the girl he trounced twice now standing behind Saburo with a kunai held against his throat. The weak boy had tears streaming down his face. Sorry. An important lesson, Saburo. Is to always remain one step ahead of your opponent. Her expression fell when a kunai was placed at her throat. An identical Naruto was behind her. The two on the ground looked down in regret and disappointment. Neither tried to get up. Drop the kunai and let him go. Naruto told the girl. She gritted her teeth but did what he asked after only a moment's hesitation. Saburo jerked away from her. Good. Naruto commended her. Now lie down, you're done and you know it. When she didn't immediately comply, the clone behind her stepped on her shin muscle and she was forced down to her knees. She cursed at him, but the clone paid her no mind whatsoever. With Saburo in his wake, Naruto moved on. A chunin showed up to remove the defeated trio. As you three have been subdued, I will help relocate you from the test area. Were his exact words. Naruto had his clone stay in the shadow of the wall while he studied the remaining competition. The last of the action was at the center, where three genin were duking it out. Naruto couldn't immediately tell who was on the same team, but it was easy to see the fight was approaching a close. Instead of intervening, Naruto stopped to watch it unfold. Saburo stopped beside him. Catch your breath. Naruto advised him, round 2 might get worse. It was only half a minute later that one got badly injured and stayed down. The fight between the last two continued on for a few more seconds, then the high-pitched sound of Genma's whistle blasted through the miniature arena. Naruto snatched a small black object from his equipment pouch and threw it into the ground. A thick gray smoke enveloped the two genin. Saburo whirled around, surprised and fascinated by the dark fumes. The question now, Naruto murmured to himself in the smog. How much assistance will we get? Two lithe figures from above landed a bit further back in the smoke. Clever to use the smoke screen here, it gives us time to plan our move. It was the silk-like voice of the Hyuga girl, her silhouette stepped up beside him. Well done you two. She commended them. Yeah, not bad. A different voice chimed in, was it Hachiki? Naruto struggled to remember his name without a face to go with. But what's the plan now? Naruto replied. I'm going on the offensive this round, you guys keep watch over each other. Very well. Hinata said as if it could not be helped. Let's stick together and keep in motion. You three do that, I'll run interference and eliminate the competition. Naruto walked out of the remaining vapors. I'll pop up if you catch some trouble. He called out over his shoulder, and with a shunshin, he was gone. He appeared in front of a group of 3 genin. Without sermon, he charged one of his Fuinjutsu scrolls with chakra and flipped it into the air. Before it curved out, the scroll disintegrated in a powerful blinding flash that took them by surprise. As the 3 groaned and staggered around with no eyesight, Naruto opened his eyes and made short work of the group. 5 seconds later, 3 opponents were removed from the competition. Naruto dashed over to the next cluster of genin, where he proceeded to disarm and incapacitate everyone he came across in turn and order. He used enough force to keep anyone from getting back up. Naruto kept a steady pace as he calculatingly breezed through opponents. No one managed to lay so much as a scratch on him. 5. The blonde maelstrom counted and weaved in between attack after attack with exhilaration. This was pretty good exercise. Sure, there's no one with exceptional talent apart from a few oddballs, but he was restraining himself. Without his weapons, this was good practice. 6. Another person hit the ground, this one covering his head in pain. Without a backwards glance, Naruto ran with quick steps over the rocky desert field to eliminate the ones competing in the center. He entered the fight like a comet, the first target was on the ground before he could let out a gasp. Naruto grabbed a handful of his hair and exposed the boy's throat. He must have realized where things were headed because he cried out in surrender immediately after. Naruto discarded him and pressed on, there were many 1 versus 1 scenarios taking place in the center. 3 shuriken whizzed by his head and a stray kunai bounced across the ground and over his feet. A misfired water jet jutsu was in the process of soaking the field and turning parts of the area into a muddy red goop. The skill level in the center was significantly higher, Naruto saw much better movements here. Deciding to make things easy for himself, Naruto dug down into his Fuinjutsu pouch. He placed a painted sheet on the ground and sent his chakra through it. The seal released a massive amount of chakra and thick black lines zigzagged out in patterns that quickly formed a vague hexagonal shape. The hiragana seen inside the inky lines made it obvious this was Fuinjutsu at work. The finished seal covered a big chunk of the center, and the moment it activated, many cried out in distress and surprise. Now weightless, Naruto took a quick scan around him to see how his fellow genin were handling zero gravity. Most were having troubles, spinning helplessly around in midair or floating upside down. Someone began to yell with fright. Very few kept their cool. Keeping his amusement down, Naruto narrowed his eyes with concentration and went through a myriad of different hand signs. He finished and held up his palm, where a unique wind-natured technique took shape. He proceeded with smashing the swirling chakra into the ground, where the technique disintegrated and immediately created a powerful air vacuum. Powerful winds rushed to fill the void, and in the process, it dragged with it a bunch of panicking genin. Naruto's blonde hair whipped around his face in the fierce wind, but he held himself firmly attached to the ground with chakra. The rush of air died out after 3 seconds, but the damage was done. Everyone was either hurtling through the air or bouncing across the ground towards the epicenter. Towards him. Naruto lightly pushed off the ground and slowly drifted away towards the edge of the seal. He had a good view as the genin crashed into each other and bounced about. He had been prepared for the seal to turn inactive around that time, but Naruto almost fell on his ass when he landed anyways. The switch back to normal levels of gravity were unpleasant and difficult to adjust to. He was much better off than the competition. A few of which were loudly emptying their bowels. No one was getting back on their feet, although a few were trying without success. He didn't blame them, but neither did he show any sympathy when he indiscriminately grabbed their necks and squeezed their pressure points. They were like helpless chickens, no one recovered fast enough to put up much resistance. Well, except one, the boy in spandex from earlier got up. The peculiar genin shifted his feet slowly into combat stance, he was eyeing Naruto with intensity. You really are incredible, Naruto-kun. Rock Lee said, slightly out of breath. I want to fight you. He proclaimed loudly and clutched his fist. Naruto stared at him and tried to ignore the two chunin darting around to remove the unconscious genin. Naruto-san. Hinata and the rest of the team was coming up behind him. He saw no one else on the ground, the rest of the competition was gone, apart from the bowl cut guy they were alone. Careful, Rock Lee has a world-class Taijutsu master. The Hyuga stopped next to him. Don't take him lightly. Duly noted. Naruto nodded and swiveled his eyes to Lee. Let's go. Yosh. Let our fires of youth burn brightly. Lee lowered his stance. My weights are off, Naruto-san, so you better not hold back. Weights? Rock Lee kicked off and disappeared in such a potent burst of speed, it might as well have been a shunshin. He appeared in front of Naruto, who blanched at the raw display of speed. He had no time to. Pain and vertigo hit him in equal measures, he spun in the air and lost his sense of up and down before he hit something hard and crashed into the earth wall. What the fuck just happened? Naruto asked himself, lying on the ground against a fight pit wall. Needless to say, it was painful to get up, but he only flinched a couple of times. He had taken worse hits, his lungs could still take in oxygen. Something warm dribbled down his face from a cut and from somewhere under his ear as well. He felt dizzy and had bad vision. Even so, Naruto walked towards the vague shapes he could see ahead. I'm sorry, Lee. I underestimated you. He called out, it was painful not to limp. Won't happen again, I assure you. Naruto-san, are you okay? I used my full strength, I don't even think Neji could shrug that off. Lee approached him with his guard down. Of all the things Naruto had expected to hear, sympathy and worry was not one of them. This guy was such an oddity. Nothing to worry about. Let's continue. Naruto tried not to wheeze on the last few words. His ribs felt like they had some hairline fractures, but maybe not. Either way, he was hellbent on not showing weakness. He slid into his stance, ready to fight. He was ready, but how had Hinata gotten behind Lee? Naruto watched with large eyes as the wide-eyed girl used her signature Hyuga Taijutsu to strike Lee in the neck and the back in quick succession. The boy seized up immediately and fell over, he spasmed and tried to get back up, but to no avail. He was done for. With a toss of her hair, which was out of its bun now, she walked up to him. Her pupil-less eyes gave him a challenging stare, as if daring him to tell her she had done anything wrong. With a glance at Lee, who was still struggling to get up, Naruto rose to the bait. Move. He said simply. Her dignified face scrunched into a frown. You are obviously in worse shape than you are letting on. She told him in low tones. Naruto gave her a wry look. She was merely thinking of their victory, and he couldn't blame her for that. He thought it was obvious she had won by merely ending up on the same team as him, but she was the meticulous type. She would leave nothing to chance, it seemed. Right you are, miss. Naruto told her and stalked off. He paused beside Rock Lee, who had somehow gotten himself into a weird kneeling position. Sorry about the girl, Lee. We'll have a proper spar after this. I am not done yet, it's not over. Not yet. The boy was shaking from exertion. Lee, she closed several important Tenketsu points, you won't. I know what she did. He groaned in frustration. I know this feeling very well, I know it's impossible to fight it, but I can't just quit. I gave a promise. With renewed vigor, Lee kept trying to force his body to get up, without success. Naruto frowned at the boy, he was either very determined or very stupid. If not both. He let him be and stepped onto the red clay area. His teammates gathered beneath the only completely vacant tower, theirs. Naruto stood still in the center and waited. He must have made a battered figure by now, his outfit was turning more ragged with each fight. His shoulder was covered in crusted blood and two thin trails of blood went down his face and throat. And she wants a repeat performance. I'm not a slot machine you can insert coins into and take out easy victories. The last whistle went off after what felt like just a few seconds. Naruto watched with blank eyes as the last of the competition jumped down and silently joined forces. They weren't stupid, they'd seen what he could do. Teaming up was the smart thing to do, and Naruto had to commend them. They were 9 in total, and all of them had without speaking agreed to a temporary truce. All in order to remove the bigger threat first him. Too bad it won't do them much good. The small group began to spread out into an uncoordinated half circle. Naruto held up a hand and formed half a hand sign with it. 9 cage bunshin popped up around him in a small semicircle. Each clone was fast to unseal a weapon of some kind. Be it a ninjato, or a bow staff, or a wakizashi, one even held an ornate katana that was arguably too big for his size. Naruto let out one word. Go. The clones demonstrated how effective coordination could be when they attacked. As they closed up on their target, each clone skirted to the side and swapped targets. The surprise worked surprisingly well. One had been expecting to deflect a small tanto, but instead she was smacked in the head with a bow staff. Naruto stood perfectly calm and watched his clones fight. Their strength was split in 9, so they were unremarkable in many ways. Yet, they could still do good against weak opponents. At least his clones had the basics down, that was more than he could say about all of his opponents. Two of which were beaten and forced to submit after only half a minute, neither of the two had been able to cope with how his clones could change their targets at the drop of a coin. That changed the tally to 9 clones against 7 trained genin. Outnumbered now, the fight was starting to turn into an uphill battle for the genin. Of course, they could take great personal risk and brush through an attack in order to pop a clone, but what would that do? Exactly, it was just a clone, the risk wasn't worth it. Naruto could make more. Even so, one tried when desperation kicked in and he was able to pop a clone that way. The effort cost him a functioning right arm, however. He was then taken down by an opportunistic clone who happened to be in the right place. I give up. One genin shouted loudly and threw away his kunai, he wasted no time before storming off the field, clearly furious with the entire fight. He was bleeding badly and had a slight limp. Yeah, must be aggravating losing to clones. Naruto thought to himself, and demoralizing. The last 5 looked close to quit as well. However, they never gave up, the 5 fought admirably and made a back-to-back system that worked for a while. In the end the clones employed a collaboration jutsu that forced the group to scatter. Singled out, they were quickly overwhelmed. The rest of his team came up behind him as the last opponents were forced to the ground. They waited for an announcement to be made as there was no other team left to contest them. Naruto made a joke that no one laughed over and the remaining time drained away slowly in awkward silence. Naruto thought it was probably the most anticlimactic victory he would ever have. When the proctor showed up to declare their victory it got no better. He whizzed onto the arena floor with a shunshin and gave them a brief look. Naruto dispelled his clones. Congratulations, your team won. I see you lack a teammate, but he also passed the test. You are all qualified to take the next test, which will take place tomorrow in the center island of the arena. Be there at noon. And the ones who lost? Saburo asked, he looked significantly calmer. Genma rolled his senbon around. If they're fit to continue, they have an opportunity to make a comeback. Not that any of you need to concern yourself with this, but they can undergo another test, the ones who fail that one gets eliminated. Rock Lee will get through that, no doubt. Naruto thought. Anyhow, you're dismissed. Fair warning, do not interfere in any active test areas as you leave the premise. Yes, sir. Naruto replied candidly and watched as Genma took off in another shunshin. He turned to his temporary team. Saburo was the first to say anything. I didn't deserve to win, you guys did everything and I was just. Let me stop you just there. Naruto cut him off, Saburo looked at him. This may sound harsh, but you shouldn't have competed to begin with. What were your teachers thinking? I don't know. He let out with a forlorn voice. My teachers are fond of their titles as shinobi, but they're not the real deal, they're just all we got. I guess they wanted the prestige of having a student from our small village participate in this huge exam. Morons. Naruto let out in a breath. Tiny political gains at the risk of losing a student. Hinata looked revolted. Be careful tomorrow if you're going to continue, there are unstable people participating. Naruto told him. Gaara came to mind. Saburo gave a small nod, his bruised face looked tired. I will, thank you. See you tomorrow. He gave another respectful nod before he departed. Hachiro gave them both a glance before he too shrugged and followed suit. Good luck. He said it as a goodbye. You two guys, good luck. Naruto told them and stood there for a while. He stayed there even until after they had disappeared, but not alone, Hinata stood beside him in silence. Both watched the sun dip lower in the sky. You don't strike me as the type who lingers. He told her after a while, still watching the horizon. Are you? She asked, somehow amused. She turned her face to him, suddenly solemn. I wanted to ask you a question. Naruto met her gaze firmly, but nothing could have prepared him for the question. Are you the Yondaime Hokage's son? And well then. Another chapter done. I wrote the scene where Naruto and the Kyuubi meet. I don't think it's been done like this before. I chose to make Kurama ignorant of Naruto's past to give the two a completely blank slate to start off their relationship. Neither knows anything about the other. Except for imagined things and rumors, of which there are plenty. When it comes to Naruto's near godlike control inside the seal. Please, hold your pitchforks for a moment. Firstly, Naruto have not become a god, he's just incredibly powerful while inside the seal. Secondly, I feel like this has not been done before, I have some plans with this. Let me explain, Naruto's abilities in the seal is inspired from all those cardboard stories where Naruto and the Kyuubi meet and after they become friends, Naruto magically rearranges the Sower Kurama is in into some sort of paradise. Yeah, you know them, there are many of these fics. But then this newfound incredible skill is forgotten and left in a corner. It's never used again, ever. So, Naruto's outlandish power inside the seal was a poke at all those fics, as well as me trying to do something different. For the record, Naruto will of course continue to use what he learned in the seal as the story goes on. The first test I feel okay with, Naruto unbelievably cannot always have incredible opponents each overtopping the last. Sometimes he has to fight scrubs, and that's okay. We will see more over the top fights soon enough, you can count on that. What if Naruto trained by Shikaku for chunin exams, and thanks for watching my video till the end. If you enjoy this content then do consider subscribing to my channel and leave a like if you guys need the next part, comment down, and thanks for watching the video and see you guys next video.